to Haileybury on lane 3. So they will go through and race this afternoon in the semi-final. Second place goes to Corowa, about 3 lengths or so further back. And then similar margin, slightly more in fact, to Toorak College, who'll finish in 3rd place. They will race in the C final of the Open Cox Quad Scull Division 2. So we had 4 heats yesterday at this event, and the 4 heat winners are already through to the semis. Melbourne Girls College, Strathcona, Wrighton and PLC were those 4 crews who qualified directly. Joined now by Haileybury and Corowa. And also 2 more from this next race. Fintona, Albert Park College, Sacred Heart and Lowther Hall are the 4 crews. And it's a pretty clear lead to the combination from Albert Park. Emma Westerbeek, Isabella Flood, Farrah Hall, Beatrix Bradley and Isabel Deathbridge. And officially welcome now to our viewers on the live stream. There's been lots of technical gurus hard at work over the past hour plugging things in and making the stream work. So we are back on air. I believe you've only missed a few races, but we're going through the repêchages here of the Open 8 Division, the Open Quad Scull, I should say, Division 2, although that boat on screen is a Furbank Grammar School Division 3-8, which is in the following race. From the one now approaching the finish. So it is the Open Cox Quad Scull Division 2, which is nearing its conclusion. And Albert Park College, the comfortable race leaders there. A good race, some good results yesterday, Albert Park in the double sculls race especially. And now their quad scull looks set to qualify as well in a pretty strong event, which is the Open Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Lead of some 2 or 3 lengths on the field, but the really important race here is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th with 2 to go through to the semis here. It is Fintona lane 1, Sacred Heart lane 3 and Lowther Hall in lane 4. Probably at this stage narrowly, or very narrowly, maybe Fintona on this side, but not much in it with a couple of cruising across on the far side. Lowther Hall and also Sacred Heart. Yeah, good battle over there on that southern side. The Lowther Hall crew, Rose Ellis, Emily Ray, Emily Wilson, Lena Dalda and Sonia Lee. Sacred Heart beside them. Annika Baranski, Evie Omer, Ricky McMaster, Tilly McNamara and Charlotte Shooten. And then from Fintona, Jessica Leung, Molly McKenzie, Maya Gunawardena, Alexandra Lewis and Cecilia Hugh. So it's certainly Albert Park College who'll take the win here, but interest very much in the minor placings. Lowther Hall, the far side, along with Sacred Heart, just ahead now, I think, certainly of the crew from Fintona. So Albert Park College will take the win. Second place will come from the southern side of the course, and Lowther Hall storming home, I think, over the top of the crew from Sacred Heart, and they should go through in second place. The Lowther Hall crew, as they hit the line, a canvas clear. Lowther Hall second, Sacred Heart third, just missing out on a qualifying spot. 4th then the crew from Fintona. But it's Albert Park College and Lowther Hall who go through in 1st and 2nd place to the semis of the Open Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Just missing out. Sacred Heart will go to the C final, and 4th will be Fintona into the D final. Race 179, the first of 2 repêchages in the Open 8 Division 3. Lauriston Girls Lane 1, Geelong College Lane 2, and Furbank Grammar Lane 3. Furbank in front here. Chloe Stokes, Matilda Nichols, Georgia Gobbo, Sophie Paltoglu, Elise Tyver, Rebecca Machitis, Lexi Williams, Lola Graham, and Anastasia Gantsos ahead of Lauriston. Sophie Dunlop, Bella Nolan, Romy Frey, Alexandra Anderson, Mia Stubb, Chloe Green, Charlotte Tadgell, Brianna Ginn, and Jojo Blamey, coached by Lucy Green. And the Furbank crew clear by about 2 lengths here, so they will go through to the semi-finals, along with the crew from Lauriston. First and second will qualify here in this race with 3 boats. So Furbank in first place, about 2.5 lengths, in fact, ahead of the crew from Lauriston in second place. And then third will go to the Geelong College combination, who will go through to the C final. So with a 3-boat progression here, it should be last place to the C final there in Geelong College. The other 2 crews will go through to the semis. In repechage 2 to follow, it'll be first only to the semis, and second place will go to the C final. So progression slightly different in a 2-boat event. So 2 boats in this race, 180, Melbourne Girls College and Carey Grammar School. And just confirming the progression here, it is the case that just first place will go through from this race of 2. So there must be 1 boat effectively eliminated in each round of racing beyond the heats. And that is the case in this repechage. So first place will take a spot in the semis, and the remaining crew will race in the C final. And it looks to be like Melbourne Girls College are the boat in the qualifying spot. Chelsea Bushney, Lucinda Hanrahan, Amber Papadopoulos, Eva Donnelly, Nicola Jarvis, Livia Johns, Katie Brown, Poppy McDonald, and Acre Wright ahead of Carey Lane 3, Claire Munro, Maya Tate, Eloise Sheridan, Aisha Whiteley, Miller Zurab, Zoe Kendall, Caitlin Jackson, Ella Eagleton, and Abigail Wolfe. So we'll end up with 7 crews, I think, in the end, in the semis of the Open 8 Division 2. Our 4 heat winners from yesterday, Furbank Grammar and Lauriston from the previous repechage, and now also Melbourne Girls College to join them there after this second repechage. Still a few strokes to go, but they're well clear, the crew from Melbourne Girls College, by about 2.5 lengths ahead of Carey Grammar School. And Melbourne Girls College take the win there in race 180. So they are through to the semis. They'll race again tomorrow afternoon, and Carey will go to tomorrow's C final. two repechage now of the Open Quad Skull Division 3. Sacred Heart Lane 1, Wrighton Girls in 2, and Corowa Lane 3. And a clear lead certainly to the combination from Wrighton. The winner here will go straight through to the A final. So despite being styled as a repechage, this race effectively a semi-final of sorts, with the winner to go to the A final and the remaining crews to the B final in this Open Quad Skull Division 3. We had two heats of this event yesterday, and the two winners already into the A final. So Strathcona and Lowther Hall going through in yesterday's races to a four-boat final. And right in here, looking to be comfortably clear of both Corowa and Sacred Heart. Wrighton, Cameron Sparrow, Amy Jiang, Millie Robinson, Ravinda Gunasakra and Lucy Swingler. I've got about 2 lengths on Corowa and also Sacred Heart. So Wrighton looks set to take the third spot in the A final of the Open at Cox Quad Skull Division 3. Corowa and then Sacred Heart, both about 2 to 3 lengths between each of those crews. So second and third will go to the B final. And our winners from Wrighton Girls will go through to the A final of an event that they do so well in the Open Cox Quad Skulls. They'll be contenders in Divisions 1, 2, and now also Division 3 as the Wrighton Girls will go through from Repechage 1 ahead of Corowa and then Sacred Heart. Second repechage well down the course too. Also in the Open Division 3 Cox Quad. So our fourth and final finalist about to be determined. Albert Park College leading here from PLC Melbourne. And about 2 lengths to be the lead of the Albert Park crew. Raya Sinigra, Alexandra Caparimo, Ruby Miller, Jessica Marshall and Lilibel Rasco. And a lead it from PLC. Layla Yang, Sarah Schreurs, Anjali Green, Jessica Hugh and Minnie Liao, the Cox of the crew from the PLC. And the winner will go to the A final. Second place will go to the B final, where they will join Corowa and Sacred Heart from the previous repechage. And it does look increasingly likely to be the combination from Albert Park. We saw have a win a few races to go in Division 2 as well. Also got 2 promising double skulls who we'll see race later on today as well. So plenty of chances for Albert Park College to add to their head of the Schoolgirls medals collection. And they'll also, it seems, be racing in the final of the Open Quad Skull Division 3. A lead now of probably 2.5 lengths over PLC Melbourne as they come underneath the Harrison Bridge, about 150 metres out from the finish line. And it certainly is a clear lead to the crew from Albert Park College on lane 2 in race 182. Albert Park, our leaders, PLC in second place. The winners through to the A final. They'll race tomorrow afternoon. That'll be the crew from Albert Park College. And it's almost 3 lengths their margin back to PLC in second place. So PLC will go to the B final and Albert Park the A final of the Open Division 3 Cox Quad Skull. Race 183 is the first of two repêchages in the Open Cox 4 Division 5. Geelong College Lane 1, Toorak College Lane 2, and Ballarat Clarendon in Lane 3. But a clear lead to Toorak College here. Kayla Bode, Jenna Campbell, Pia Gibson, Nadia Walland, and Emily English, the crew there from Toorak College, ahead of Geelong College in second place. Chosen bunker, Matilda Hayes, Tilly Taylor, Poppy Flanagan, and Abigail Ramsey, coached by Jackie Marshall. And Ballarat Clarendon then in third place. John Corquera, Mabel Goss, Wangji Lee, Marnie Cook, and Pippa Miller, coached by Lucy Richardson and Hamish Richardson. Lucy Richardson, member of the Victorian Youth 8, that will race at the National Championships at Penrith the end of next week. Crew's going to finish in third place here. It seems the race win will go the way comfortably of Toorak College Lane 2. So they are through to the A final of the Open Cox 4 Division 5. Second place and a spot in the B final will go to the Geelong College on Lane 1. And then third place also to the B final is the crew from Ballarat Clarendon College. So we had two heats yesterday of the Open Division 5-4. They were won by MLCQ and Loretto Ballarat. So they are the two finalists already through. Joined now by Toorak College and the winner of this next race, which will certainly be Genazzano, because there's only two crews in the race. They're both from Genazzano, so they're guaranteed an A final spot in this next event. Lane 2, Phoebe Houlihan, Hannah Courtney, Sophie Redmond, Kayla Collier, and Akira Little. And they're well clear of the crew in Lane 3. Molly Collins, Molly Pitson, Talia Middleton, Daisy Wang, and Zara Lanane, coached by Jemima Dwyer.
Especially if you have no assistance from the actual flow of the river. Is that because upstairs they do have those roads? No, those are pretty. It's pretty intense workout, eh? I put them on level 10. I found that it's not too much. Can everybody hear my microphone? But that's because
Alright, I want two people next to that.
What do you call them? I don't know what they're called. It's like those pneumatic wheels. It's the ones that keep it spinning.
Alright,
It's
hold
like
like there.
what do you call them? The flywheel. Flywheel, right here in the car.
Alright,
I've got those
three,
ones.
back 30 centimetres.
Genazzano and Genazzano in race 184, the second repechage of the Open Cox 4 Division 5.
Quick
The
start.
Quad Skull repechage is also on the course, coming down behind this race. Kona on the screen in the first of the quad repechage. In the Cox 4, it's certainly going to be Genazzano from Genazzano, with the Lane 2 crew from Genazzano who goes through in race 184. Over 100 metres to race, but they are well clear of their school compatriots in Lane 3. And about 4 to 5 lengths between these couple of crews. So the Genazzano Lane 2 crew will take a spot in the A final of the Open Division 5 Cox 4. And the Lane 3 crew will qualify for the B final. So both crews will race again tomorrow.
Race 187. Female school single, year 10, Division 1.
And takes the win.
Burbank Grammar 1. Gippsland Grammar 2. MLC 3.
Will finish in second place.
Move
They will
on to
go
the
to the
course.
B final of the Open Division 5 Cox 4 event. Two repechages now on the course in the Open Division 5 Quad Skull. Again, these repechages of the lower divisions. The race is not involving not requiring semi-finals. So that's why the winners are going straight through to the A finals, and the Strathcona crew is well placed here. Reminder for those here, possibly for the first time today, that the Regatta Shop are in a new location at this year's regatta, located in their big white tent behind the spectator tents on the northern bank. So if you're after some official merchandise to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, please head along to the Regatta Shop, but not in their usual location, which was always just beyond the finish line. They are now located behind the spectator tents. I think pretty much behind the St Catherine's tent is where they're located, but the best access is either via the food vendors here on the finish line or up at the far end of the spectator tents to reach the back section. There's also another coffee van located there, so you can collect some caffeine too while you have a look at the clothing on offer at the Regatta Shop in a new, bigger location this year, located behind the white spectator tents on the northern bank. And as always, we thank the Regatta Shop for their hard work. It's so many regattas right around the state and around the country at this busy time of year. Race 185 still being led comfortably by Strathcona, Christina Zhang, Grace Beaton, Sarah Stone, Alexia Keenan and Charlotte Pippett, the cocks of that crew from Strathcona, who look very clear in front. We still need an official ruling from Strathcona too on the shade of pink they're wearing. I have been told coral, so it may well be coral and blue, the colours, but love some confirmation on the official shade of pink on these Strathcona crews, the brightly coloured crews this year for the first time, and we'll see them again in the A final of the Open Division 5 at Cox and Quad Skull, because they're clear by about 6 lengths and have taken the win there in repechage 1. Strathcona first, Hamilton, Alexandra probably still there, just in second place, ahead of Corowa in third. Second place and third, in fact, will both go to the B final. So these two crews will race again tomorrow, but Hamilton and Alexandra take out second place by a length. Hamilton and Alexandra just clear of
All crews to move down the course, please.
Well
All
behind
crews move down the course
Strathcona,
to
winners
south
there
ledge
in
start.
race 185. This Division 5 Quad Skull saw Melbourne Girls College and Loretto Turak take out their heats yesterday, so they already await in
Thanks,
the
both
A
holders. Did a great job.
off.
Appreciate that. Even you,
2
Ben.
days off by the time of their A final, racing yesterday morning. Then a entire spare day for those crews. Potentially some training to be undertaken at some point, and then they'll race tomorrow in the A final. And they'll be joined by the winner of this second and final repechage, Corowa Lane 1, Strathcona Lane 2 and Lane 3. So great depth here from Strathcona and Corowa in Division 5. So 3 crews from Strathcona across these 2 repechages and 2 from Corowa. And it's going to be Strathcona once again, I reckon, who are going to qualify here. Middle lane, Millie Beaton, Harriet Atchison, Alice Malloy, Leah Kitchen and Sophie Baker. Combination there. Second place will be with Corowa, Kiara Munro, Emma Wang, Ruby Dargaville, Ashani Martin and Emily Bell. And then Strathcona over in lane 3, Hayley Bullen, Ava Armstrong, Chloe Snadden, Lauren Osborne and Olivia Elliott.
Who's doing it?
We have 3 crews here in this Open Division 5 race. This is the last of our open races for the first part of today's program. Commencing with Year 10 racing from the 1,000 metre start very, very soon as well. All repechages throughout the morning, and then our open racing resumes after lunch with the semi-finals
stay in your race
of the
order.
School
That will
Eights
help out
and
immensely.
quads and doubles as well. Some great racing coming up after lunch break, but plenty of great racing before then, of course. Lots of 1,000 metre repechages now to follow in the Year 10 and then the Year 9 events. But for now, it'll be Strathcona going back to back here in the repechages of the Open Division 5 at Cox Quad Skull. Comfortable win in race 185, and similar here now in race 186. Strathcona lane 2 through to the A final. They'll have 2 boats in the A final of this event, and they'll be on opposite sides of the course in lanes 1 and 4 by virtue of their repechage wins. Second place will go to Corowa lane 1, so they'll race into the B final of this event, and they'll be joined there by the third of the Strathcona crews, which suggests they've got at least 7 open Cox Quad Skulls, the Strathcona program, which is great depth indeed. 2 lengths further back, they'll finish in third place and race tomorrow in the B final. But Strathcona taking out both repechages of the Open Division 5 Cox Quad Skull. Reminder to all directors of rowing here that there are a number of regatta packs still to be collected from the finish tower, so all schools need to make sure they do collect their regatta pack, which has a lot of things in it that you will need over the course of the weekend. So if any school has not yet collected theirs, please come and do so from the finish tower as soon as possible. Just another reminder about bikes not to be ridden through the spectator area on the northern bank. There is a bike path on the southern side of the course, which is being kept clear for the use of coaches and others watching the races, but do not ride your bikes through the spectator area on the northern bank. That is reserved for pedestrians only. If you do have to ride along the northern bank, you must go around the back of the spectator tents and avoid the spectator area entirely. While you're there, of course, you could stop at the regatta shop, who are located at the rear of the spectator area this year. Please drop in to see the hardworking team from the regatta shop and claim your official merchandise from the head of the Schoolgirls. There were lots of pre-orders available for collection yesterday, but a lot of other merchandise also to choose from when you go and visit the regatta shop's tent at the rear of the white spectator tent in an exciting new location this year. And while going through a few matters of housekeeping, a reminder too that John Bowes, Rowing Australia's Pathway Transitions Coordinator, is giving a presentation today at 2 o'clock upstairs in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre about Australian rowing pathways and US college information. So if you have any interest, both athletes or parents here, in hearing from John Bowes of Rowing Australia, then please head along to the upstairs section of the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre at 2 o'clock this afternoon to hear the latest on Australian rowing pathways and US college information. Plenty of important details to be passed on there by John Bowes, who's back at the regatta this year. I think he was in attendance here 12 months ago as well. A great experience and great to see Rowing Australia sending along some of their hard-working staff members to see the head of the Schoolgirls, which is such a big feature on the annual rowing calendar. And we are racing now with the first of our Year 10 events from the 1,000-metre start. And it is a singles sculling race, and the sculler from MLC there has set off across the course. In fact, two of the scullers in this race seem to be following the bank rather than the boys, which does make things rather interesting. But this is a field of three here in the Year 10 Division 1 single scull repechage. The first of two repechages here. Yori Wu of Furbank is a sculler in yellow on the right of screen, correcting back into her allocated lane. Gibson Grammar's Ruby Pope is in lane 2. And Emmy Catugno of MLCQ, despite having zigzagged away down the course, is the clear race leader after the first 300 metres or so. Very good conditions here for rowing so far today on the Barwon River, particularly for these Year 10 single sculls. Now, first and second here will go through to the semi-finals, and third place to the C final. So it's all about avoiding last position. There is our next repechage lined up too at the, of course, no held start at the 1,000-metre mark. It's a line start from the bank. And they're off now in that second repechage as well. The red boat of St Paul's College, Imogen Ragg from Corowa on the far side. Toorak College, Louise Roach in the centre of the course. And Ariel Vanderpoel from the Crimson Global Academy, a school I must admit I'd not heard of before this weekend, but she's also a rower here, of course, at the Corio Bay Rowing Club, Ariel Vanderpoel. But racing in this event for the Crimson Global Academy. But it'll be first and second to go through from both of these next two races. And it continues to be Emmy Catugno and Yori Wu, the top two here in this first of two events.
So yeah, after you break, if you can take over maybe Harry and Bridge. It's not that scary, by the way. Once you'll be out there, you'll...
Is it the exact same?
Yeah, same.
It won't tip like by
No,
itself?
it won't tip. No. I was up there yesterday and it
So Amy Katugno of MLCQ continues to lead pretty comfortably here in this first repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 single scull, despite some steering issues early in the race. In fact, interesting enough, it's the two scullers who did steer out of their lanes and back into them that sit first and second here, so not always the case. Sometimes the steering issues can cost these athletes a position or two, but doesn't appear to have worked out that way here, and it's a clear lead to the sculler from MLC in Q, who is right across on the stroke side of her lane at the moment. Just needs to avoid any contact with the boys. Furbank clearly still in second place. Yuri Wu again also very close to the edge of her lane and possibly just following the curve of the bank here late in the race. But Emmy Katugno of MLCQ goes across to take the win. She'll go through to the semis this afternoon of the Year 10 Division 1 female school single scull. And that's a commanding win to her ahead of Yuri Wu of Furbank, who will finish in second place. And then Ruby Pope of Gippsland Grammar School sits in third place. She'll qualify for the C final tomorrow in this Year 10 Division 1 event. Bit of a closer second repechage coming down too, with the three scullers looking to fight for two qualifying spots. Double sculls also underway, the Year 10 doubles repechage on the course, but here comes Ruby Pope of Gippsland Grammar School. She'll finish third in race 187 and go through to the C final tomorrow. But for Emmy Katugno and Yuri Wu, they'll race in the semis this afternoon for a spot in the A and B finals of the Year 10 single scull. Here now comes the second repechage. And again, there's been a bit of zigzagging on this northern side at least. I can see the red boat clearly of the red Corora boat, which is that of Imogen Ragg from St Paul's College she's racing for in this event, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. But the race lead back on this northern side is with the local sculler racing here for the Crimson Global Academy. Ariel Vanderpoel leads the race. She is sharing a lane here with Louise Roach of Toorak College, who looks to have drifted a little across off her line from lane 2 originally. But Ariel Vanderpoel sits about 2 lengths clear of both the scullers from St Paul's and Toorak College. It's going to be a good race for second here. And the sculler from the Crimson Global Academy just needs to avoid danger here in the closing strokes as they both come down lane 1 on this side of the course. It looks likely to be Ariel Vanderpoel who will take the win here by about 2 lengths. For second, it's tight with Imogen Ragg and also Louise Roach going at it stroke for stroke here, but it will be Ariel Vanderpoel for the Crimson Global Academy, winning repechage 2 of the Year 10 single scull. Here's the race, but for second place, Roach and Ragg, the two scullers close together. Toorak College will get there. It will be lane 2. Louise Roach of Toorak College just edging out in a tight finish. Imogen Ragg from St Paul's College in lane 3. So Ariel Vanderpoel and Louise Roach qualify for the semis of the Year 10 Division 1 single scull. Imogen Ragg from St Paul's just missing out there in a tight finish in that red boat. She finishes third and goes through to the C final. Now 400 to go now in the first repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 double scull. Toorak College lane 1, Melbourne Girls College lane 2, Hawthorn in lane 3. 2 spots on offer here in the semi-finals. Third place will go to the C final. And there's only about 2 lengths between the field. The leaders with Melbourne Girls College in the centre lane, Ruby Gower and Femi McGregor. And tight for second and third. Hawthorn lane 3, Bridget Tan and Poppy Page, coached by Tristan Kristevsky. And Toorak College lane 1, Asher Scott and Piper Isles, but just dropped off a little in the last couple of 100 metres, that crew from Toorak College in lane 1. And Hawthorn, good go now at Melbourne Girls College too in the closing strokes of the race. They are entered as Hawthorn, but they're rowing in the Got a Barwon on their back, so I'm guessing they're racing for their school in Barwon, these two. And having a good go-to at Melbourne Girls College late in the race. The Barwon combination of Tan and Page moving up alongside Melbourne Girls College, Gower and McGregor. Both will go through as long as they can avoid the boys on the course. Just drifting a bit across is the Melbourne Girls College combination, and Hawthorn / Barwon almost will reel them in late in this race. Both are going to qualify. It'll be tight on the line, but Melbourne Girls College will get up by about a third of a length in the end. So Melbourne Girls College first lane 2, second to the Hawthorn or Barwon combination on lane 3. They're both through to the semis, and Toorak College in third place. Asher Scott and Piper Isles will go into the semi-finals. Into the C-final, I should say, for Toorak College. And the other two will go to the semis, Melbourne Girls College and also Hawthorn. Coming down now, the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 event. Brighton lane 1, Corowa lane 2, Wesley College in 3, and Albert Park College in lane 4. And it's a clear lead to Corowa lane 2. Caitlin Olding and Hannah Waddell in this event, as our Year 10 8s also get moving from the 1,000-metre start. Hopefully a bit more of a gap between the 8s and the doubles than we saw earlier today in the open events, where the open 8s almost caught the single sculls by the finish of their race. But there would be about 500 or so metres between those two at this stage, so no serious issues there. But it is a lead still with Corowa on lane 2. And interesting to race for second, of course, because only 2 crews here can go through to the semis this afternoon. Third and fourth place will race in the C final tomorrow, along with Toorak College from the previous race. So probably just second would be Wesley at this stage, Olivia Skelton and Ava Scurra. And Albert Park College, Fredea Fafandi and Lucia Hamilton, coached by Virginia Lee. And then on this side from Brighton Girls, Zara Fulshire and Pippa Addison, who are narrowly fourth, but only a length or so away from second and a qualifying spot. But it's Wesley at this stage in second. Albert Park College giving them a strong challenge down the far side of the course. And Corowa still sit about 2.5 lengths clear, comfortably in top spot here in race 190. The second repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 female school double scull will certainly go the way of the crew from Corowa. Wesley and Albert Park catch a late crab there, which ends any challenge they may have had on that Wesley crew. And Wesley, in the end, I think they would have got second anyway, but will now do so by just over a length. So Wesley College also through to the semis of the Year 10 Division 1 event. Albert Park College will race into the C final there in third place, and fourth will go to Brighton Girls. They'll also be in that C final alongside Albert Park and Toorak College from the previous of the 2 repechages. But the 8s are approaching rapidly. They've gone underneath the McIntyre Bridge already, looking for just one more spot in each of these reps. So the A final of the Year 10 at Division 1 8, Carey lane 1, Lauriston lane 2, and MLCQ in lane 3. And the race lead does look to be with Lauriston there in the centre of the course. Charlotte Senior, Tilda Burge, Charlie Main, Lily Hayden, Zoe Thomas, Grace Oborn, Arabella Butler, Katie Van Royen, Jackie Zalavsky, and Liam Lovett, the coach of that crew from Lauriston. Just edging out still ahead of Carey in lane 1, Brooke Kafer, Matilda Cronin, Caitlin McIntyre, Ava Thomas, Brodie Barker, Zara Voller, Gemma Gowans, Lara Mercarillo, and Goldie McDiarmid there for Carey. And MLC on the other side, Tilly Ellis, Sophie Anderson, Amelia Shen, Alice Newton, Emily DeBanks, Olivia Apostolou, Meredith Delamata, Senna Fitzgerald, and Scarlett Ramsdale, coached by Steph Gordon. And that's a good race, certainly for second and third, but both sit behind our race leaders from Lauriston. Just one qualifying spot here on offer. And it certainly will go the way of Lauriston. I reckon MLC have come over the top of Carey now for second place as well. But a clear win by over a length in this Year 10 Division 1-8 coming up to the crew from Lauriston Girls as they're about to hit the finish line now. And they go across about a length and a third clear. So Lauriston first. MLCQ will indeed take second spot by about a third of a length ahead then of Carey Grammar. But MLC and Carey will go to the B final. And Lauriston go through to the A final where they will join our heat winners from yesterday in the Year 10 Division 1-8 event. Wesley College beat Lauriston in the first heat yesterday. And the Geelong College qualified from Heat 2 ahead of Caulfield Grammar, who are currently coming down in lane 2 of Repechage 2. And And they would be in front here, the Caulfield Grammar School combination as well. Ava Lee, Grace Moore, Lily Abbott, Annabelle Manley, Chloe Moffat, Matilda Chesnell, Charlotte Neal, Nina Pound, and Emily Eldridge. And they've got probably around a length or so on Geelong Grammar School in second place, as our Year 10 Division 1 quads are also getting underway at the 1,000-metre start. You can see the red there of Ballarat Clarendon in the centre of the course. To a pretty good start to Ballarat Clarendon with Genazzano and St Catherine's either side of them in the frantic early strokes of that race in the Year 10 Division 1 event, with first place on in that race to go through to the semi-finals. But back towards the finish, it is still Caulfield Grammar leading it from Geelong Grammar. They're quite got a boat length lead yet, it would seem, the crew from Caulfield, but maintaining their spot in front. We'll wait and see if Geelong Grammar can mount a late charge here in this Year 10 Division 1 event, but at this stage, Caulfield look to be the qualifying crew from this second repechage of the event. First place through to the A final tomorrow afternoon. Second place will go to the B final a little bit earlier in tomorrow's program. And Geelong Grammar School just getting a bit out of time there in the closing strokes of the race. In fact, one of the girls had to stop rowing entirely there, I think, towards the bow end of the boat. So it will, in the end, be an easy enough win to Caulfield Grammar. About a length and a half will be their margin as they continue on to the A final of the Year 10 Division 1-8. Caulfield Grammar School qualified there in first spot, and second it is Geelong Grammar, who just struggled over the last couple of 100 metres to maintain their timing. They finished second and will get to race in the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 event. On now to the Year 10 Division 1 at Cox Quad Scull. We saw the start of this race from a camera at the 1,000-metre start, and it was Ballarat Clarendon who got away best of all in the early strokes. They sit here in lane 2 of this race. Still a good battle, but with St Catherine's lane 3. Those two have clearly moved away from Genazzano in lane 1. Crew from Ballarat Clarendon: Chloe Bullen, Sinead Houlihan, Olivia Buckland, Alexandra Gilbert, Charlie Ferguson, the coach, John Novak, the coach of that crew. And then it is St Catherine's in 3, Amity Morris, Neil Pete, Carrie Prendergast, Emily Thomas, and Isabel Cow, coached by Alexander Clark. Not much between those two. Maybe St Catherine's, in fact, have snuck their boat just about ahead now of the crew from Ballarat Clarendon. Well clear. Those two then back to Genazzano in 3rd, Ruth Clancy, Alice McGrath, Sienna Lindemann, Tess Ellard, and Verona Semijan. But it's first only through to the semis here. Second will be the C final, 3rd place to the D final. And St Catherine's a very strong finish there from the crew over in lane 3. Who've got about a half length or more, in fact, from Ballarat Clarendon now, who are very quick out of the start but have faded late in the race. It's going to be St Catherine's finishing over the top of the crew from Ballarat Clarendon, and with a strong finish, they'll take over a boat length lead by the time they get to the finish line. So St Catherine's finished very strongly indeed to take out the first repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. St Catherine's first, Ballarat Clarendon second, and Genazzano in 3rd place it will be. So Genazzano to the D final, Ballarat Clarendon to the C final, and St Catherine's will race this afternoon in the semi-finals of the Year 10 Division 1 Coxed Quad. Two crews on the course in the next repechage: Melbourne Girls Grammar School and also Gippsland Grammar. There are in fact 4 repechages here of the Year 10 Division 1 event, so that's why it's the winner of each only going through to the semi-finals. Our first 4 semi-finalists were decided yesterday in the heats. Ballarat Grammar School, Loretto Turak, Wrighton Girls, and also Furbank Grammar were the winners of those 4 heats. Now also joined by St Catherine's in the final 8, and about to be joined, I'd suggest, also by Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 2 Imogen Perrott, Gabrielle Soffra, Grace Perrott, Jemima Ross, and Camilla Rowe. The crew there from Melbourne Girls Grammar, who lead it by about 2 lengths from Gibson Grammar School. Kate Edgar, Tara DeHood, Lily Canfield, Sorel Fraser, and Mia Del Buso. The crew there for Gippsland Grammar. It looks like it will be the C final for them tomorrow. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School remain alive in the hunt for the A final. Of course, the A finals will conclude this regatta tomorrow afternoon over the last couple of hours of racing. So they race for the gold, silver and bronze head of the schoolgirls medals. First A final about 1:45 tomorrow, and the last race just before 4 o'clock. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School may well be in one of those A finals. They've got to race a semi first, but having now won their repechage of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad, 2.5 lengths to the verdict back to Gippsland Grammar in second place. So they'll go through to the C final. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the winners of race 194, the second of 4 repechages in the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Third repechage now of the Year 10 Division 1 event. Toorak College Lane 1, Albert Park College Lane 2, and MLCQ in Lane 3. And it is Albert Park and MLC in a pretty close race here for the one and only qualifying spot. Albert Park in the centre lane, Jocelyn Doig, Ella Strangwood, Coco Jones, Isabel Perkins, and Indigo Brown, coached by Eric Schrader. And MLC Lane 3, Imogen Grant, Zoe Jackal, Chloe Blake, Mateo Brown, and Freya Kuznandar, coached this year by Matt Wilson, who of course had such success at the Wrighton program over the past decade or so, with some very strong quad scull results and about 5 national titles in that time now. Doing the same at MLC, who are certainly finishing the stronger of these 2 crews out in front. And it's MLC who've gone clear by over a length now, it would be, from Albert Park College and also Toorak College there in 3rd place. As they continue on down to the finish line, the crew from MLC will come across in the end and record a pretty comfortable win on Lane 3 by close to 2 lengths it will be on the finish line. So MLC first, they're through to the semis of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. Albert Park College in 2nd place, and then Toorak College Lane 1 will finish in 3rd. So Toorak College will go to the D final tomorrow. Albert Park College the C final, and MLCQ will make their way through to the semis this afternoon of the Year 10 Division 1 event in the Quad Scull. Here's the 4th repechage now, the 4th and final repechage of the Year 10 Division 1, the Quad Scull, with Loretto Ballarat leading here in the centre lane from Melbourne Girls College and also Strathcona. The crew from Loretto, Neve Griffiths, Matilda Kavanagh, Olive Lanyon, Abby Kinnersley and Eliza Dodd. Leading this by just a bit over a length from Melbourne Girls College Lane 1, Matilda Wright, Romy Hallatroth, Zena Abbas, Eleanor Schuler and Ava Artavilla. And then Strathcona in Lane 3, Karis Jackson, Emma Nettleton, Sadie Schlicht, Bella Mazzai and Eliza Blue. for one more spot here in the semis of the Year 10 Division 1 quad. And it looks almost certain to go the way of Loretto College from Ballarat. 2 lengths clear of Melbourne Girls College, and also the Coral and Blue. I'm assured that it is Oliver Strathcona in 3rd spot here, but the win will go to the yellow and blue of Loretto College from Ballarat. Lane 2 takes the win on race 196. Melbourne Girls College will hold on for 2nd spot. They'll qualify for the C final. And then Strathcona will finish 3rd, and they will go to the D final of the Year 10 Division 1 quad. So a good win there to the crew from Loretto College in Ballarat. Here come the 8s now. The Year 10 Division 2 Cox 8 3 boats on the course here in the first of 2 repêchages. Geelong Grammar Lane 1, Carey in 2, and Shelford in Lane 3. 1st and 2nd to the semi-finals here. 3rd place will go to the C final, so plenty to race for in 2nd spot too. But Carey look to be comfortably clear here. Kira Brown, Ruby McCandlish, Indy Kenny, Chloe Coleman, Tilly Kotzman, Carolyn McMillan, Isabel Zurab, Alice Wilcox, and Holly Bucknell, the leading crew. We're linked and a half or so clear of Geelong Grammar in 2nd place. That's Sylvie Perrin, Chloe Sangster, Lara Kalliasix, Abigail Rigney, Sophie Steer, Tess Shanahan, Kresha Jaswal, Aisha Jaswal, and Michelle Law. So here comes Carey Grammar, still leading it by about 2 lengths now from Geelong Grammar School in 2nd place. Shelford Girls Grammar, the far side, sitting in 3rd place, but there are Clearwater gap between them and Geelong Grammar. So the position's unlikely to change here with Carey comfortably clear. 1st and 2nd will go through to this afternoon's semi-finals of the Year 10 Division 2 at Cox 8, and it'll be Carey in 1st place, and Geelong Grammar School will finish in 2nd in race 197, and then our C finalists will be Shelford Girls Grammar School over on lane 3. Race 198 coming down now is the 2nd repêchage of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 8 MLCQ in lane 1, Caulfield Grammar School in 2, Geelong College in 3, and Geelong Grammar in 4. The Division 4-8 it is actually from Geelong Grammar, with a number of crews in this Year 10 Division 2 event. They'll be back in 4th place at this stage, I would think. Geelong Grammar School on the far side. It's MLCQ on the northern bank. Also Geelong College lane 3, battling out for 2nd and 3rd, along with Caulfield Grammar School there in lane 2 as well. The race lead is with that crew from MLC from Q on the northern side of the course. Year 10 Division 2 combination: Rosie Shannon McDonald, Tiffany Spencer, Pippa Hawker, Charlotte Wallace, Isolde Redston, Olivia Abbott, Marla Vanderslies, Isabel Yao, and Stephanie Newen. And then the race for 2nd place, which is important, with 2 crews to go through here to the semi-finals. Looks to be Geelong College at this stage. Zara Lacurja, Madeline Jarman, Clementine Tyrrell, Isabel Goodkins, Charlie Keenan, Anna Beach, May Welsh, Lydia Biskin and Nellie Watts, coached by Robert Cavance. The Geelong College combination just narrowly ahead of Caulfield Grammar School. Julian Petitpierre, Rosie White, Alexandra Topchian, Kiara Spanos, Lily Jean Glenn, Grace Ag, Madison Fall, Lola Karasov and Zara Appel in the boat there for Caulfield Grammar School, who need to move quickly if they're to get back up on terms with the top two crews and into a qualifying spot for the semi-finals this afternoon. Otherwise, it will be tomorrow's C final for them, along it would seem with Geelong Grammar School over in lane 4. But the MLC combination continues to lead and leads by still over a length from the Geelong College. They're in the dark green colours towards the far southern side of the course, but MLC it still is leading it from Geelong College, who are making up some ground late in this race, but they'll both go through, in any case, into the semis this afternoon. So MLC Q Lane 1 will finish in first place. Second will go to the Geelong College, about a length between those two crews. So lane 1 from lane 3 and then back a length and a half to Caulfield Grammar School. They'll finish third, and then fourth place will be Geelong Grammar over on lane 4. Four repêchages now, the Year 10 Division 2 Quad Scull. Furbank Grammar and PLC Melbourne, the two crews now on the course, and it's Furbank leading pretty comfortably from PLC. Furbank are Abigail Bly, Sophie Penfold, Charlotte Elston, Tilly Shenfield and Jessica Collins. And for PLC, Halima Chowdhury, Yadi Wang, Jennifer Sun, Juliet Spencer and Yolande G. The crew there towards the far side of the course. But first, only we'll go through to the quarterfinals here. So another event with big fields here, the Year 10 Division 2 event. Our last four quarterfinalists will be determined over these next four races, along with our heat winners from yesterday. And Furbank Grammar School certainly looks set to take out one of those qualifying spots, one of those four remaining qualifying spots in this two-boat race, along with PLC Melbourne. Both crews now underneath the Harrison Bridge into the final 100 metres of the course, at least for our race leaders from Furbank. A few more strokes to go for them now to confirm their spot. The quarterfinals will be held this afternoon for the Year 10 Division 2 quads, and then the semis tomorrow morning. So plenty of racing still ahead of these crews after 199 races so far this regatta, and race 199 is won by the crew from Furbank Grammar ahead of PLC Melbourne. Our 200th race is on the course, and for this auspicious occasion, I'll get out of the way and allow Lynn Charge to come in and take over the commentary.
Oh, thank you, Richard. Were you here yesterday? Were you working out yesterday? Yes, you were. Yeah, good on you. I wasn't. I was taking the day off. But race 200, Female School Cox Quad Scull, Year 10 Division 2. Lane 1, Gippsland Grammar. Lane 2, Cardinia International. Lane 3, St Catherine's. So at the moment, it looks to be lane 3, St Catherine's, Poppy Cashmore, Lucy Kennedy, Isabel Peter, Alex Oman, Isabel Wang, coached by Laura Pratt, just in the lead over lane 1, Gippsland Grammar, Emma Kewish, McAnee Brindley, Bonnie Johnson, Anna Taylor and Grace Millington. And in lane 2, the middle one is just a little way behind, Grace O'D, Claire Jamison, Molly Callahan, Ava Lyons, Emma Cartland. So these 3 crews going through now, and it is very clearly St Catherine's in lane 3 with a very good lead over Gippsland Grammar in lane 1 and Cardinia in lane 2. Cardinia has now made a bit of a move, so they're now catching up a little bit to Gippsland Grammar. St Catherine's still easily in the lead. So the first will go through to the quarter-final, and the others, the last will go to the E-final and the others to the D-final. So now it's, as we're coming into the last couple of metres of this race, St Catherine's have a very tight hold on this race. Cardinia and Gippsland battling it out, but it will be St Catherine's coming through for the win. They will be going through into the quarter-final. And Cardinia haven't been able to catch Gippsland Grammar. So Gippsland Grammar in second place to the D-final and Cardinia to the E-final. So these girls rowing very nicely as they're coming along, keeping a very straight line. The Cox is doing a terrific job there, making sure everybody is straight and in line. But now that race is finished, we look down to race 201. Now, this is the 3rd repechage, and there's only 2 boats in this. Genazzano with Chloe Patmore, Tilly Lawrence, Sadie James, Chloe Sekis, Eliza Dempsey, and Loretto Ballarat, Lila Malloy, Avery Clark, Eve Watson, Mia Woodburn, and Kate Hudson. And these two, Genazzano and Loretto Ballarat, having a very nice side-by-side race there. It will be interesting to see in the end who can actually get ahead. So they're both very close together now, these two. The first into the quarter-final and the last into the E-final. So there's a lot to be done here. If Loretto Ballarat, with about half a boat length on Genazzano at the moment. Genazzano making a bit of a move now. Genazzano really pushing through. Loretto Ballarat have had a look across and thought, what can we do now to just get those girls? But Genazzano now in lane 2 have now perhaps a boat length ahead of Loretto Ballarat. So this is the 3rd repechage of the Year 10 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. And on the screen you can see the start of race 202. But we're still looking now as we're coming into the closing stages of race 201 with Genazzano about a boat length now in front of Loretto Ballarat. So it will be Genazzano in lane 2 in first position and Loretto Ballarat a boat length behind, who will go into the E-final and Genazzano into the quarter-final. And those girls are exceptionally happy. They've done the work. Please don't lie down in the boats. Thank you for sitting up. That's great. And we've got the 4th repechage will be coming down very, very shortly. This is all 1,000-metre racing. So we've had 1,500-metre racing and 1,000-metre racing is on now. And probably after the break, we will go back to the 1,500s. But we're having a really good day here. The boat race officials are doing everything they can to keep this regatta on time. Doing a great job there. The spectators enjoying the beautiful weather that Geelong has turned on, much better than last weekend. Very nice weather and really well set up by Rowing Victoria to make this fantastic regatta go ahead and present itself in the best possible light. The 40th anniversary of Head of Schoolgirls Regatta. Race 202. This is the 4th repechage, the first to the quarter-final, the last to the E-final, and the other one to the D-final. And looking down the course, Ballarat Clarendon with Zara Ambrose, Ashley Moffat, Tess Geljohn, Sophie Cardoso, and Sienna Ward in lane 3, and being challenged for first place by Wrighton in lane 1, Mia Hoyle, Bridget Luzis, Anna Turong, Zara Grogan and Zoe Higgins. And a fair way back, Toorak College with Audrey Millen-Sigley, Zara Jolly, Jade Victory, Lola Graham and Sophia Lyle. And now it's Brighton have just now taken a bit of a lead over Ballarat Clarendon as they're coming into the shadows of the bridge. It is Brighton now just ahead. Ballarat Clarendon have still got time to actually take the lead from Ballarat Clarendon. Toorak College appear to be out of it now, but you just can never be sure until everyone crosses the finish line exactly how the placings will be. Brighton girls in their lovely yellow with the big R on their back. Now they're about a length in front of Ballarat Clarendon. So it looks as though it will be Brighton, Genazzano, St Catherine's and Furbank going into the quarterfinal. But as they come into out of the shadows of the bridge, Brighton doing a great job. Their cocks there encouraging them down the course. Ballarat Clarendon not far behind, about a length and a half, and Toorak College. Toorak College will be going into the E final, and Brighton will be going into the quarterfinal, and Ballarat Clarendon into the D final. So well done to Brighton coming in first in the fourth repechage of the female school Cox Quad Skull Year 10 Division 2. Ballarat Clarendon just clearing the finish line now, and Toorak College coming on down. Toorak College still training down at the National Water Sports Centre down at Carrum. They've got a very good training course there with 2,000 metres of straight course, nothing like the Yarra where some of these schools train. The Toorak College girls don't have to worry about bridges or bends. And now that they've crossed the finish line, that will complete the Year 10 Division 2 Cox Quad Skull and our quarterfinalists, Brighton, Genazzano, St Catherine's and Furbank Grammar. So Year 10 Division 3 is on the course. Genazzano a little way back in lane 1 with Sierra McKinnon, April Bogdanovich, Alice Courtney, Bailey Riddle and Julianne Moore. But in the lead, Furbank Grammar, Isabel Mitchell, Catherine Bloomfield, Zara Fife, Daisy Harridge and Caitlin Barwood. Brighton coming in second, Freddie Phillips, Ruby Jansen, April Khan, Lulu Spinks and Abby Grogan. But it is Furbank Grammar coming in this Year 10 Division 3, going through to the first quarterfinal. They've got a very firm lead of about 3 lengths now over the Brighton girls in lane 2. A very comfortable win there for Furbank Grammar, and Brighton coming in second place there, and Genazzano in third. So in this third division, again, the first to the quarterfinal, the third and to the E final, and second will go to the D final. So that is the first repechage. There are 4 repecharges in this Year 10 Division 3. So a very well supported event, the Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad Skull at Head of Schoolgirls. So that was race 203 for those of you that have got your program, waiting to see exactly when your daughter is going to be rowing. That race 203 at 10 o'clock. It was the start time and it is now 10:03, so our boat race officials keeping this regatta moving, and that's also aided by the coaches of these students, getting them on the river and getting them up to the start line in plenty of time. If our coaches weren't doing such a fantastic job and crews weren't getting up there, that's when things start getting behind. So well done to all the organisation, whether it's Rowing Victoria, City of Geelong, the coaches, the schools, for getting this regatta organised and such a fantastic event. Race 204, the second repechage, Ballarat Clarendon, Toorak College and Lauriston Girls. And now it is just the Lauriston Girls with just their nose in front. That's Amelia DeLacy, Chloe Wenzel, Sophie Newitt, Catherine Cassab and Sophie Day. Just a little bit ahead now of Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1, Olivia Higginbotham, Caitlin Dent, Orvi Sanaparadi, Ruby McAuliffe and Anna Sun. And in third place, Toorak College, but not very far behind, Lucy Maggio, Chiara Nash, Henrietta Love, Talia Rao and Lucy Hale. Ballarat Clarendon now about a boat length in front of Lauriston Girls, who are only half a boat length in front of Toorak College. So Toorak College have really got the opportunity now to get into second place, to move into second place. It will be interesting to see, did Lauriston go out too hard at the start, and will they just fall away? But Loretto and Lauriston and Ballarat Clarendon about 2 lengths now ahead of Lauriston and Toorak College. Ballarat Clarendon doing a lovely job there. The coxes keeping everyone straight and on course. Wonderful to have coxes. You noticed in the single sculls some of the girls had trouble staying straight, but when you've got a cox there steering you down and encouraging the rowers, that's when you start really, the rowers can really just put in everything. But Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1, Olivia, Caitlin, Orvi and Ruby, coached by Lachlan Matheson, now a length and a half in front of Lauriston, Amelia, Chloe, Sophie, Catherine, Sophie, coached by Alexandra Hutchinson. They will go through, Ballarat Clarendon will go through to the quarterfinal. Lauriston will go into the D final and Toorak College into the E final. Well done. That was the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 3. So 7 divisions in this Year 10 Coxed Quad Skull. So a lot of the schools making sure that their Year 10s are getting a lot of race practice, and as they move up into Year 11 and 12, they'll know exactly what is needed then to do the training and to effectively race. But race 205, this is the third repechage with Lowther Hall in lane 1, St Catherine's in lane 2 and Albert Park College in lane 3. Albert Park College training on Albert Park Lake. They've probably been pushed off the lake by now and having trouble training now that they're getting the Grand Prix organised down there. So Virginia Lee, who's the coach and the organiser of the Albert Park College rowing program, will have done a lot of preparation with these girls, getting them up and ready for this event. So Albert Park College now just tailing behind St Catherine's. Sam Platt Violet Stevens, Ava Murray, Eve Plummer and Sophia Sinclair. But Albert Park College in lane 3, Ali Newen, Jane Zorbas, Georgina Kamelin, Julie Kwiatkowski and Adeline Tan, coached by Virginia Lee. Going neck and neck with them, lane 1, Lowther Hall, Greta Ball, Amelia Fox, Poppy Smith, Eleanor Duggan and Sophia Storash a little way behind. But Albert Park College now have taken the clear lead over St Catherine's. So they're about a boat length in front as we come into the shadow of the bridge now. St Catherine's now just taking a bit of time away from Albert Park College. Albert Park College keeping very controlled and strong. St Catherine's making a little bit of a move now. Lowther Hall has also moved up now on St Catherine's. So there is a bit of a progression going on. Albert Park College, St Catherine's and Lowther. I think St Catherine's are going to run out of river before they can catch Albert Park College. So Virginia Lee will be very excited to see these girls in their Division 3 Year 10 going into the quarter-final. So Albert Park College just with the last 10 metres to go. Albert Park College going through to win the third repechage, followed by St Catherine's in second place and Lowther Hall in third place. If the schools haven't already collected their regatta packs, they're ready to be collected. Don't forget all our vendors have a, as you're watching this exciting racing, have a good look around, see where the vendors are and all the fantastic food that's available. On the screen you can see Haileybury and Sacred Heart. That's race 206. Sacred Heart about 3/4 of a boat length behind Haileybury. Haileybury with Eliza Kelly, Ashley Hamill, Alice Cockram, Holly Brycekeski and Shiana Aylen. Now, and with Sacred Heart, Scarlett Mappelson, Lola Thomas, Emma Sexton, Ella Robinson and Eden Smith. Haileybury just now in front, but there's still a long way of this race to go. The repechage 4 of Division 3, Year 10, Coxed Quad Scull. So we're doing some really good racing here. Sacred Heart and Haileybury at the moment going stroke for stroke. Haileybury just with their nose in front at the moment. Sacred Heart really making a move. So they're really pushing through. So Haileybury and Sacred Heart. The Coxes will have had a good look across now. It's very close racing. This is probably one of the closest races that I've seen today. Sacred Heart now just have to hold their nerve and keep long and strong. Haileybury just pushing away a little bit. The Coxes will have urged each other. So Sacred Heart now is moving up on Haileybury. Haileybury now having a good look across, so everyone just stares straight ahead. Sacred Heart really making a move now, really pushing hard with those legs, and they are moving up on Haileybury. Haileybury just flailing a little bit, but Haileybury now, they're holding on. There's only a half a boat length ahead of them now. Haileybury just even a 1/4 of a boat length ahead of Sacred Heart. It's going to be a very close finish. It's lucky we've got the photo finish going, but it is just Haileybury by a 1/4 of a boat length in front of Sacred Heart. Those girls did some wonderful rowing there. Please, girls, sit up in the boat. Well done for all of that. That was very good racing. So it will be Haileybury going through into the quarterfinal and Sacred Heart into the E-final.
Just a reminder, everyone, too, that the regatta shop is in attendance at this weekend's Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. They're in a new location this year behind the spectator tents, but for those who heard the rumour that the regatta shop was only available online this year, I can assure you they are here in person and ready to do business right throughout the regatta. So you'll find the regatta shop in the big white marquee at the rear of the spectator tents. There are lots of pre-orders still awaiting collection, and a large range also of official 40th anniversary Head of the Schoolgirls merchandise available for purchase. So please head along to the regatta shop in the large white marquee on the northern bank, just behind all of the spectator tents. And a reminder too to all parents to please keep away from the boat park area. The boat park is reserved just for athletes and their coaches. So we ask all parents to respect the sanctity of that area and please stay in the spectator zones and leave the boat park area for the athletes and the coaches.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. So, rounding out Division 3, going into the quarterfinal, Ballarat Clarendon, Albert Park College, Haileybury and Furbank Grammar. But as we look down the course now, this is Division 4, only the two boats coming down, which is Melbourne Girls College and Furbank Grammar. Furbank Grammar about a boat length ahead with Hope Watson-Hook, Charlie Robertson, Priscilla Benyon, Beatrix Scott and Hannah Portage. And Melbourne Girls College, Audrey Farina, Abigail Grigg, Madison Bushney, Mimi Kirshner-Rutan and Georgina Cartus. And Furbank now just half a boat length in front of Melbourne Girls College. So very close racing. Again, the last race was very close. This one I don't think will be quite so close, but it is very good side-by-side racing here today with Furbank Grammar just coming through for the win. It is very close, about half a boat length, and Furbank Grammar now just increasing that. It will, at the finish, be 3/4 of a boat length to Haileybury and second Melbourne Girls College. Division 4, Repechage 2 coming into the finish line now. Strathcona, Bella Puka, Olivia Collette, Ruby Gibson, Jasmine May and Leah Liao. very clearly ahead of Shelford Grammar, Jemima Bristow, Millie Van Dort, Bronte Fisher, Sophie McPherson and Olivia McPherson. And this is the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 4. But that's Strathcona going through very clearly in first place. And please don't lie down in the boat. Please don't lie down in the boat. Well done to Strathcona and Shelford Girls Grammar in the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 4. Repechage 3 on the course, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Isabel Thompson, Isabel Gorman, Eliza Meredith Smith and Coco Taylor, Cox by Yen Lei in the lead now in lane 2 over Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1, Georgia Croft, Hilary Lotes, Zia Smith, Harrison Beardmore and Eliza Dent, and in lane 3, Genizano, Ava Parker, Scarlett Cargill, Zali Kenaway, Verity Horrigan and Kate Ferrigno. But lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, taking it easy now. They've seen that they have got the win here in the third repechage, so they can take their foot off the pedal now and just cruise down. Places aren't determined by time, they're determined by place. Genizano and Ballarat Clarendon fighting it out. Now this is going to be a very close finish because the first goes into the semi-final, second goes into the C and third into the D, and it's really going to be a tight finish, but it is now just Ballarat Clarendon who just pip out there. Genizano for third place. So it will be Melbourne Girls Grammar going into the semi-final, Ballarat Clarendon into the C final, and Genizano into the D final. Now that was race 209. Race 210 now coming down. Footscray High School, Loretto Ballarat and Lauriston Girls. And in lane 2, Loretto Ballarat with Lily Bennett, Jemima Noble, Marley Constable, Zali Brudenhall and Summer Martin. A clear lead now over Lauriston, Amelia Fortney, Isabella Park, Sophie Murchie, Luna Sgrego and Emily Gow. And in lane 1, Footscray High School, Layla Carudis, Charlotte Mack, Charlotte Philpotts, Molly Strawn and Sylvie Ward, coached by Jonathan Sargent. And Loretto Ballarat with their bright yellow in the centre lane now, well ahead of the other two, but Footscray High School and Lauriston are going to be battling it out. First to semi-final, second to the C final, third to the D final. So it is a very tight battle there for second and third place, but clearly Loretto Ballarat in the centre is going to be going through into the semi-final. So this is the fourth repechage. Congratulations to Loretto Ballarat, but as we look down who's going into the C and the D final, it will be very close here. This is going to be a very close race. It looks like it will be Footscray High School, but you can't be sure, but I think I would call Footscray High School and Lauriston Girls. So going into the semi-final of the female school Cox Quad Skull Year 10 Division 4 is Furbank Grammar, Strathcona, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Loretto Ballarat. So a very good spread of schools going into the semi-final of the Cox Quad Skull Year 10 Division 4. And we now move on to Division 5. We have 2 repechage in Division 5 of Year 10. So with this 2 repechage, the first 2 will go through to the semi-final and the other rowers will go through into the C final. So this is 211 Ballarat Clarendon, Ada Roman, Sienna Scalara, Taylor McGill, Isabel Long, Eleanor Brusek, coached by Alice Svensson O'Shea. They're a fair way back from Furbank Grammar, Olivia Gillett, Stella Kemp, Olivia Marino, Iris Lee and Dana Lee. And Strathcona now challenging Furbank for the lead is Zari Langlands, Bella Chen, Abigail Morris, Alice Howard and Eloise Allen. And Lauriston a fair way back there with Lucy Bond, Sienna Williams, Estelle Hallahan, Chloe Lawton and Shira Barron. The first 2 going through to the semi-final, and it will then, it looks very clearly to be Furbank Grammar and Strathcona. The Ballarat Clarendon and Lauriston going into the C final. But now it is for line honours, and it looks like Furbank really going to be pushing through to get line honours over Strathcona in their coral outfits. So Furbank in yellow going through first, Strathcona into second place, with the Coxes there urging them on. This is the first repechage of Division 5, Year 10. Well done to Furbank and Strathcona. And coming in third will be Lauriston Girls in lane 4 and Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1 will round out the field in race 211, repechage 1 of the Year 10 Division 5. So repechage 2, race 212, Loretto Ballarat, Geelong College, St Catherine's and Wesley College. And it is Wesley College in lane 4, just ahead, which is Audrey Pinnan, Madison Budlinder, Eden Paradisi, Chloe Wilson and Yolanda Way. Just now ahead, but the other three crews, St Catherine's, Geelong College and Loretto Ballarat, very close there. Looking down now, it is lane 2, Geelong College, Caitlin Russell, Coco Young, Maeve Cornford, Amelia Azzopardi, Abby Bates, coached by Tanya Sutherland. Just now leading Loretto Ballarat, Evie Ronnie, Chloe Duffy, Ella Blake, Molly Williams and Daisy Donovan Clancy. And St Catherine's in 4th place at the moment, Ria Valuri, Rachel Wasson, Isabella Suter, Lexi Hill and Isabel Cow. But in lane 4, it is the Wesley College crew of Audrey, Madison, Eden, Chloe and Yolande. Now about a length and a half ahead of Geelong College, Caitlin, Coco, Maeve, Amelia and Abby. So the first two to the semi-final. And now Loretto Ballarat now challenging Geelong College for second place. Loretto Ballarat have made a big move now. Geelong College still about a length ahead. We've still got 15 metres to go. Wesley College in a comfortable lead there, but Geelong College and Ballarat, Loretto Ballarat really fighting it out for second place. St Catherine's will be finishing in 4th, but it is Wesley College going through, and we will wait to see who will be second. Will it be Loretto Ballarat or Geelong College? This is Division 5 of Year 10, and Geelong College into second place, Loretto Ballarat in 3rd, and St Catherine's in 4th. Really good racing there. So going into the semi-final for the Year 10 Division 5, Cox Quad Skull is Furbank Grammar, Strathcona, Wesley College and Geelong College. And we move now to Division 6 of the Year 10 Cox Quad Skull. And there are 3 boats in this repechage. 2 repechage for the Year 10 Division 6. Ballarat Clarendon, Harmamananprit Gill and Tara Gray, Ashley Sudoltz, Sophia Tedros and Neve Harrison, coached by Belinda Bilney, and MLCQ, Harriet Roy, Amelia Martin, Clem O'Brien, Angelina Andropopoulos and Emma Brunt, and Ballarat Grammar, Elise Mason, Emmy Mises, Stella Kwan, Chloe Della and Annabelle Pincott, coached by Anthony McKnight. And at the moment, MLC in lane 2 and Ballarat Grammar in lane 3. Ballarat Grammar just with their nose in front of MLC. A little way back, Ballarat Clarendon. But Ballarat Grammar now are just taking some time off MLCQ. MLCQ has still got 150 metres to go. So they're not out of the race, and MLCQ I think have just taken a bit of a push there, but Ballarat Grammar have seen that push and they're responding to that push, moving forward now very nicely, but a very close race here between Ballarat Grammar and MLCQ. Ballarat Clarendon looks like at the moment in 3rd place. So the first will go through to the A final. So this is the repechage, first repechage, Year 10 Division 6, Ballarat Grammar and MLCQ, only about 3/4 of a boat length between the two of them as they're coming up into the last 10 metres. Ballarat Grammar and MLCQ, very close racing here. Ballarat Grammar, MLC are just going to run out of water there, but it is then Ballarat Grammar in lane 3 coming in first place, MLCQ in second place and Ballarat Clarendon in 3rd place. And that was the first repechage, and Ballarat Grammar will go into the A final. In the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 6, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Sophie Jamison, Amelia Crawford, Freya Pangborn and Emerson Tankard, with Lily Roberts coxing well ahead of the Lauriston girls, Claudia Young, Ava Ward, Yunfei May, Livia Schmuck Eterovic and Harriet Butler. First, and it looks like it will be Melbourne Girls Grammar, will go into the A final. So this is the second repechage of the Year 10 Division 6. Melbourne Girls Grammar will be joining Ballarat Grammar into the A final. Of the Year 10 Division 6 Female School Coxed Quad Scull. And this coming down the course now, Year 10, Division 7, Repechage 1. First and second will go through to the final. MLCQ in lane 1, Lucy Lamb, Adora Fan, Michelle Zhang, Talia Walker and Lily Brown, a little way off the pace of the two Strathcona crews, Maddie Pascoe, Isabel Christian, Pearl Dryberg, Lara Sticker and Joey Ricks in lane 2, and in lane 3, Claire Day, Julia Stephanotis, Jasmine Lidder, Abigail Emerson and Amelia McCronan. The two Strathcona crews in Division 7 of the Year 10. So I'm sure that each one of these Strathcona crews wants to come in first, but they've obviously been training together and it looks like their boat speed is very much the same. So it will depend on who can hold their nerve out of these crews. In lane 3, Strathcona with Abigail Adamson, or lane 2, Strathcona with Lara Sticker. So very close racing there. MLCQ is out of the race at the moment. The first two will go through into the final. It does look to be lane 3, half a boat length now ahead of Strathcona in lane 2. And in third place, MLCQ. And after MLCQ finish, we will then move on to the single scull Year 9 Division 1. And the crowd is getting very excited now as we see the female single scull Year 9 Division 1 coming into the shadows of the bridge. In lane 2, Footscray High, Asta White, and in lane 3, Sacred Heart, Ayla Addersvere. And Footscray High School with a good lead now over the Sacred Heart rower. The first, we've got 4 repechage, and the first will go through to the quarterfinal, and second will go through to the D final. But Footscray High School, Asta White, doing a very good job there, coming in first place over the Sacred Heart rower, Ayla Addersvere. So, repechage 2, Wesley College, Shanti G, and PLC Sanyaya Dabash. And it is Wesley College in lane 2, well ahead of the PLC rower Sanyaya Dabash. So Shanti G and looks to be in a clear lead, but she's having a bit of trouble with her steering. This is where it is very hard in a single scull to really keep your line. And these Year 9 girls, not terribly experienced. It's a long way for them to row. The PLC rower now just going a little bit crooked. She's going off her line as well, but it's not going to interfere with the Wesley College girl. So Sanyaya is now correcting her course. Shantigi is changed lanes, but it doesn't matter. She was clearly in the lead. So Wesley College, Shanti Lane going through into the quarterfinal, with PLC Melbourne, Sanyaya Dabash doing a great job there, but she will go into the D final. And she needs to just straighten her course. Have a look. PLC, have a look. Check your course. Very tricky course for these single scullers if they're not looking down and following the buoy lines. The next 2 boats, Geelong College, Catherine Westacott, coached by Duncan Ashby, and Clonard Adelaide Shields, coached by Jan Keats and Brooke Parsons. And I'd just like to say welcome to Jan Keats. In repechage 3, Geelong College and Clonard, Catherine Westacott and Adeline Shields. The Clonard rower has just taken the long way home, moved out of lane 3 into lane 4. She's coming back now and keeping out of the transit lane. She looks to be just ahead now of Geelong College. So Adeline and Catherine here fighting it out, and Clonard, Adeline doing a great job there. Geelong College, Catherine a little way behind. Anything can happen. We'll wait to see as they come under the bridge. We'll wait to see exactly what the placings are. But Clonard does look to be joining Wesley College and Footscray High School into the quarterfinal. But we do need to make sure these single scullers stay out of the transit lane and don't collide with any of the boats that are heading up to the start. So in the closing stages of race 218, repechage 3, Clonard, Adeline Shields, a very good win there over the Geelong College seconds, Catherine Westacott. Good job. Iona College and Shelford Girls in this fourth repechage of the Year 9 Division 1. Gabrielle Georgianovic, coached by Jan Keats and Brooke Parsons, in lane 2, and Shelford Girls Grammar, Audrey Lucas. And it is the Iona College Geelong girl who I think is rowing in the Barwon Rowing Club colours. This is a head of schoolgirls, not clubs, so all the girls here, whilst they may train with a club, have to row for a school. Not every school has a rowing program, and the clubs then accommodate these girls who want to row, but at this regatta they have to put their school down. So Iona College, Geelong, Gabrielle, now coached by Jan and Brooke in the lead over Shelford Girls Grammar, Audrey Lucas. So Jan and Brooke would be very happy with the way Gabrielle there has rowed a straight course down the river. It is her home river, so she knows it very well. She knows all the markers and how far it is to the finish line, so she'll be able to time her finish very, very well. So Gabrielle coming in first for Iona College Geelong, and Audrey from Shelford Girls Grammar will come in second. That will round out our Year 9 Division 1 female single sculls. Going through to the quarterfinal, Footscray High School, Wesley College, Clonard and Iona. So well done to all of those girls. It's a long way in a boat by yourself. So well done to all these Year 9s, perhaps their first year rowing, and they're competing at the 40th anniversary of Head of the Schoolgirls, and that's a race that they will remember for the rest of their lives. Race 220, female school double scull, Year 9 Division 1. The first in these repechage will go to the A final and the rest to the B final. And in Toorak College, on my program, very interesting combination of Hero Caligaris and Hero Caligaris. Now, I'm not too sure how this one person is rowing in 2 seats in the boat. So, very interesting work there. But that's in lane 1. Lane 2, Corowa with Olive Vigaru and Ciara Houghton. And in lane 3, Sacred Heart, Riley Daly and Gemma Crook. It is the lane 3 Sacred Heart combination now with about a boat length over Corowa and Toorak College a little way behind. And there are 2 repechage in this Year 9 double scull Division 1. 2 repechage. The first will go through to the final and the rest to the B final. Sacred Heart, Riley and Gemma still in the lead now over Corowa, Olive and Saria, and Toorak College, Hero and Hero, just a little way back in 3rd position. So a few steering problems there for Corowa, moving lanes. So they'll be having a bit of a look now to see if they can correct their lane. They've just now starting to put a little bit of stroke side pressure on. And at the same time, Toorak College have a bit of a wander around the lanes as well. It's not going to affect the outcome of this race because it is Sacred Heart well in the lead now of the other 2 boats. Sacred Heart look to be now going through into the final. Again, this is their home course, so they know where they're going. Corowa and Toorak, not their home course, so they've got a little bit of disadvantage there, but they've handled it very well. Corowa will be looking at Toorak coming at them, but it is Sacred Heart, Riley Daly and Gemma Crook going through into the A final. Corowa and Toorak College into the B final. Race 221, Cardinia College, Bonnie Lawson and Mietta Hegney, coached by Jan Keats, now in the lead over Melbourne Girls Grammar, Kazia Sandow and Harriet Tier, and Footscray High School, May Sylvester and Lily Wyncote. But the Cardinia International College, and I think they will be in the Barwon colours as well, now have a very good lead over the other 2 boats, Footscray High School and Melbourne Girls Grammar. So Cardinia College, and they've just had a little bit of a mishap there. Let's see if they can compose themselves. But they are in the Cardinia International College colours. Little bit of a catch there on one of the boys there, which has given Melbourne Girls Grammar just the opportunity. But it is going to be Cardinia after that recovered well. Bonnie and Mieta into first place. Melbourne Girls Grammar, Cassia and Harriet into second place, and Footscray High School, May and Lilia into third place. And with Footscray High School crossing the finish line, it rounds out the female school double scull Year 9 Division 1 and second repechage. So going through into the A final, Cardinia International College and Sacred Heart. They will be joining the other crews from yesterday in the A final. On the course now, race 222. If I was a bingo caller, that would be interesting. Female school Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 1. So very complex progression here. The first into the quarterfinal, the last into the E final, and second into the D final. Very close racing between Melbourne Girls College, Zara McIntosh, Phoebe Downey, Eva Thumberger, Bray Norton and Kira Bexo, and St Catherine's, Belle Percival-Tyne, Mirabelle Thompson, Claudia Driver, Grace Mitsaki and Anna Shears, coached by Alexander Clark. Very close there. Fintona, Angona Nilagasar, Mia Hay, Delagasat, and Yahara Wimbalasari and Aisha Ahmed just a little way behind, but very close racing here between St Catherine's and Melbourne Girls College. Melbourne Girls College just have a quarter of a boat lead. If it was an old boat, you'd say a canvas, but St Catherine's is moving up on them, and with every stroke, St Catherine's is moving up, taking a little bit of water off Melbourne Girls College. I think they're going to run out of river, but it is Melbourne Girls College now just ahead, just very closely ahead of St Catherine's. A very close finish there for those two crews, and Fintona just a little way behind. But it is the first, which will be Melbourne Girls College, into the quarterfinal. That will be raced later on. Well done to those crews. On the course now is the Year 9 Division 1. This is the second repechage of 4 in this Year 9 Division 1. Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1. Ruby Pearce, Estelle Freeman, Winter Watson, Millie Mason, Ruby Brizzy, coached by Emily Bathurst, is a little way off the pace of Loretto Ballarat, which is leading now with Lucy Barlow, Jess Charlson, Audrey Malloy, Leila McTighe and Grace Barr, and Geelong College with Darcy Haynes, Phoebe Whitehead, Lucinda Vorth, Quinn Nadrap-Dor and Alice Garland, coached by Anita Whitehouse. But the yellow colours of Loretto Ballarat will go, if they win, they will go into the quarterfinal. Ballarat and Clarendon and Geelong College, they're just getting, Geelong College just getting their nose ahead of Ballarat Clarendon now. But Loretto Ballarat, these girls would have had some training on the Ballarat course and would know how to row a straight line. They've got their coxes there that will be urging them on, giving them instructions on how to keep nice and calm and composed as they come down. So the first into the quarterfinal, the last into the E final, and the second into the D final. So it is very close now, but Loretto Ballarat very close with a good 3 length lead now over Ballarat Clarendon, who are now fighting for second place with Geelong College. But Loretto Ballarat doing a very good job there. Ballarat Clarendon fighting for that second place, and they have moved up into second place. Ballarat Clarendon will take second place, and Geelong College will take third place. So that was the second repechage of the Year 9 Division 1. Well done. Well done to all those girls.
Yeah. She was.
Thank you very much to Lynn for her commentary over the last little while. My name is Jane Horn. I'm returning to the commentary position until lunchtime on this magic Saturday morning. The weather's always like this in Geelong. It's totally perfect. The Barwon looks pristine. Geelong is turning it on. Big day in Geelong today with the football on this evening and the opening of the Joel Selwood stand. So Geelong is certainly on fire today and thoroughly enjoying the participation of all these girls in the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, the 40th anniversary. And many of these crews and schools have been here right for those whole 40 years as the regatta moved from Ballarat to the Barwon. And I certainly was at the first one and have been at many in between. And it's always a great thrill to have so many schools here, such a big regatta. I remember bringing a crew up from Hamilton and they nearly died when they saw boys on the river. They said, oh my God, there's lanes. So that was exciting for them. And they went on to win Division 4 and 5 that year, which was a great thrill for us as a little school in regional Victoria. So lots of racing to continue today with all the Year 9s, and this is the race 224, the female quad scull Year 9 Division 1. 3 crews into this event, the first through to the quarterfinal later on this afternoon, and the rest through to the E and D final. We have 3 crews across the river, Caulfield Grammar in lane 1, Gippsland Grammar in lane 2, and Ballarat Grammar in lane 3. And the crew from Ballarat Grammar is half a length in front of Caulfield as they come under the James Harrison Bridge and have a little pass through the shadows, with Gippsland Grammar in third place. So the first crew will go, winning crew will go through to the quarterfinals, and then the E final for the crew that finishes in third, and the rest through to the D final. So at the moment, these 2 crews are now lifting their ratings, realising that they're neck and neck here, and a quarterfinal and a D final is on the line here. So Caulfield Grammar trying to lift their rating, but Ballarat Grammar have got them covered, keeping an eye on them very nicely as they come through with some solid strokes towards the end of the race, and will finish in first place going through to the quarterfinals, with Caulfield going through to the D final, and Gippsland Grammar, Eloise Tavaski, Maggie Sheridan, Cecilia Anderson, Grace Frew and Chloe Olindik through to the E final. So Year 9 Division 1 quad sculls. We've got 4 repecharges in this, and this is the 4th one with Wesley and Carey in this event. Wesley College in lane 2, Laura Bayliss, Millie Welbury, Chloe Cascani, Bonnie Schmidt and Isabella Hand, the Cox. And for Carey Grammar, in currently about half a length behind Wesley, is Ava Locke, Zara McIntyre, Ava Elliott, Ruby Priest with Pia Ackman, the Cox. And again through to the quarterfinal and to the E final for these crews. I trust that everybody is staying out of the sun if they can, seeking shade, slapping on their sunscreen, t-shirts, hats, sunglasses, and also ensuring that you are well hydrated. Plenty of opportunities for you to go and purchase something to rehydrate and refuel as the temperature increases. Certainly getting a little bit hot out there now. But this Wesley crew looking very polished here as they come through to the last section of this race. They have got the Carey Grammar combination well under control here. Wesley will row through to progress to the quarterfinals later on this afternoon, and Carey will go through to the E-final, race 384 tomorrow. So Wesley crossing the line in first place with Carey
It's just on one.
a length and a half behind them. We now move into the female school coxed quad scull Year 9 Division 2. We have we have 8 repêchages in this event. So a big field in the Division 2 Year 9 quad sculls, with the crew winning crew progressing to the quarterfinals, second to the semi, and the rest through to a race 378, which is the F or G final. So we now move into the female school coxed quad scull Year 9 Division 2, as mentioned, with a huge number of crews entering into this event, which means the logistics of moving them through so that we get the best crews through into the correct level final means that we will be going through heats, repêchages, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then finals tomorrow. So in this particular race, we have Corowa in lane 1, Genazzano in lane 2, and Cardinia in lane 3. And as they come through the 500 metre mark, it is the Genazzano crew of Lucy Kemmis, Maeve Pollock, Lucy Martin, Elsie Smith and Sienna Cox, who are a length in front of Corowa on station 1, Yunji Kang, Tesley Conway, Carla Tan, Alexis Taliadoris and Sophie May. And a further length behind to them at Cardinia, Kash Shetty, Jessica Bailey, Ruby Weatherhead, Charlotte McKinnon, Sarah Hassan, the Cox, and this Genazzano crew have lifted their rating now, as is often the instructions from coxswains from coaches and coxswains as you come through the bridge, and they're pulling away here from Corowa in station 1. So it's the Genazzano combination who are rowing very nicely through here to the finish. Excellent blade work, sitting nice and still and rowing in these perfect conditions. No wind to buffet their crew, which is wonderful. So the Genazzano crew will go through to the quarterfinals, which will be held this afternoon. So a good row today has qualified them for the quarterfinal. The Corowa crew will go through to the semi-finals, which will be held tomorrow morning, with another crack at the finals, and the rest will go through to the finals at 10:09 tomorrow for a place in the F or G final. So Genazzano going through to the quarterfinals and Corowa making it through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, so still having opportunities to get through to the A final. A reminder to any senior rowers that John Bowes will be here representing the Rowing Australian Pathway Transitions Coordinator from Rowing Australia. And he will be talking at 2 o'clock up in the Jeff Sykes shed about rowing pathways to US colleges. So if you've got any student that might be interested in looking at rowing pathways, and that might be something more relevant to a Year 10 and 11 student than a Year 12 who may have already made the decision, but more than welcome to go along to listen to John 2 o'clock this afternoon up at the Jeff Sykes Centre, and he will be speaking about pathways for rowing into the US college system, which is a wonderful system. I have experience with that. It's going very well for a nephew of mine, and he is having a wonderful time and has been able to also represent Australia because he is over there. So a great thrill for him. So please attend that at 2 o'clock if you would like to. So it's just at the end of lunch. Repechage number 2 in the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 2 between Caulfield Grammar in lane 2 and St Catherine's in lane 3. And St Catherine's are currently 2 lengths in front here above over the Caulfield Grammar crew. The St Catherine's combination of Sienna Conway, Isla Morris, Clara Calvert, Ava Schofield and Indira Smith the Cox. 2 lengths and pulling away from the Caulfield Grammar School, Cleo Moran, Harriet Keenan, Charlotte Pound, Millie Fackney and Cleo Miles the Cox. So the St Catherine's School will qualify for the quarterfinals later on this afternoon to again have a shot at getting into the A final. And the second place crews will go through to the semis tomorrow morning, again to have an opportunity to try and get into that those A and B finals, which will be held tomorrow afternoon. So a great row here to St Catherine's Year 9 Division 2 Quad Scull crossing the line in first place, with Caulfield Grammar 3 lengths behind them in second, concluding the second repechage. Repechage 3 is now well through as it comes under the James Harrison Bridge. 2 crews in this event. Melbourne Girls College currently 2 lengths in front of Gippsland Grammar. So Saffron Gadd, Zoe Tucker, Lila Ancher, Alexis McCarthy and Zara Weeks, the Cox, rowing in a very balanced and positive manner here as they come through to the finish line to qualify through to the quarterfinal, with the crew from Gippsland Grammar 2 lengths, 3 lengths behind them. Jaden Gomez, Charlotte Snow, Mia Canzizis, Alicia Turnbull and Charlotte Hawthorne, the Cox. But Melbourne Girls College will go through to make the quarterfinals, which will be held later this afternoon. Second crew through to the semis tomorrow morning. Race 229, the Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 2 4th repechage is now 500 metres from the finish, with Melbourne Girls Grammar School in this one against Damascus College, both fighting out for a position in the quarterfinals or the semis, depending on their place. And the Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 2 are near 3/4 of the length ahead of Damascus College in lane 3. Head of the Schoolgirls Committee have done a wonderful job at ensuring that every girl gets an opportunity to row several times throughout this regatta. So it's a great setup, the head of the Schoolgirls, that there is lots of opportunities to do your very best and finish well. So Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Georgia Berryman, Natalie Grant, Clementine Evans, Catherine Hasudas and Willa Vile are currently a length in front of Damascus College. Pippa Watt, Ivy Story, Ivy Dixon, Stella Mercer and Chloe Johnston. Melbourne Girls Grammar School rowing very nicely as they increase their rating just through the bridge there, and they've lifted it up a bit, sat up a little bit taller to get more energy into their bodies and legs and more breath into their lungs, keeping their heads still looking forward and rowing very nicely here as this Division 2 crew come through to qualify for the quarterfinals later on this afternoon. And they will finish nearly 2 lengths in front of Damascus College Damascus College will progress now to the semis tomorrow morning. We now have the 5th repechage, which has made a start, and they're on their way down the river with the Sacred Heart crew in lane 2 and Fintona in lane 3. And again, I have to declare an allegiance to Fintona as well from many years ago when I was involved in sport there, and we got the rowing program going with Dr. Cross in charge. It was wonderful in those days when the girls were so enthusiastic. And little did we think the regatta would end up being a 3-day event in Geelong when it was a half day on a Saturday afternoon. So wonderful to see so many girls able to participate in this great sport. And these two crews are very close together here as they come through the 500 metre mark, with Fintona in station 3 and Sacred Heart in station 2. And it looks like Sacred Heart might have a half a length over Fintona, but Fintona are continuing to improve their rating as they come towards the James Harrison Bridge. Both crews looking pretty even as they blades hit the water at the same time, and they've got good clearance, but they are neck and neck here as they come towards the shadows of the bridge, which will give a little bit of an idea, although the bridge is on an angle, so it's a little bit deceptive. But both crews in the shadows, which has not happened since I started a few races ago. But Sacred Heart look like they've still got about a canvas lead over this Fintona crew, and I'm not sure if there's any Fintona girls on the bank, but we need to start urging them on. I can hear the Sacred Heart crews enthusiastically cheering their crews, so it's very close here as both crews lift their rating. Sacred Heart still maintaining a canvas lead over the crew from Fintona, and Sacred Heart look like they're going to cross first. They're heading very comfortably down to the finish, but Fintona have got a last ditch here. It's very close here in this final. Fintona have had a run at the end, but it's both crews rowing very solidly, but it will be the crew from Sacred Heart who finish a canvas ahead of Fintona. Sacred Heart going through to the quarterfinal, with Fintona having another opportunity tomorrow morning in the semi-finals. So first place to Sacred Heart. Fintona will have an opportunity tomorrow to row in the semis. Very close race there in the fifth repechage of the Year 9 Division 2 Quad Scull. Now we move into race, the sixth repechage, race 231. Two crews again in this event, PLC Melbourne on lane 2 and Wesley College on lane 3. Now Wesley College have got a half a length lead here over PLC Melbourne. The Wesley College crew, Elkie Wilson, Kia Atkins, Madeline Jordan, Marley Ryan and Ivy Moore, the Cox. Now a length in front of PLC Melbourne, Melanie Zhu, Lola Bubaris, Zoe Zhang, Momo Lee and Jingwei Lu in that crew. So again, Wesley would qualify for the quarterfinals if they can continue and finish in first place, with PLC progressing to the semi-finals tomorrow morning. So Wesley College here now 2 lengths in front of the combination from PLC as they come very strongly down to finish well, rowing very nicely. They're through to the quarterfinals, which is this afternoon, so they don't need to finish in a blaze of too much strong rowing. They can ease it in and be ready for their quarterfinal row this afternoon, and that will occur at approximately 4:15 for the quarterfinals this afternoon. So Wesley College finishing well there, 4 lengths in front of PLC. So that concludes the sixth repechage in this Year 9 Division 2 as we progress through with 2 more to go with repechage 7 and 8, 4 schools yet to qualify for quarterfinals and semi-finals. And then we move into Division 3, which is a different progression again.
Yeah, nothing yet.
So, repechage number 7, Carey Grammar on Station 2 and Shelford Girls Grammar on Station 3. And the bright yellow colours of Carey sparkling in the gorgeous Geelong sunshine today, 2.5 lengths ahead of the Shelford crew. So Carey Grammar, Maya Onslow, Ruby Kay, Lauren McLean, Alana O'Connor and Blair McMillan, the Cox. Finishing very well here. The Carey crews have always been very successful in the year 9 and 10 quad sculls. And they are in charge of this race here. Ribbons fluttering in the light breeze that's coming across the finishing line now, with the Shelford girls, Abigail Swiatlow, Chloe Thompson, Zoe Coughlin, Ashley Crook, coxed by Beatrice Sigley. So Carey going through to qualify for the quarterfinals this afternoon, with Shelford rowing well to cross the line, and they will qualify for the semi-finals tomorrow morning, which will be held at, I think it's 8:09 tomorrow morning. So they've got an early start, early to bed for girls that are in semis tomorrow morning. And we've got one more repechage to go, which will then conclude the Year 9 Division 2, and then we move into Division 3. And again, there are another 8 repechages in that division.
Sorry, I thought I called that.
So repechage number 8 here, the final in this event. Albert Park College in lane 2 are currently 2 lengths ahead of Wrighton. So Lily Johnson, Arabella Young, Anna Lill, Summer Basutul, Daisy Merritt the Cox. With the Wrighton crew a length and a half behind them, Artemis Robson, Isabel Nelson, Isabella Heath, Kate Davis, and Gaia Balan is the Cox. So Albert Park College here will progress to the quarterfinal, rowing very nicely. They were just pipped yesterday, so they've gone through to the quarterfinals now, with Wrighton in second place. So Albert Park College will progress to the quarterfinals and Wrighton to the semi-finals. So we now progress through to the Year 9 Division 3. So another large group of Year 9 rowers. Obviously competing in this huge regatta. Every year there seems to be even more girls rowing. Great enthusiasm for it. And we have 3 crews in this event, so a little bit of different progression here. So the winner will go through to the quarterfinals, which will be held this afternoon. Second place will go through to the semi-finals, which are also held this afternoon. And the rest will go through direct to final F and G tomorrow morning at approximately 10 to 10. So Division 3 progression is slightly different from Division 2. But again, all crews getting an opportunity to do their very best to make finals where possible. So we have a quarter-final opportunity and then a semi-final opportunity. So 3 crews in this event. Gippsland Grammar in lane 1. Ballarat and Clarendon in lane 2. And they are currently 2 lengths ahead of Gippsland Grammar, with Sacred Heart in lane 3, a further length behind Gippsland Grammar. The Ballarat Clarendon crew, Sophia Chessman, Lexi Granger, Matilda Gillespie, Isabella Ebenwaldner, and Cheryl Lee is the Cox. Gippsland Grammar, who are 3 or 4 lengths behind this very smart Ballarat Clarendon combination. Isabel Lewis, Jessica Garand, Anna Masaryk, Avishna Singh and Taylor Island, the Cox. But the Ballarat and Clarendon crew rowing very nicely here as they come through. Oars all hitting the water at the correct time. Lovely balance within the crew. Heads still. So a wonderful display of sculling here, quad sculling, which is a very balanced way to learn rowing for these girls. So as they're learning it, they're sitting up straight, they're sitting forward, and hopefully not crashing into the back of the person in front of them as they master the skill of rowing. But it's Ballarat and Clarendon who will progress through to the quarterfinal in this Year 9 Division 3 event. So they will go have some lunch and have a little rest. Gippsland Grammar will also progress to the semis tomorrow morning. This afternoon. As they get the buzzer from the judge, and Sacred Heart, Ava Dorser-Kerr, Eloise Ball, Zoe Lister, Maya Sandhu and Eden Smith will qualify through to the finals tomorrow, final F or G. So that was Repechage 1 in Year 9, Division 3.
Go.
Repechage 2 in the Year 9 Division 3 is now approaching the 500 metre mark. Shelford Girls Grammar in lane 2, Corowa in lane 3, and Shelford are currently a length and a half in front here as they pass through the last 500, enter into the second 500. Georgie Mott, Claude Rabal, Matilda Nichols, Lily Thuma and Gabriella Brown are in Shelford crew, with Corowa Elsa Q, Ella Hassan, Sophie Lou and Grace Maisie with Annie Licence, the Cox. So as the Shelford girls come through the under the Harrison Bridge, James Harrison Bridge, they are 2.5 lengths and pulling away here from the Corowa combination. Rowing in a very steady manner. Trying to keep their heads forward. As they fatigue, things start to go awry. So be very careful, ladies, as you come across the finish line, that you don't. So Shelford girls crossing the line here, and they'll go through to the quarterfinal, which will be held later on this afternoon, with Corowa in second place, who will go through to the semi-finals. Repechage 3 between Caulfield Grammar and Damascus College, with Caulfield Grammar in lane 2 and Damascus in lane 3. Caulfield Grammar are a length and a half in front of Damascus as they come through the 500 metre mark, halfway. Jessie Wetzels for Caulfield Grammar, Zara Jansen, Lila Hurd, Olivia Graham and Mary Mitri, the Cox, with Damascus College a length or so behind them, Charlie Rowe, Aoife Lewis, Carla Austin, Miley Singline and Maddie Hoof, the Cox. So this Caulfield combination looking very strong as they come through here. Easing up now because they've qualified through to the quarterfinals. So Jessie Wetzel, Zara Jansen, Lila Hurd, Olivia Graham and Mary Mitri urging them forward as they finish well. Damascus College coming through now with Charlie Rowe, Aoife Lewis, Carla Austin, Millie Singline and Maddie Hoof from Damascus College. So great to have them down from Ballarat. Well done, girls. They will progress through to the semi-final tomorrow morning. Repechage number 4 is Geelong College in lane 2 and Lowther Hall in lane 3. And the Geelong College combination of Silka Shakespeare, Pearl Connor, Madison Young, Lucy Henderson, Jemima Briggs the Cox, 2 lengths ahead of the crew from Lowther Hall, Sophia Storris, Sadie Peck, Kira White, Annie Lanune and Madeline Hand. So the Geelong College crew on their home river here, enjoying this beautiful row. They know how wonderful the conditions are in Geelong, so they're enjoying all of that. And I note that they're rowing in the Merrin Ratcliffe, who is a long-time teacher at Geelong College, and she'll be very proud as this crew goes across the line in first place to take out repechage number 4. And we'll now progress to the quarterfinals this afternoon with Lowther Hall qualifying for the semi-finals, which will be held at 5:15 this afternoon. The 2 crews in this repechage 5, the Carey Grammar in lane 2, well in front here with PLC Melbourne in second place. So this Carey Grammar combination having an easy win here to qualify through to the quarterfinals. Easing up as they cross over the finish line and enjoying that win. They'll go through to the quarterfinal with PLC will qualify through to the semi-finals later on this afternoon. So that concludes repechage 5, with Carey in first place and PLC in second. 3 more repechages to go in Division 3, and then we move into Division 4. So repechage number 6 is Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, well in front of Fintona as they come through the halfway mark. Ballarat Grammar, Esther Hopkins, Emily Mahalovic, Grace Burt, Isla Huntington, Kate Burke is the cox. And Fintona, Evelyn Teng, Chloe Singh, Rachel Wang, Jenny Koo and Wanli Hawakaparaj is the coxswain. So the experienced fours of Ballarat Grammar have now moved down to the Barwon River here, and this crew is looking very relaxed as they come through to qualify for this, through this repechage into the quarterfinals. So they've made the quarterfinal this afternoon, which will be held at approximately 4:36, and then Fintona will go through to the semi-finals at 5:15. Well done to the Fintona crew. Rowing in the Tormont, beautifully named after their beautiful building out at Barwon Road there. So well done, girls. So continuing with the repechages, Year 9 Division 3, Strathcona and St Catherine's are in this event, and it's the fuchsia pink colour of Strathcona that we can see shining in the sunshine as they come under the James Harrison Bridge. And these girls are rowing very nicely and have a clear length and a half lead over the crew from St Catherine's. So Yin Yan Fang, Ivy Vosage, Tilly Harvey, Angela Zhao and Maddie Smith the cox in this Division 3 event of the Quad Sculls. Sitting up very tall and rowing very cleanly here, this Strathcona crew, with St Catherine's trying to cut off a little bit of this lead that they are rowing very well through the final section here as we come to the end of this repechage number 7. The Strathcona girls finishing very strongly here, and we'll go through to the quarterfinals later on this afternoon with the St Catherine's crew finishing in second place, and they will qualify for the semi-finals tomorrow morning. The St Catherine's crew of Camilla Tulloch, Pernilla Coleman, Sarah Dewani, Grace Champion de Crepney and Nina Portnoy. So the final repechage 8 gets the Hamilton and Alexandra College parents standing on their feet, I hope. I can't hear them yet. But this race is underway with Wesley College in lane 2 and Hamilton and Alexandra College in lane 3. And at the moment, the Wesley College are about half a length in front, with the girls from Hamilton with their red ribbons flashing in the breezes, the coxswain issuing instructions. But they're about rowing in the Bruce Simon, so he'll be very proud of them. He was a big fan of rowing, former principal. But the girls are keeping in touch with the Wesley College combination of Ella Jiang, Audrey Cole, Coco Harding, Charlotte Sanfilippo, and Chloe Misakian is the cox. And about a canvas behind them is the combination from Hamilton and Alexandra College. Jemima Koff, Sophie Hill, Claudia Cochran, Hannah Wilson, Millie Mould is the cox. And they've made the journey up from, or across from Hamilton yesterday, and they've got a fair showing in this race if they can maintain a clean line of oars. But at the moment, the Wesley College combination are slightly in front as they head towards the halfway mark. So another close race here, ladies and gentlemen, as we come through to the final 250 metres of this event. The first crew going through to the quarterfinals this afternoon, and second place going through to the semis this afternoon. And as they come under the bridge, we need a lot of cheering for both these crews to get over the line. The Wesley College crew has lifted its rating and got a bit wonky in the oars. So an opportunity here for the Hamilton and Alexandra crew to lift their rating too, and hopefully keep a clean line going as both these crews head to the finish line. Should be a close finish here. I can hear everyone cheering on the bank. The Hamilton College crew, have they got enough? But this Wesley College crew have lifted their rating again. A little bit messy on the oars there as the pressure comes in. I'm going to have to turn nearly to the judges here as they come towards the finish line. Wesley slightly in front here, but it's literally a bow ball bobbing as we come towards the finish line. And it will be the Wesley crew leading by half a canvas from Hamilton and Alexandra College. Can't say I didn't try to get them over the line, but well done to Wesley. And Hamilton College will now move into the semi-finals. Wesley College finishing in first place by half a canvas to the Hamilton and Alexandra College, who will row in the semi-finals later on this afternoon. And that, with great excitement, concludes the Year 9 Division 3. And Wesley going through to the quarterfinals, with College going through to the semis. The Year 9 Division 4, we keep moving down to more Year 9 crews with repecharges in this event. There are 4 of them, so again, a different progression. The first crew will go through to the quarterfinal. Second will go through to the D final, and third will go through to the E final. Now we move into the Division 4, as mentioned, of 3 crews in this race. Wesley College are in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, and they are currently 3 lengths in front of Ballarat and Clarendon, who are over in lane 3. So well spread out in this particular race, with Wesley College a further 2 lengths back in lane 1. The first crew will progress to the quarterfinals, which will be held this afternoon at 4:48. And the second crew will progress to the D final, all finals being held tomorrow. So Year 9 Division 4 final, D final will be at 9:42 tomorrow morning. And then the third place crew will go through to the E final, which will be at 9:39. So Melbourne Girls College led all the way here. Kira Jenkins, Jessica Norman, Alice Wills, Lucy Lay, Sophia Arevalo Diaz is the Cox. And they have won comfortably here and go through to the quarterfinals this afternoon to have a shot at getting into the finals. So Melbourne Girls College convincing win there to Ballarat Clarendon. Ava Lepic, Mia Riddle, Lara Aslan Wong, Neve Harper and Alice Lynn make up the combination from Ballarat and Clarendon, with Wesley College a further 3 lengths back, Alina De Silva, Penelope O'Keefe, Pranavi Diam, Rachel Wang and Scout Arnold the Cox. So Ballarat and Clarendon will go through to the D final, and Wesley College will head up the E final tomorrow morning. So that was repechage 1 in the Year 9 Division 4. Now we go to repechage 2 of 4 in this Division 4 Year 9. We have all the grammars in this race. Caulfield in lane 1, Ballarat in lane 2 and Furbank in lane 3. Just a little announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Inevitably, we get lost property. Someone has lost their car keys. Now, just think for a minute if that happened to you. Oh, my gosh, it would be a nightmare. So please have a look around, see if you can find a car key that someone has dropped. And if you do find anything at all, please hand it into the commentary box down the bottom there, and then we will manage the lost property as the day continues and possibly into tomorrow. So we have the capacity to cater for your lost property and your lost children and your lost dogs and everything else through the commentary position here. So please, we're on the lookout for a key. I don't know any further details, but I'm sure if someone happened to look down now and find it, the driver would be very grateful. So this is race 243, Caulfield Grammar in 1, Ballarat Grammar in 2 and Furbank Grammar in 3. And the bright yellow of Furbank on station 3 are currently a length in front of Caulfield and Ballarat, who are battling it out for second place. And Furbank will potentially, if they finish as strongly as they are rowing now, will qualify for the quarterfinal. And the other two are battling out for the E and D final. So a lot at stake here, with Caulfield slightly in front of Ballarat Grammar. Furbank clearly 2 lengths in front of Caulfield, and Caulfield and Ballarat will be rowing for a E or D final. Furbank Grammar, Arabella Forbes, Audrey Mayer Burstle, Pippa Featherston, Millicent McLean and Grace McLean, the Cox, coming through here rowing very nicely, and they will finish in second, but it's the battle for the second and third place that all eyes would turn to between Ballarat Grammar on Station 2 and Caulfield Grammar on Station 1. Got to keep your eyes in the boat, girls. Don't look at your oars. Try to feel your way through it, because if you start looking at your oars, it'll get messy. So Ballarat Grammar currently a quarter of a length in front, and they will go through and row on to participate in the D final with Caulfield Grammar in third place, and will go through to the E final. And both those finals will be held tomorrow at 9:42 and 9:39. One of the challenges that the girls, particularly at this level in Year 9, will be learning is as they increase their power through the oar, they have to keep everything still. The minute they turn their head, one of the oars will dip from one side, or there'll be a slight miscalculation. They can very easily catch a crab and lose control of one oar, possibly two. So even though they want to look to their oar to see that everything's going well, it's a really good habit to get into for Year 9 rowers, to look straight ahead, and you will find you'll be much more balanced if you can keep your head still. Now, the repechage number 3 of 4, so we've got 2 more races in this division, and this is Division 4. So Damascus College are in lane 2, and Genazzano are in lane 3, and the Genazzano crew are a length and a half in front as they head towards the halfway mark. So repechage number 3, Damascus College in lane 2, but it is Genazzano clearly out in front here. Bonnie Grace, Claudia Tomsic, Ava Rogar, Michaela Messner and Charlie Morrison, the cocks. And they are comfortably in front here as we head down to the last metres, with Genazzano qualifying through to the quarter-final, which will be held later on this afternoon. And Damascus will go through to the D final. So the Genazzano crew looking very relaxed as they head down towards the last few strokes, taking those little bit of extra oxygen in as the heads start to wobble, but they have finished and will now go through to the quarterfinal with Damascus College in second place. Hot on their heels is repechage number 4, the final one in this Year 9 Division 4. So it's Gippsland Grammar in lane 2 with St Catherine's in lane 3. And quite close these crews are as they come through the 500 metre mark. But it is St Catherine's about half a length in front of Gippsland Grammar, with Gippsland Grammar have a little bit of work to do, just the 2 crews in this event. St Catherine's, Sophie Wang, Claudia Hudson, Lilybell Stevens, Fleur Anjanette and Tiffany Shen is the cocks. With Gippsland Grammar, Tara Lambert, Emily Henderson, Jessie Daly, Ashley Taylor and Victoria Adams, the cocks. So St Catherine's are now about nearly a length in front of Gippsland Grammar. Same progression as well, with the first crew going through to the quarterfinal and second through to the D final. So wonderful conditions here for these crews as they complete this repechage in the Year 9 Division 4. We've had the 4 now. We've got the crews for the quarterfinals all sorted. A new program will come out after lunch. But St Catherine's are qualifying and putting their stamp on this race as they finish strongly, and will go through to the quarterfinals later on this afternoon, approximately 10 to 5, with Gippsland Grammar going straight through to the D final. So we now move to Year 9 Division 5. Who created all these Year 9 rowers? There's so many of them. It's wonderful. Enjoying the beautiful sunshine here. We have 4 repechages in this event, though this is Year 9 Division 5. And in the first event, a repechage 1 is MLCQ on lane 1, currently a length in front of Geelong College, who are on station 3. With Furbank on station 2. And MLC, Amelie Rose Barris, Alexia Kafasis, Rosie Bell, Sophie Pickles and Libby Hollander Cox are a length and a half in front of the Geelong College crew, Macy Keegan, Freya Howley, Lily Keenan, Lily Carmody, Olivia Rodder, with Furbank in the middle. A further length behind, or maybe, length and a half behind Geelong College. Sally Hu, Deanna Corcoran, Daisy Welsh, Mia Black and Lucy Trist. So the MLC crew for this progression go through to the quarterfinals this afternoon at 5 o'clock. With second place going through to the D final and third going through to the E final. So a different progression here as MLC come through here in Division 5, Year 9. Finishing in first place here to qualify for the quarterfinals at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So they'll go and refuel, sit in the shade and have a rest. While Geelong College finish in second place, and they'll go through to the D final, with Furbank finishing in third place, and they will compete in the E final tomorrow at 9:27. So repechage 2 in the Year 9 Division 5 event here. Toorak College in lane 2 with Wesley College in 1. And again, it's the combination from Wesley, Lexi Brown, Audrey Schofield, Harper Clancy, Sabella Schroeder, coxed by Sophia Katsieris, who are well in front here as the Toorak College crew cross through the 500 metre mark. Mary Bergen, Melissa Chen, Simone Agilaja, Scarlett Henderson with Heidi New as the cox. So this only 2 crews in this event. So the first place will progress through to the quarterfinal, and the second through to the D final. The Wesley College number 1 crew well out in front here ahead of Toorak College. So the Wesley crew combination crossing the line now in first place to go through to the quarterfinals, rowing in the David Morgan. And that was Well Rowed Girls with Toorak College in second place, and they will go through to the D final tomorrow morning. So repechage number 3 is approaching the halfway mark now with Genazzano in lane 1 in front of Gippsland Grammar over in station 3 and Ballarat and Clarendon in station 2. As they come out of the under the McIntyre Bridge, I can also see that Genazzano and Gippsland are actually quite close together. But the Genazzano crew of Gemma Passanati, Gabriel Cheers, Lucy Bromhead, Rafaela Santa Maria and Hannah Took the Cox, about half a length in front of Gippsland Grammar. With Ballarat and Clarendon, Isla McNaughton, Mia Zhong, Sienna Weber, Priya Lockhart, Lily Gillespie in third place. Again, the progression, first through to the quarterfinals, second through to the D final, and third through to the E final. So a good battle happening here with Gippsland Grammar having to challenge Genazzano on the far side, and as Genazzano increase their rating, Gippsland Grammar seem to be matching them, but as that happens, often a little oar tweak can go awry, so the girls need to be very careful here as they want to finish well. And one of them wants to get through to the quarters, so they're very keen here. There'll be a close finish here for these 2 crews on opposite sides. Genazzano in lane 1 and Gippsland Grammar over in lane 3. A close race happening here, ladies and gentlemen, as Gippsland Grammar lift their ratings to try and match the Genazzano crew. But they've done exactly that. Try not to look around, girls. Keep your head still. They head forward to the line, and Genazzano are still slightly in front, but Gippsland haven't given up yet. As I look across the form, it's Gippsland Grammar are rowing over the top of them. Genazzano may have left their run too late. I am absolutely leaving. That's the closest race we've had for the whole time I've been here. Was very close there. They gave it their all to get through to the quarterfinal. I'm waiting on the judge's decision. One more to finish. So Ballarat and Clarendon will finish in third place. Looking at the photo finish here. So very close. I think Genazzano may have just held on, but I'm not sure. The judges are just conferring, waiting for this final decision in race Repechage 3, race 248, between Genazzano and Gippsland Grammar. He's actually gone to confer even further downstairs. So sorry, girls, waiting on a result for that race. The winner of that repechage was Genazzano in lane 1 from Gippsland Grammar in lane 2. Sorry, lane 3. So what was it? 0.12 a difference. So a very close finish there between Genazzano and Gippsland Grammar. So Genazzano going through to the quarterfinal. The final repechage is underway with Geelong Grammar in lane 1. Carey in lane 2 and Ballarat in lane 3. And it is the Carey Grammar School, Alice Searle, Isla McDonald, Amber Thomas, Molly Thomas and Eva Blazewski, the Cocks, who are currently 2.5, 3 lengths ahead of Geelong Grammar in Station 1 and Ballarat over on Station 3. Again, the winner here going through to the quarterfinal, with second and third going through to the D and E finals. And at the moment it's Geelong Grammar who are slightly in front of Ballarat. The Geelong Grammar crew, LaLuna Singer, Jazz Ward, Ella de Graaf, Olivia Huang and Angela He, the Cocks. And they are putting in a big effort here, the GGS combination, to try and row over the top of Ballarat Grammar. We might have another close race for second and third here. But it is Carey Grammar clearly out in front. Ballarat Grammar, Lizzie Muldoon, Ellie Finch, Tully Smith, Emily Morgan, Poppy Mills, putting some pressure on Geelong Grammar as they're coming down to these last couple of 100 metres. They've got to keep their blade work clean. But Carey will finish in first place. And it looks like Ballarat Grammar are a half a length in front of Geelong Grammar. So it's even more than that now. Geelong Grammar's lifting their heads a little bit. But anyway, Ballarat Grammar going through in second place will row in the D final tomorrow, with Geelong Grammar rowing through to finish in third place. Well rowed girls. Nice ribbons. Yeah. Token wave to their head of house. Now we're up to Division 6 in the Year 9s with a similar progression from semi-finals to finals. So first we'll go through to the semi-finals, second through to the C final and third through to the D final. Sorry, this is event race 250, the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 6, Wrighton girls in lane 1. And they are in a battle here with Wesley College on the far side, who are currently a length or so in front of them. But Wrighton are rowing very well against the Caulfield Grammar combination in the middle. So Sophie Nielsen, Lucy Padula, Elizabeth Moore, Hannah Ganchi and Zara Klosinski is the Cox for Caulfield Grammar, with Wesley, Sabella Teal, Anushka Stevens, Alex Rugan, Alyssa Cleve and Lila Johnson a length in front of the Wrighton combination of Imandi Sumathipala, Inez Wajaya Dahabadasa, Isla Carpenter and Amelia Cross with Emily Bowler as their cocks. So it will be Wesley finishing in first place, going through to semi-final number 1 at 5:12 this afternoon. Wrighton have just had a all malfunction at the critical stage, and Caulfield could row over the top of them, but I think Wrighton may have just hung on then, despite the crab that they caught right on the finish line, which, as mentioned before, is very common as they lift their rating in a bit of a panic. So second and third, with second going through to the C final and third to the D final. So very close there for Wrighton and Caulfield Grammar.
Still on the premium 1,000? Yeah.
Didn't announce that. Wesley College first, Wrighton girls were second, and Caulfield were third in that repechage number 1 in the Year 9 Division 6. So Wesley going through to the semi-finals this afternoon, with Wrighton going through to the C final tomorrow at 9:21 a.m. and Caulfield going through to the D final at 9:18. So repechage 2 is underway with the Year 9 Division 6, Geelong College in lane 1, Gippsland Grammar in 2, and out in front by a length and a half at this stage is Loretto Ballarat. Over on station 3, Gippsland Grammar in third place with Geelong College in second. We've seen some close races in the last 2 events, and these Year 9s are not giving up easily and rowing right through to the finish in a very strong manner. If you don't think there's much difference between a C and a D final or an F and a G final, you can often see it here on the river when they're really trying very hard to make the higher final, which is the goal for everybody for tomorrow's events. So Loretto Ballarat are a length in front of Geelong College in station 1, with Gippsland Grammar a further half a length behind them, so nothing in this for second and third again. But Loretto, Pippa McTeague, Sienna Templar, Emmy Geljon, Piper Drew and Amelie Price, the cocks, currently a length, 2 lengths in front of the other 2 crews who are battling it out for second and third place. So Loretto Ballarat will go through to semi-final 1, which is being held this afternoon, with Geelong College currently in second place, half a length ahead of Gippsland Grammar. So Geelong College will go through to race in the C final tomorrow at 9:21. Gippsland Grammar have rowed very nicely to keep in touch with them, but unfortunately a half a length difference as they cross the finish line, with Gippsland Grammar in third place.
Yeah, well, once I've powered the camera back up, I'll test to make sure it's working. But yeah, because it latches on.
So there will be a lunch break at 1 o'clock, where you'll have an opportunity to have a little break from the weather, slip, slop, slap, get some fuel and food and hydration into you. to make sure that you are prepared for the afternoon activities, which will commence our semi-finals and quarterfinals, with everyone still trying to secure places into the finals, which will commence tomorrow from basically nearly 9 o'clock. So we go straight into finals 9 o'clock tomorrow, but the semi-finals do continue from 7:45 through until 8:57 tomorrow. The race currently on the course is the Year 9 Division 6, Ballarat and Clarendon in lane 1, Carey Grammar in lane 1, Genazzano clearly in front here in lane 2, with St Catherine's over in station 3 in third place. For the Genazzano crew of Matilda Swan, Chiara Puglisi, Paige Cavacigliotto, Nellie Major and Matilda Smith the Cox, a length and a half in front of Carey Grammar in station 1, India Hines, Darcy Munro, Archie Hansen, Kaylee Catapan and Lauren Filano the Cox. But Genazzano going across to qualify for the semi-finals later on this afternoon. Carey Grammar will finish in second place and go into the C final tomorrow, with St Catherine's in the D final. Hazel Wilson, Zia Armstrong, Natasha Sims, Lizette Shue and Charlotte Bell. So well done to St Cath's. They'll qualify through to the D final. And of course, the joy of head of the schoolgirls is that they have an opportunity to say that they've won a particular final. They don't care what letter it is. They'll often get back to school and say, oh, we won our final. Excellent. Well done, girls. Continuing through with repechage number 4 here. So the final one of Division 6. 3 crews, Ballarat and Clarendon, Strathcona and Furbank Grammar, as they approach the 500 metre mark, so halfway through. So repechage number 4, the final one in this Year 9 Division 6. Ballarat and Clarendon are in lane 1, with Strathcona in lane 2, 2 lengths in front of Furbank on station 3. So Strathcona rowing very nicely here in this repechage number 4. Will, without incident, progress through to the semi-finals, with second place going through to the C final and third through to the D final. The Strathcona out in front of Furbank here. Miranda Nell, Jessica Janetsky, Claudia Crivelli, Charlotte Gibbons and Hayley Janetsky the Cox. In the pink fuchsia colours of Strathcona, I haven't had clarification on what Strathcona are calling that colour. Probably coral pink, fuchsia. And looking very nice are the Strathy girls as they cross the line. Well done to them. They will qualify through to the semi-finals this afternoon. Furbank will finish in second place. Phoebe Fife, Charlie Henderson, Elizabeth Potter, Rosie Kelly, with Lola Thompson the coxswain. And this wonderful crew from Ballarat and Clarendon finishing strongly till the end, with Rita Rabawogo, Kyle Smith, Alil Sasi, Mardia Ahmed and Nidhi Abethapudi, the Cox, finishing in third place, and they'll go through to the D final tomorrow morning. Well rowed, girls. So this is the final, it's the first repechage of Year 9 Division 7. Furbank Grammar in lane 2 and Wesley in 3. And they will progress to semi-finals this afternoon, and then the C final and D final. So C final for second place. But it is the Furbank crew, and we're up to Division 7. So Sophie Rothstein, Soa Ryle, Miller Trilson and Madeline Gillett, with Lauren Box urging them on as they come to the finish line here. They're a length and a half clear of the Wesley School. So Furbank finishing in first place. And that concludes my little stint as commentary today, and I will now hand over to Richard Dorstein, who will take us through to lunch and beyond, and then I will be back for finals tomorrow. So please have an enjoyable afternoon, and we'll touch base again tomorrow. Thank you, Richard.
Go.
Thank you to Jane Horn for her work yesterday, today, and again back tomorrow as well. But it's a few races to go before the lunch break here. This is race 255, the second repechage of 4 in the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. And Strathcona well clear. I heard Jane asking before about the colour shade. I think we have confirmed it is coral pink and blue on the Strathcona combination. In this case, it's Beatrice Stoltz, Gigi Giles, Philippa Sheriffs, Mia de Gabriel and Cecilia Bailey, the Cox of this crew, leading it comfortably from Gippsland Grammar School in second place. So Strathcona will go through to the semi-finals of this event, the Year 9 Division 7 quad. Those semis will take place this afternoon, and Strathcona will be there in one of the last races of today's program. In fact, it will be the semis of the Year 9 Division 7 quad. Gippsland Grammar School will take second place and move through to the C final tomorrow. Crew of Lani Levadabutz, Tora Coleman, Millie Gilmore, Helena Smith and Jasmine Matat from Gippsland Grammar School. And this Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Scull. So those semis timed for 5:18 and 5:21 this afternoon. Gippsland Grammar School C final will come up on tomorrow's program. So we've got about 6 races in fact remaining here before the lunch break, an hour or so of lunch break here on today's program. A reminder again too of the Rowing Australia Pathway presentation that John Bowes, the Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator, is here at the regatta today, and he is making a presentation at 2 p.m. So about an hour and 20 minutes from now, just after the lunch break, in fact, in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre, in the upstairs room of the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre, a presentation about Australian rowing pathways and US college information. All athletes and their parents who are here also welcome to attend and have a listen to the wise words of John Bowes, the Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator, coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Back on the course, the third repechage of 4 in this Year 9 Division 7 event. We've already seen Strathcona go through in the previous semi very, very comfortably to take top spot and book their position in the semis, and Furbank Grammar School took out the race before that. So Furbank and Strathcona both through to the semi-finals, and they'll be joined here by one of Geelong College, MLCQ and Caulfield Grammar coming down in repechage 3. It's a racing 2. MLC in the centre lane, Kate McCluskey, Aphrodite Bablis, Grace Vandervert, Scarlett Sutcliffe and Annabelle Roy, and beside them Caulfield Grammar School Lane 3, Zoe Ford, Layla Sinclair, Isabel Jusovic, Astasia Cameron, and Imogen Fife in the boat there for Caulfield Grammar. And so they hit the shadow there of the Harrison Bridge. It is the smallest of leads, I would think, maybe to MLCQ just, but they just throw in a couple of messy strokes there too, in fact, as they emerge back into the bright sunlight. And it is very tight between those two, going for one spot into the semi-finals. Second place will go to the C final, and third place, the D final, looks likely to be the Geelong College crew coming down lane 1. But still a bit of restraint from both these quads as they lift up towards the line. It's MLCQ still getting the better of the finish here. Now Caulfield have wound up the rating as well, but it might be too late. There's only about 4 or 5 strokes left in this race. MLCQ just holding on in lane 2 from Caulfield Grammar School, lane 3, who are making up ground late, but I think they're going to run out of water here. MLCQ is still in front, and they'll get across to the race win. MLCQ win it by a third of a length from Caulfield Grammar School in second place. So lane 2 narrowly from lane 3, and then third place will be the crew in the dark green colours of the Geelong College coming down lane 1. In a few strokes' time, they will progress to the D final, the crew from the Geelong College. Caulfield Grammar to the C final, both those races tomorrow. And to the semi-finals later this afternoon goes MLC from Q as the narrow race winners there, Year 9 Division 7 third repechage, as we're about to see Geelong College also cross over the finish line as well. Down the course, the quad sculls continue on their way now in repechage 4. There's Geelong College across now just to conclude repechage 3. And here come the 3 boats in the 4th and final repechage. That is St Catherine's lane 1, Melbourne Girls College lane 2, and Wrighton Girls lane 3. Camera shots there coming from the McIntyre pedestrian bridge across the course, about 450 metres out from the finish line. Went for a bit of a walk over that bridge a little while ago. It's a great view certainly down the course in both directions, and our camera is positioned atop that bridge as well and provides a great look down the course. And here's the view from the side of the course as well of Wrighton Girls, who are coming down lane 3 alongside their Melbourne Girls College, and St Catherine's just had a shot there on the closest lane to this northern side of the course. But it's a slight advantage there, it looks like, to Melbourne Girls College, at least over Wrighton. Lane 2 crew there, Ayla Christie, Samantha Booth, Layla Dunnell, Chelsea Phillips, and Bella Blakey. Wrighton lane 3, Bridget Gannon, Raina O'Loughlin, Clara Papamaku, Evelyn Huang, and Gaia Bellin. And then St Catherine's in lane 1, Fania Papadopoulos, Maya Anganostopoulos, Ruby Moore, Madeline Finucane, and Saskia Gelbach in the crew there for St Catherine's. And Melbourne Girls College it is, the leaders as they are about to pass under the pedestrian bridge, the McIntyre Bridge, which, fun fact I just learnt down there too, is actually also a sewerage aqueduct. So beneath the people standing on that bridge are some sewerage pipes to transport that waste from one side of the Barwon to the other. So something you probably didn't think you'd learn today, but there you go. In any case, it's Melbourne Girls College who continue to lead this race and lead it fairly comfortably now as well. They're a couple of wings clear of the race for second place between St Catherine's and Wrighton Girls on opposite sides of the course. But a clear lead certainly to Melbourne Girls College, looking to join MLCQ and also Strathcona, the 2 previous repechage winners, through to the semi-finals later on this afternoon of the Year 9 Division 7 Coxed Quad Scull, as well as our 4 heat winners from yesterday's racing, who were Melbourne Girls College, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Loretto Turak, and Loretto Turak, in fact, winning 2 boats through in Division 7. So a good representation from a couple of schools there and the lower levels of the Year 9 program. And Melbourne Girls College looking certain here to qualify another boat, it would seem. They still lead it by about 2 lengths from St Catherine's, narrowly holding off Wrighton. As our next repechage is also it's just underway there from the start. I think footage coming through there from the 1,000-metre start. It was a very slow start by Caulfield Grammar School, I think, on the far side there of the course. But we'll turn our attention back to that race shortly as they begin their 1,000-metre journey. Ending it now in front of us, but at Melbourne Girls College with about 50 metres to go. They are the best part probably of 3 lengths clear now of both St Catherine's and then back to Wrighton Girls in 3rd place. So Melbourne Girls College, lane 2 it will be, who will come across and take out race 257, the 4th repechage of the Year 9 Division 7 Cox Quad Skull. A comfortable 3-length win there to the crew from Melbourne Girls College. Second will go to St Catherine's, lane 1. And then third over on lane 3, it will be the Wrighton Girls combination on the southern side of the course. So the Year 9 Division 7 event concluded for now. We move on to Division 8 and then Division 9. 2 repechages of each before we do have an hour or so's break in racing, and we'll resume after lunch with some semi-finals coming up this afternoon. A huge afternoon of racing. Semi-final and quarter-final action throughout the rest of the day. So these are, in fact, the last 4 of our repechages at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta for 2024. Year 9 Division 8. The first of those, Wesley College racing in lane 1, Loretto Turak in 2, MLCQ in 3, and Caulfield Grammar School there on screen in lane 4. The crew of Emily Gill, Holly Crawford, Harriet Druxer, Maya Hunt, and Imogen Fife. But they are a little bit behind our race leaders. Loretto Turak and MLCQ, I reckon, are the best place of the 3 crews. In fact, they have cleared out on the field the lane 3 combination from MLC. And they've got a lead of some 2 lengths, so they're through that bridge already that we see Loretto Turak pass underneath now in that distinctly coloured blue boat, of course, as always. And close to them we have the crews on either side from Wesley and also Caulfield Grammar. But the race lead is certainly with MLCQ there in lane 3. Nantara Canodia, Sienna Varese, Jairus Luzio, Lily Middleton and Katarina Coleman for MLC from Q. But with just 2 repechages here, it'll be the top 2 moving through. So plenty to race for still in battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Loretto currently best placed. That's Piper Pascoe, Ali Hall, Willow Alexander, Adele Tran and Maddie McAuliffe. And they would have a length or so on in Wesley College and also Caulfield Grammar School. The Wesley crew in lane 1, Bowie Isaacs, Kashfi Mika, Gemma Russell, Isabel Leask and Elizabeth Gome for Wesley. And Caulfield Grammar, that crew we saw out of the start, be left behind a little, sitting still probably in 4th place on the far side of the course, but not out of a chance certainly of 3rd. It'll be between Wesley and Caulfield Grammar for 3rd place, which is a position into the C final. In fact, in any case, 3rd and 4th will both go through to the C final. 1st and 2nd to the semi-finals. That will come up at almost the end of this afternoon's program. Our final race today, time for 5:33 p.m. But before that, we'll have the 2 semis of Division 8 at 5:24 and 5:27. So these crews will be back on the water in around about, 4.5 hours time from now. But MLCQ continue comfortably in front here on lane 3. They will take the win in race 258, the first repechage of the Year 9 Division 8 Cox Quad Skull. And they're about 2.5 lengths clear as they come across the line now and secure their victory and a spot in the semi-finals. They'll be joined there by Loretto Turak, who will finish clearly in 2nd place. And Caulfield Grammar School on the southern bank will get the better of the finish here from the Wesley crew. And it's Caulfield Grammar 3rd, Wesley College in 4th. And those 2 crews will race again tomorrow in the C final of the Year 9 Division 8 Cox Quad Skull. The Year 9 C and B finals will be in the early part of tomorrow's program. With, of course, all of the A finals reserved for the late afternoon session of racing on Sunday. Still, of course, a lot to get through until then. A big afternoon of quarterfinals and semi-finals coming up. Some more semi-finals also too tomorrow morning. We commence racing at 7:45, and we have all the semis of the events that require, or the biggest entries which require an extra round of racing. So those events will see quarterfinals this afternoon and semi-finals tomorrow morning before finals later in the day. Some of the big events including the Year 9 Division 2, 3, 4 and 5 quads, and some of the single sculling races as well. Here comes Repechage 2 of the Year 9 Division 8 event, and there are 4 crews once again across the course, and it's pretty tight between about at least 3 of them, I think, for the 2 qualifying spots. Melbourne Girls College sit in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 2, Geelong College in 3, and Strathcona in lane 4. And I'd favour the 2 crews in the centre lanes at this stage. The Geelong College crew of Lulu Pearson, Emma Hunter, Grace Jarman, Alice Ashby and Lily Bugg, coached by Duncan Ashby. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 2, Arabella Pappas, Henrietta Beale, Ariana Katsiouris, Lucy Ferry and Charlie Santic for Melbourne Girls Grammar. They are certainly our top 2 in the centre lanes, and they are in the centre lanes by virtue of having finished in a higher position in their heats yesterday compared to the crews on the outside. There were 4 heats yesterday of this Year 9 Division 8 event as well, which were won by Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls College, Loretto Turak again, and Melbourne Girls College again. So already those 2 schools have got 2 crews through to the semis, and Melbourne Girls College looks set to do the same here with their number 10 combination. In fact, no, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, I should say, in lane 2 there, and the Geelong College still our top 2. Melbourne Girls College, lane 1, just dropping off the pace now into 3rd place under challenge also from Strathcona over on lane 4. That'll be the race for 3rd and 4th. That's a C final spot likely for those 2 crews. Out in front, tight but the Geelong College and Melbourne Girls Grammar School with only a few strokes left. Still it is the Geelong College in front. Melbourne Girls Grammar School try and reel them in late. There's only about a third of a length between the 2. They're both going to go through to the semis, and the Geelong College will get the win as they come across the line. Now a canvas in it. The Geelong College first, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2nd place. They'll both qualify for the semis regardless. And then also tight for 3rd and 4th, but Melbourne Girls College with a number of crews in this event. They'll finish in 3rd place. That crew will go through to the C final, as will Strathcona, who'll finish in 4th. So it'll be a 4-boat C final in the Year 9 Division 8 event, which leaves just the Year 9 Division 9 races to be sorted out as the final instalment of this morning's program. 2 4-boat races here to conclude this morning's racing. Final race 261 about to get underway, and race 260 is just about at the halfway mark as well. Now that is Wesley College lane 1, Melbourne Girls College lanes 2 and 3, and MLCQ Racing in lane 4. So once again, certainly great depth from Melbourne Girls College in these lower Year 9 divisions, with a couple of crews entered in each of the events. In fact, they go down to Division 14 Melbourne Girls College, who will race in the next of the repechages. And that race is now underway as well. So we have our final 2 races of the first half of the day on the course here at the same time. And once again, right on schedule. In fact, precisely on the start time at 12:54. Race 261 was sent on its way. So officials have done a wonderful job all day under the leadership of Renee Klupax, the president of the jury for this weekend's regatta. The officials, as always, do a wonderful volunteer job to keep these regattas operating safely, and also today certainly very much on schedule in these great racing conditions. So 2 crews here from Melbourne Girls College occupy the centre lanes. Lane 2 is Pari Naidu, Esma James, Nina Augustinus, Jacqueline Andrio and Charlotte Hume. And lane 3, Lily Milfall, Regan Tonner, Maya Stojanovic, Julie Chang and Willow Garvey. The 2 crews from Melbourne Girls College, but they're under pressure from MLCQ on the southern side of the course. Caitlin Yee, Clementine Lawrence, Chloe Wang, Elizabeth Curtin and Amy Johnson. The combination there for MLC. And Wesley in lane 1, Raina Rogers, Angel Huang, Grace McLennan, Sienna Morris and Olivia Storen. The crew there for Wesley. So Melbourne Girls College trying to qualify 2 crews here to the semis, but it is certainly MLCQ who lead the field through under the shadows of the Harrison Bridge. It's Loretto Turak, who had great success in the heats of this event late yesterday afternoon. They, in fact, won all 4 heats of the Year 9 Division 9 event. So they've got 4 crews already through to the semis. and about to be joined, it looks like, by one crew from MLC and one from Melbourne Girls College. But which crew that is yet to be identified. It's certainly MLC leading at lane 4. Melbourne Girls College, number 12 crew in lane 3, just shading their number 13 crew on lane 2. So it looks like the seedings are pretty accurate at that school. And then Wesley College in 4th place will have to be content with a C final spot. But it's MLCQ on the southern side of the course, passing the spectator enclosures there. And it is a great viewing spot too on that southern bank for those who have not yet tested out that raised platform there. A great view of MLC winning it on lane 4 from Melbourne Girls College, 2nd place on lane 3. They are both the two crews that go through to the semis this afternoon. 3rd place, Melbourne Girls College, number 13 crew, and 4th will go to Wesley College. So those two crews will race in the C final tomorrow morning. And the top 2 there will go through to one of the last 2 races of the day, the 2 semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 9 event, as we see Wesley come across in 4th place. And look back down the course to the McIntyre Bridge, the John McIntyre Bridge, as the crews in the final race of the first half today have come under that bridge now. At least our race leaders certainly have. And for the second race in a row, it looks to be MLCQ who lead here. This time racing in lane 2. The crew of Cecilia Strang, Isabel Hadley, Zoe Salutis, Luella Toscano, and Anya Lakavath. The crew there from MLC, who've certainly cleared out by more than a length now from the Melbourne Girls College number 14 crew. Alongside them, lane 3, who may well claim another spot here in the semis for that school. Poppy Joyner, Jinx Taylor-Moore, Ruby Black, Tara Tarquinho, and Zara Bradley, the crew there for Melbourne Girls College. Their closest competition coming from Wesley in lane 1. Rebecca Gowans, Florence Hoare, Harriet May, Tess Riley, and Esme Hughes. And then it will be on the southern side, Caulfield Grammar School, Abby Williams, Olive Palmer, Cece Shen, Anastasia Sprekos, and Lola Christophides in that boat there for Caulfield. So we saw the depth of Loretto Turak and the heats of this event late yesterday when they won all 4 heats. But MLC and Melbourne Girls College also looking strong here. And it looks like our semi-finalists will consist of 4 crews from Loretto, 2 from MLC and 2 from Melbourne Girls College at this stage. About 2 lengths first to second, a similar margin back to third. So unlikely to see the order changing from here. But it is the MLC combination who lead into the final strokes here of the last race of the first half of the second day of this Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. Just a few strokes to go for the combination from MLC, and they'll be across to claim the win in race 261. And with that, secure their passage through to the semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 9 Cox Quad Scull. MLC take the win. Pretty much 3 lengths the margin back to Melbourne Girls College. They're number 14 crew, but they will make it into the last 8, into the semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 9 event. We'll see them back on the water in the last 2 races of the day at about 5:30 this afternoon. 3rd place will go to the crew in purple from Wesley College on lane 1. And they'll go through to the C final, which is race 354 on tomorrow's program. And also they'll be joined there by Caulfield Grammar School in lane 4, who will also be into that C final of the Year 9 Division 9 Coxed Quad Scull. So a big morning of racing comes to its conclusion. 99 races, in fact, concluded over the course of this morning, if my very quick maths is correct. So it's been a huge morning of racing. Thank you to our officials and our lifesavers as they patrol the course one more time. But it is time for the lunch break here. The reminder again, in 1 hour's time, that John Bowes, the Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator, will be giving his presentation upstairs in the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre about Australian rowing pathways and US college information. So all parents, if they're and athletes, if they're not on the water at the time, are encouraged to attend. So all welcome there to the top level of the Jeff Sykes Centre for a presentation from John Bowes, Rowing Australia's Pathway Transitions Coordinator. My notes here still say that regatta packs remain to be collected as well. So if any school has not yet collected their regatta pack from the finish tower, the bottom level of the finish tower, please do so immediately. And don't forget too that the regatta shop here and open for business in the big white marquee at the back of the spectators area pretty much behind the Loretto Toorak tent, I think, is where they're located, but best access through the food vendors area right here on the finish line, or otherwise at the other end of the spectator tents. There's an opening beside Toorak College's tent that will take you straight to the regatta shop as well. Pre-orders available for collection, and a great range also of commemorative merchandise from the 40th anniversary ahead of the Schoolgirls Regatta taking place here in 2024. So a brief break for lunch. Again, that Jumbo's presentation at 2 o'clock. And otherwise, racing to resume in a little under an hour's time. We will have the first of our semi-finals after lunch, kicking off with the semi-finals of the Female School Open 8 Division 1. The first race timed for 1:54, so just over 50 minutes time from now. So don't go too far away, and racing will resume here shortly at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2024. Welcome back to the second half of the day here. We actually are just underway already in the first semi of the Female School Open 8 Division 1, but have been joined in the commentary box as well as this race begins by Antonetta De Cosmo of the Banks Rowing Club and the Victorian State team, and a former student too of Genazzano, who rode in this regatta a few times, last back in 2017. But tell us a bit about the on-water experience here at the head of the Schoolgirls, Antonetta.
Oh, it's great. I remember my time back at Schoolgirls. It was just such a fun regatta to be at, in the atmosphere. It's like, I think it's the biggest schoolgirl regatta in the Southern Hemisphere, if I'm not mistaken. And so the atmosphere has always been just one of the more fun events to do, which is great.
Yeah, the crowds are certainly fantastic. I must admit, I'd never seen anything quite like it until I first came here a few years ago, and it is amazing to see the noise and the sort of passion build up over the course of the 3 days. I'm sure you hear that out in the water as well.
Yeah, I remember one of the things that stuck out to me was the Furbank drum. So when we were rowing in eights, there was this, if you were ever against a Furbank crew, you just heard this massive drum as you came into the last 250. And you saw it the first time you hear it, you look around and go, what on earth is that? And it's Furbank going nuts with the drum. So it is a great, and the noise and the atmosphere, as I said, is just fantastic and unmatched.
Yeah, no, it is indeed. And you rode for Genazzano, and I think it was raced in the B final of the 8 in 2017. And then you had a slightly non-standard transition, I guess, the pathway through to elite rowing. We should just mention that the John Bowes presentation is about to begin at the Jeff Sykes Centre at 2 o'clock for those interested in the Australian Pathways program. But tell us how you made your way from school rowing to the elite level.
So, as you said, I sort of took 2 years off just in a club level. I actually joined Merckx first and then transitioned over to Banks. And I just sort of did a bit of the fun regattas, wasn't necessarily competitive. But it wasn't until my coach at the time turned around and said, have you thought about trying to make a state team? And I kind of went, state team? We have those in rowing? And then they explained what lightweight was and that there was a chance to go for the interstate quad. And so I was very fortunate in my first year of trialling as under 23, I made that quad. But yeah, most girls try and go through the pathways, which is that info session will be really good for anyone looking to make a state boat. But yeah, I made it from a club level in and just gave it a crack and made it, which is good. And I think the eights.
I think the 8s are coming down. Just stand by 1 second, Antonetta, and we'll close our window so our photo finish camera can work. There's lots happening around here, but effectively you were saying before that as a school rower, you basically had little idea even of the state team system and certainly that lightweight rowing even existed.
Yeah, no, it was just not something that was ever mentioned or focused. Was club rowing, that you can row beyond school and that there are opportunities to either go really competitive and probably more opportunities. Like I was a second 8 rower at school in my junior senior season and then made the first 8 just by the skin of my teeth in my senior season. So I was definitely never the best rower going around town. And it was just, as I said, like took me, 3 years to work out that I could actually be good at this, and that didn't come until someone sort of dragged me along then said, hey, there is rowing after school. It can be what you want.
Yeah, exactly right. Yes, just been getting confirmation. Thank you, Lynn, that the presentation is starting right now for those wanting to be involved in the Pathways program for 2024 and beyond. We'll just watch the end of this race coming up here, the first semi of the Schoolgirls 8 with St Catherine's, Loretto Toorak, MLC and Geelong College. Looking for just 2 spots here through to the A final. So this is the first of our semi-finals, the Open School 8 Division 1. This is going to be the last final of the day tomorrow afternoon as well. We're seeing the crew leading it here from MLCQ, I think narrowly in lane 3, alongside Loretto Toorak in lane 2. Those two clearly as the heat winners from yesterday morning are through into the centre lanes. And it is a good battle between those two as well. The MLC crew in lane 3, Jess Watson, Emily Davies, Claire Wong, Lucy Speed, Alessia Calcagno, Madeline Croker, Amy Crow, Evelyn Ford, and Eliza Wong, coached by David McGrath. And Loretto Turak probably just shading MLC now. Zoe Kritikides, Neve Thomas-Leach, Olivia Carroll, Rohi Curry, Audrey James, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Maisie Richards, and Lucy March. They are coached by Connor McConville. And they come through now with about 180 metres to race as they come under the Harrison Bridge. And certainly it is a clear lead now to the blue boat of Loretto Turak. MLCQ looking to secure their spot in the A final as well. And they've got a bit over a length lead, it seems, on St Catherine's. The winners from 2 years ago in the northern lane, then back to the Geelong College on the far side of the course. But it looks almost certain now to be Loretto Turak and MLC, who are both A finalists last year. Loretto Turak, the defending champions, are going to get the chance to go back-to-back tomorrow afternoon because they're going to win the first semi-final of the Open 8 Division 1. Loretto Turak in first place. MLC will finish second. It'll be the Yellow Boat of St Catherine's third, and fourth will go to the crew from Geelong College. That concludes the first semi, and we'll have the second semi. Looks like it's just underway back up at the 1,500 metre start. But Antoinette, while you're still here, wanted to ask you about the state team. You're now in the lightweight quad scale for the third year in a row. We saw you row over the course yesterday afternoon with your Victorian crewmates, some of whom I think are already on the way up to Penrith. But what are you looking forward to next week at the National Championships?
Oh, there's so much happening at the National Championships. There's just activities on the side, but I must say that interstate race on the Sunday, I cannot wait. It's such a great atmosphere, and there's something about at the line when they call out Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria that you just, you can't match that feeling. It's actually like going back to schoolgirl rowing again for the first time because you're in a consistent crew and, it feels like it means something. So definitely looking forward to those Sundays worth of racing, but also the sprint races on the Saturday afternoon. Something a bit different, to bash it out over 500 metres. We don't get that opportunity in rowing.
I see you've entered, I think, the state quad in the sprint regatta too, so that's going to be your warm-up for the big race, is it?
Yeah, actually, I put more emphasis on winning that event than I do the no, joking. But yeah, definitely looking to the sprint races because it's that shorter, sharper, high-rate stuff that we just don't get to do anymore once you get into seniors and above. So.
I know a lot of the schools almost specifically train now for the sprint regatta too. It's become such a highlight of the Nationals on the Saturday afternoon. But you're right, the Sunday races too. I've been lucky enough to be in the commentary box a couple of times now for the interstate races, and the passion even up there is a few sky blue shirts around us, unfortunately, in Sydney. But we'll do our bit for the Victorians this time around.
Up the V's, let's go. Come on, Victoria.
I think you've finished in fourth place the last couple of years, so looking to go at least one spot better this year?
Yeah, we're definitely looking to podium this year, but, let's try and get that gold off New South Wales. They've had the Victoria Cup for way too long, so trying to bring it back home to the state where it belongs is the aim. So we'll see how we go.
It is named the Victoria Cup for a reason. I'm sure it's been far too many years. The Tasmanians dominated that for event for a while too with their great lightweight rowers, and New South Wales winning it last year. And the great news for those who can't be there, the whole regatta is being live streamed again via the Rowing Australia website. But we're seeing the Furbank 8 come through here well in the middle lane alongside Melbourne Girls Grammar School. So we'll turn to the racing soon. But Anthony, thank you for your time. You're heading up to Penrith shortly, I imagine?
Yeah, tomorrow my flight is out in the afternoon, so I'll be leaving tomorrow. But thank you so much for having me. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time. Unfortunately, I have to drive, unlike those catching planes. So it'll be a long drive Sunday night after the last race here. But we look forward to seeing you at the Nationals next week at Penrith. Best of luck for the Victoria Cup. Thank you, Antoinette de Cosmo, for her time here. Another great example of a schoolgirl rower who's gone through the Victorian state team and onwards to the National Championships. And here comes the 8 spot now from Furbank and Melbourne Girls Grammar School in the centre lanes. And it's Melbourne Girls Grammar who lead it narrowly here on lane 3. Matilda Heyman, Adelaide Banks, Megan Barrow, Lily Wallace, Lulu Burney, Samantha O'Keefe, Maddie Clifford and Emily Anthony in the stroke seat, coxed by Audrey Suros. And they lead it narrowly from the Furbank crew in lane 2. Zoe Page, Emily Grace, Sienna Morgan, Maya Page, Cassandra Zissis, Frankie Diva, Ella Bailey, Poppy Dalton Morris and Aurelia Fife. Just ahead then of Geelong Grammar School, who'd be third, and Wesley College in fourth place. But again, it's the 2 heat winners in the centre lanes looking to secure their spot in the A final here. It is Melbourne Girls Grammar School who are the double defending national champions, 2 in the Schoolgirls 8, so they've had a couple of good years, but no head of the Schoolgirls titles yet in recent times for Melbourne Girls Grammar School, but they certainly will get the chance tomorrow. They're clear by almost a length of the combination from Furbank Grammar School, who will also qualify for the A final, going through in second place, but Melbourne Girls Grammar School take the race win. About almost a length, in fact, to Furbank in second place. Third will go the way of Geelong Grammar School, who will race into the B final tomorrow. And fourth place then Wesley College on lane 4, who'll also be in that B final. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Furbank Grammar who go through in the top 2 spots there from semi-final 2. And they'll join Loretto Turak and MLCQ in the race for the gold, silver and bronze medals in the Open Division 1-8. That'll be the last race of this regatta just before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So I do thank 11 Australia, who are the sponsors of that event, the Open Division 1 Female School 8. Thank you to 11 Australia and all of our regatta sponsors. And official regatta programs also available too from the coffee van near the finish line from... we know it as Cheryl's Coffee Van. I'm not sure what the official name is. But anyway, that is the place you can get your official regatta programs available, just $10 each. The proper printed head of the Schoolgirls program available from the Coffee Van for $10 each. And cash payments are preferred for those programs, please. So racing now in the first semi, the Open Quad Scull, Cardinia lane 1, Melbourne Girls College lane 2, Corowa in 3, Strathcona lane 4. Again, one of the premier events of this regatta, and there's 4 good crews in this semi as well. Unfortunately, only 2 can go through, and it is the Cardinia crew. They've jumped out very well down lane 1 and do lead this race now through underneath the McIntyre Bridge, and they've got a sizable margin, it seems, back on the rest of the field. The crew there of Audrey Semyonov, Eliza Jenkins, Grace Holton, Eliza Dean and Charlotte McKinnon, coached by Wayne Nitschke and Anita Whitehouse. They've rode this season, of course, out of the Barwon Rowing Club, this Cardinia combination, and they've got every chance here to go through to the A final ahead of Melbourne Girls College in second place. Olivia Kafka, Imogen Otter, Sarah Lay, Gemma Watson and Lila Artavilla. Alongside them sits Corowa, Nellie Whithouse, Mia Tan, Elizabeth Robson, Abby Sharrock and Julia Rogers. And then Strathcona, who won this event 2 years ago for the first time ever, back in 4th place on the far side. Lily Douglas, Jasmine Harvey, Leah Leeton, Phoebe Borgia and Esther Young. But it's Cardinia International College here on their home waters. They've gone the long way round here. They had to win a repechage earlier today just to make the semis after finishing second in their heat, but they are well placed here to go through in the outside lane. Down lane 1 here is Melbourne Girls College. Get moving as well and make sure they secure at least second place ahead of Corowa and Strathcona. It is Melbourne Girls College really setting out after our lead crew from Cardinia, who were tiring late in the race, but they've got the job done, the Cardinia International College, and they will go clear by about half a length to take the win in semi-final 1, the Open Quad Scull Division 1. Cardinia International College from the outside lane through to the A final. Second will go to Melbourne Girls College, who will qualify as well. Length back to Corowa in 3rd place, just missing out. And 2 lengths further back, the crew from Strathcona. Lane 4 will finish in 4th place in race 264, the first semi of the Open Cox Quad Scull Division 1, race 264. And a good effort there from the Cardinia International College. Semi-2 well and truly underway as well with, again, a field of 4. And this should be a hotly contested race once again. Fintona Lane 1, Brighton Girls Lane 2, Gippsland Grammar School in 3, and Toorak College in 4. The 4 boats on their way down. Again, the heat winners there in the centre lanes. Brighton Girls so dominant in this event in the last decade or so. In lane 2 and lane 3 is the Gippsland Grammar School combination. And we know Gippsland have targeted the quad scull event this year. A couple of single sculls in this boat have had success this regatta in recent years, now all combined into the quad scull. Crew there in lane 3 of Ruby Lindray, April Harrison, Scarlett Tavaski, Ella Garand, and Lucy Hodges. Right alongside the Wrighton girls combination, Lucy Gillen, Sarah Haben, Grace Hereford, Asher Gowans, and Pippa Reid. I've just got word through too from Rowing Victoria that the Drombos presentation actually will run for a second time at 2:30 this afternoon. So for those who are watching the senior races and didn't want to miss that at the same time, there will be a repeat presentation at 2:30 this afternoon. So if you couldn't be there right now when round 1 is underway, then never fear, there will be a second attempt at that presentation take place at 2:30 this afternoon. The Rowing Australia Pathways Transitions Coordinator John Bowes in the Jeff Sykes Centre to talk about Australian rowing pathways and US college information that will be repeated at 2:30. So you've got time to watch these senior races and then head to the top level of the Jeff Sykes Centre. So right in lane 2, Lucy Gillen, Sarah Haben, Grace Hereford, Asher Gowans and Pippa Reid, Gippsland Grammar School in 3. And the other contender still here is Fintona as well down lane 1. Michaela Spindler, Saskia Pezin, Priyanka De Silva, Mia McGavigan and Shari Peris. And a line of 3 across the Barwon here. We saw a win from lane 1 in the previous race to the Cardinia International College crew. And Fintona have put themselves in with a chance here, but they do trail narrowly from our leading 2 crews. And it might be Gippsland Grammar just edging out the combination from Wrighton Girls at this stage, but still about 120 metres to race for our leading 2 crews. Fintona 2 throwing everything at our top 2 at this stage with only 2 to go through to tomorrow afternoon's A final. It'll be the B final for the remaining 2 crews, but still hard to split them. Gippsland Grammar School just ahead of Wrighton Girls, then Fintona and also Toorak College on the far side of the course, but it's going to be Gippsland Grammar School rowing away with this one, and they'll win it by 2/3 of a length, the crew from Gippsland Grammar. Gippsland Grammar first, Wrighton Girls finish in second, and just on a length back then to the crew from Fintona. Brave there in 3rd place, but they'll have to be able to race in the B final now, along with the crew from Toorak College. So it's Gippsland Grammar first, Wrighton Girls second, Fintona 3rd, and Toorak College about to come across in 4th place to conclude the semi-finals of the Open Division 1 Female School Cox Quad Scull. Some great racing there once again from our open rowers in what in many cases will be their second last head of the schoolgirls race. And from the quad sculls we go to the double sculls now. And we'll see the 2 combinations here from Albert Park College across these 2 heats. And that's one of them up on screen now. Lane 3, that is Ella Kilpikoski and Alice Roberts, who of course are coached by Olympic bronze medalist Virginia Lee. Talking to Anthony De Cosmo just before we went on air, she was saying how lucky she was to have Virginia Lee as one of the coaches of that state quad scull. Virginia Lee and Rebecca Joyce were Olympic bronze medalists back at the Atlanta Games in 1996. In an event that unfortunately is unlikely to continue in the Olympics beyond the Paris Games in 2024. And also doing a great job with the Albert Park program. You can see how strong this double scull here is of Kilpikoski and Roberts, who are well clear of the field here in this first semi-final. And the second Albert Park double we'll see coming up shortly in the second semi as well. But it is the 2 middle lanes here who lead it. Albert Park College lane 3 and Cardinia, I should say, lane 2. Ella Treffry and Violet McGregor, coached by Anita Whitehouse and Wayne Nitschke, who look to have One hand on a qualifying spot. Still keep an eye out too for Shelford Girls Grammar School in lane 1, Gemma Bear and Millie D. They would be in a clear third place. Not too far away from second, but certainly well clear of Gippsland Grammar School over in lane 4. Zoe Hernline and Anastasia Bahaja in that combination over in lane 4. A good race for second potentially coming up here. So this is race 266 approaching its conclusion now. The semi-final, the first semi of the Open Division 1 double scull. And it's certainly being led very, very comfortably by Ella Kilpikoski and Alice Roberts of Albert Park College, who would have about 4 lengths lead on Cardinia in second, Ella Treffry and Violet McGregor. Not too far away from Shelford there on the inside lane. We've seen some crews have success in recent races down that lane 1, and Shelford, Gemma Bear and Millie D still pushing Cardinia into the closing strokes of the race now, with then Gippsland Grammar School in the yellow boat across on the far side of the course. But a strong win coming up here to this double scull from Albert Park College, who will comfortably qualify for the final of the Open Double Scull Division 1. Albert Park College, lane 3, take the win. And it'll be Cardinia International College certainly holding on to second by a bit over a length in the end from Shelford in third place. So Cardinia through to the A final as well. Shelford will race in the B final. So they come across now on lane 1, and they'll be joined there by Gippsland Grammar School in lane 4. The second semi coming down now of the Open Division 1 double scull. St Catherine's lane 1, Albert Park College lane 2, Shelford in 3, and Christian College Geelong racing in lane 4. And once again, it is Albert Park out in front here. This time it's Saskia Payne and Lulu Gleeson-Payne. Again, of course, coached by Virginia Lee, the scullers from Albert Park College. They look to have a pretty comfortable lead, probably not quite as comfortable as it was for Kilpikoski and Roberts in the previous race, but a substantial lead regardless, certainly for Albert Park College. You look set to take out the 2 centre lanes of the final.
Keep it long, Elizabeth.
And a very interesting race for second place, but either side of Albert Park, we have St Catherine's lane 1, Samantha Hine and Grace McLaughlin. And then in lane 3 from Shelford, Hannah Coughlin and Isabel Higgins. And they're the 2 crews in contention, certainly for the second qualifying spot. I would favour St Catherine's at this point, but Shelford's certainly not out of it at this stage. And then Christian College Geelong on the far side, Sophia Knight and Billy Ballard, coached by Adrian Keats and Peter White.
And I would just like to say to Adrian Keats, welcome.
So one of the closing strokes now of this race, and it continues to be Albert Park College about to make it 2 from 2 wins here in these double scull semi-finals. They will take both the centre lanes, Saskia Payne and Lulu Gleeson-Payne, comfortably out in front as well. Maybe only 3 or 4 lengths clear. They're compatriots in heat semi-1, probably won it by a length or 2 further, but matters little in this stage. All they've got to do is qualify, and they'll qualify in first spot. A couple of messy strokes late, and they'll go through in any case. The lane 2 crew, Albert Park College, win the second semi-final of the Open Double Scull Division 1. Second will go to St Catherine's, Samantha Hine and Grace McLaughlin. Third then will be shelf about 2 lengths further back, Hannah Coughlin and Isabel Higgins. And then fourth place to Christian College Geelong over on lane 4 on the southern side of the course once more. So it is the 2 combinations from Albert Park who go through. And Saskia Payne and Lulu Gleeson-Payne, who won that second semi, in fact, finished third at the state championships ahead of Kilpakowski and Roberts, who were fourth in the same event. So they'll meet again now in the final coming up tomorrow of the Open Double Scull Division 1, which will be one of the final races of the regatta as we conclude, of course, as always, with the Open Finals on the last day, the last afternoon of the head of the schoolgirls for 2024. And there is Christian College Geelong going across to conclude the race. The double scull, in fact, will be the 4th last race of the regatta. We conclude with the Open 8. Before that, the quad and the Open 4. The double scull, the 4th last race. And the Division 1 single scull is the 5th last race. And it's that race we're now watching the quarterfinals of. So with a bigger field, of course, in the single scull, there are 4 quarterfinals required and still some semi-finals to come tomorrow morning. So 3 scullers in this first quarterfinal. Clodagh McCarthy of Haileybury, who won through in a repechage earlier today. In fact, I think it might have been one of the very first races of the day, that repechage of the Open Single. Sits in lane 1 here, coached by Susan Andrews at the Gambie Rowing Club. Victory Lutheran's Adelaide Robb in lane 2. She's coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd at the Corowa Rowing Club in New South Wales. And those two are very close together. I would think it might just be Clodagh McCarthy, who's looking quite controlled here still at this stage. The third sculler in the race too from Corowa Anglican Girls School. That's Corowa with a K. Alexander Schumack racing in lane 3. So they are the 3 entrants here. Top 2 will go through to the semi-finals. So it's clearly going to be McCarthy and Robb. The order not entirely critical, but I think it's going to be the Haileybury sculler, Clodagh McCarthy, who looks to have her boat in front here. But these two both now seemingly rowing fairly much within themselves with, of course, a 3-boat quarterfinal and 1 sculler a little way back down the course. It is a pretty straightforward qualification here for both Clodagh McCarthy and also Adelaide Robb in the single scull quarterfinal. The first of 4 quarterfinals in the Division 1 single scull, and it's going to be Clodagh McCarthy of Haileybury in the end going clear by about 1.5 lengths to take the win here in this first of the quarterfinals. So it's Haileybury in first place. Second goes to Adelaide Robb of Victory Lutheran, and third from Corowa Anglican Girls School will be Alexandra Schumack on lane 3. With still just a few set the boys still to row past to complete her way down the 1,500 metre course in use here for the open events. Second quarter final now of the Open Division 1 single scull. Caitlin Root of Caulfield Grammar School in lane 1. Beatrix Hearn from Sacred Heart in 2. And Elizabeth Brehout from Christian College Geelong in lane 3. And a pretty clear lead in the centre lane to Beatrix Hearn. So Beatrix Hearn leading here for Sacred Heart College in the centre lane, very, very comfortably clear of Elizabeth Brehout of Christian College Geelong. and Caitlin Rood from Caulfield Grammar. Beatrix Hearn 4th at the state championships a couple of weeks ago on Lake Wendouree. So certainly set well to make the final 8 here at least. You'll move through to the semis in company with Elizabeth Brahout from Christian College Geelong. And it's going to be the 2 Geelong scullers finishing first and second here, much to the delight of the home crowd here on the bank. So Beatrix Hearn takes a comfortable win in quarter final number 2. About 4 lengths back to Christian College Geelong in second place. And then third from Caulfield Grammar School, it'll be Caitlin Rood, who will go to the C final, which will be held on tomorrow morning's program. She came through by winning a repechage earlier today. And that will now make her way through to the C final as well. And for the top 2 there, Beatrix Hearn and Elizabeth Brahout, they will race tomorrow in the semi-finals tomorrow morning of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. We go to quarter final 3 and possibly the favourite for the event here, the state champion in the form of Alice Joyce, is in the centre lane here, coached by Tony Lawless, rowing for the Christian College Geelong. In this event, the other 2 scullers in the race, Furbank Grammar's Sophia Lyons in lane 3 and Xavier High School Evangeline Broad in lane 1, who is another of the Cora Rowing Club scullers, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd. And it really is a race for second and third here, I think, behind Alice Joyce. And a very successful season so far. Another of the Barwon Rowing Club scullers, but of course here for her school, Christian College Geelong, along with Elizabeth Brahout, who qualified for the semis from the previous quarter final. And then our 4th and final quarter final also underway, which does feature 2 scullers from the Scott School rowing in the Cora Rowing Club colours as well. But this is Alice Joyce of Christian College Geelong, who's leading up towards the Harrison Bridge with about 200 metres still to race. Here comes Alice Joyce from Christian College Geelong, who leads comfortably still from Furbank's Sophia Lyons in second place, and Evangeline Broad of Xavier High School back in third. So the top 2 to go through here in this third quarter final, the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. This event also sponsored by 11 Australia, and it is Alice Joyce, coached by Tony Lawless, who takes the win and moves through to the semi-finals, along with Sophia Lyons of Furbank Grammar School, and then Evangeline Broad of Xavier High will finish in third. Fourth and final quarter-final now of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. And it is the case, this event, all Open Division 1 events, in fact, sponsored by 11 Australia, who are one of the major supporters of this regatta. So thank you to 11 Australia for their sponsorship of this and all of the Open Division 1 events. 2 scullers here from the Scott School, Anastasia McFarlane, the centre lane, Phoebe Packer in lane 1, and Mia Kachab of Albert Park College in between those 2, sitting in second place. So it looks likely to be Scott's and Albert Park going through here. Anastasia McFarlane The pretty comfortable leading sculler in the centre lane, having come again through from a heat win yesterday in the early races of this event. Mia Kachab from Albert Park College, also one of the heat winners. And then it was Phoebe Packer who won a repechage earlier today to book her spot in the quarterfinals. But it's going to be a pretty clear top two and a commanding win, certainly to discover in the colours of the Corowa Rowing Club. Anastasia McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd, who will come across shortly and take the win ahead of Mia Kachab from Albert Park College. Of course, again, is coached by Virginia Lee. So those two will both qualify for the semi-finals tomorrow morning. And then Phoebe Packer of the Scott School, also from Corowa, will finish in third place in race 271. So it's Anastasia McFarlane and Mia Kachab who qualify in the fourth and final quarterfinal of the Open Division 1 Female School Single Scull. This event sponsored by 11 Australia. Open 8 Division 2 is sponsored by the Siebel Yarrawonga, and that is our next race on the course. The two semi-finals coming through now. Fairbank Grammar School in lane 1, MLCQ in lane 2, Geelong Grammar in 3, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 4. Geelong Grammar won this event 2 years ago. Loretto Turak, I think, are the defending champions. We'll see them in the next of the semi-finals, but a good line of 4 boats across the course here with only 400 metres now to row. It's been a very good race by Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They've come down the outside lane. They're lane 4. Crew of Lucy Munro, Sarah Meredith Smith, Sophie Davies, Emma Cafferty, Sophie Clifford, Tara Richardson, Bella Pitt, Zoe Paul, and Lily Massini for Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who would be the leaders from probably MLC in second place. Lily Zima, Josie Martin, Olivia White, Emily Reinberger, Amaya Crawshay, Pearl Zima, Victoria Wilson, Georgie Dumbrell, and Maya Fordyce. Beside them, either side, Furbank and also Geelong Grammar School trying to get up into a top 2 spot. It is Melbourne Girls Grammar School first on lane 4, and then a great go for second, third and fourth. Geelong Grammar School coming back now on MLCQ as well. They hit the shadows of the bridge locked together, which does mean it's marginally advantage to Geelong Grammar. In fact, given the angle of that bridge, then back to Furbank in 4th place. But across the course, it is lane 4, the race leaders now. Melbourne Girls Grammar School on the southern bank of the river with a huge peloton of bikes following them down the course. It's going to be a win, certainly, to Melbourne Girls Grammar School in this first semi-final. Second place still being fought out, but Geelong Grammar School just look to push themselves clear now of the crew from MLC in their centre lanes, and it's going to be Melbourne Girls Grammar School first, just over a length, and then Geelong Grammar will take out second, half a length clear of MLCQ. He'll finish in third place, and then fourth, that distinctive dark coloured boat from the Furbank Grammar School, but it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 4 and Geelong Grammar School lane 3 who qualify from the first semi-final of the Open 8 Division 2 sponsored by the Siebel Yarrawonga. Here comes Loretto Turak leading the second semi of the Open 8 Division 2, again sponsored by the Siebel Yarrawonga. Loretto Turak in lane 2. They've been dominant in this event across the course of the season so far. Their crew is Maraqui, Sophie Hine, Stephanie Leon, Evelyn Boyle, Stephanie Chan, Sophie Lacey, Luciana Descala, Madeline Barre, and Sarah Chapman in the boat there for Loretto. And their closest competition probably coming from St Catherine's in lane 1. Saskia Coleman, Melanie Young, Izzy Monaghan, Sophie Farah, Zara Hoban, Emma Hibbins, Erin Lee, Chloe Barber, and Rachel Carton. The crew there for St Catherine's in that yellow boat. And across to the other two crews on the far side, back a little. Geelong College in 4, Lauriston Girls in 3. The contenders there racing, it would seem, for spots in the B final. Geelong College probably narrowly edging out Lauriston at this stage, but there's still about 200 to travel for those two crews on the southern bank. But the top two will come from the northern side of the course. It will be Loretto Turak, who will look to continue a very strong season here in the Open 8 Division 2 and potentially go back-to-back this event too with another head of the Schoolgirls title, ahead of St Catherine's by about a boat length, whereas they close in on the finish line now. So again, a crew from the outside lane is going to make the top two and qualify for the semis, for the final, I should say. This is the semi, and it's going to be won by Loretto Turak on lane 2, and they win it by about 1 2/3 of a length from St Catherine's in second place. Third then will be the Geelong College combination on the southern side of the course. And fourth place, the crew from Lauriston Girls in lane 3. So Lauriston and Geelong College will race into the B final. And Loretto Turak and St Catherine's qualify for the A final towards the end of tomorrow afternoon's racing. A strong win there, certainly, to the crew from Loretto Turak. And they'll take a centre lane alongside Melbourne Girls Grammar School in the final tomorrow of the Open 8 Division 2 event, sponsored by the Seabull Yarrawonga. Past 2:32. Just a reminder again that John Bowes' presentation is about to begin for a second time for those who couldn't watch earlier due to the Open Division 1 races on the course. But John Bowes, the Rowing Australia Pathway Transitions Coordinator, is available now at the top level of the Jeff Sykes Centre to give some details on Australian rowing pathways and US college information. So please head along there now to the top level of the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre, just around the corner from the finish line, if you'd like to find out some more about the Pathways program from John Bowes. Open Division 2 Cox Quad Scale semi-finals are now the boats on the course. About past a third of the way through the 1,500 metre race now in this particular event. Haileybury lane 1, Strathcona lane 2, Melbourne Girls College in 3, Lowther Hall in lane 4. And semi 2 is poised and ready to go as well at the 1,500 metre start. The top left of the screen there, vision coming through from the 1,500 metre start. You can see the Albert Park crew closest to camera ready to go, and they're on their way also in semi-final 2 from the held start. And the Division 3 8s behind them will move shortly in to take their place as well. But the Strathcona crew showing up prominently here in semi-final number 1 of the Open Quad Scale Division 2. Strathcona in 2, Melbourne Girls College beside them, but behind them also in lane 3. The danger there is the number 1 bow number there from Haileybury on the inside of the course, who are doing a very good job, as many crews have done down lane 1 so far this afternoon in the semi-finals. So reminder, of course, that the centre lanes are generally the crews that have won their heats on yesterday's racing, whereas the outside lanes in many cases have come through a repechage this morning, so likely rowing their second race for the day, but it's not having a big impact certainly on this crew from Haileybury. Vivian Robinson, Chelsea Jarrett, Imogen Aikman, Tessa Searle and Bella McTeer is the combination there from Haileybury. Strathcona would be with them there, probably just behind in second place. Maisie Permazel, Olivia Tawney, Holly Lewis, Ellie Turnham and Emma Pitkinen. Then back a length or so it would be to Melbourne Girls College, Gabrielle Sincox, Claudia Bell-Smith, Lucy Mansfield Hannah Scothern and Aileen Gula. And then some 2 or 3 lengths further back to Lowther Hall, Rose Ellis, Emily Ray, Emily Wilson, Lena Dalda, and Sonia Lee. And once again, it's lane 1 that leads the way here. The Haileybury crew have come through a repechage earlier today, so certainly well warmed up for this semi-final race. And they've got a length or so now, it seems, on Strathcona in the coral and blue colours in second place, but they look set to comfortably qualify as well. Melbourne Girls College would be third, and then Lowther Hall in fourth. Semi 2 well underway as well, with the Wrighton Girls crew prominent there, as they were, of course, also in Division 1. But down to the closing strokes of the race now, we have the crew from Haileybury in lane 1, just over a length clear, it would seem, off Strathcona. Similar margin back to Melbourne Girls College in third place. So they're going to finish in lane order here. Our top 2 will go through to tomorrow's A final, and that will be the crews from Haileybury in lane 1 with a couple of strokes to go, and Strathcona in lane 2. So Haileybury across and take the win. Second goes to Strathcona lane 2, and then third place it will be Melbourne Girls College. About a length and a half further back, just outside the 2 qualifying spots. Fourth will be the crew from Lowther Hall over in lane 4. As they're all 3 of the 4 across the line now, and Lowther Hall just to complete the course. They'll go to the B final along with Melbourne Girls College. And Haileybury and Strathcona are our first 2 qualifiers from semi-final number 1 of the Open Quad Scull Division 2. Four boats on their way in semi-final number 2. This looks like one crew is well back in the course here, and I suspect it may actually be the Wrighton combination. In fact, no, it's PLC Melbourne who've dropped back. Wrighton girls are there and up with the lead, but PLC Melbourne at lane 2 are a little off the pace set by the other crews in the race. So Wrighton girls lane 3, Matilda Pilkington, Honey Garcia, Pepper White, Ruby Draper and Olivia Michelini are what appear to be the race leaders here. Crew on the inside lane again doing pretty well. They're the lane 1 combination, as our 8s are on their way down the course as well now for Division 3. In lane 1 here we have Albert Park College, Emma Westerbeek, Isabella Flood, Farrah Hall, Beatrix Bradley and Isabel Deathridge. And they look to be in our top 2 along with the crew from Wrighton. In coral with the far side, Zoe Tao, Alice Lieberman, Tessa Plant, Emily Newen and Phoebe Foran. And then back to PLC Melbourne, Maya Van Bisu, Charlie Lowe, Talia Vesey, Claire Aikman and Rone Mamini in that crew for PLC, who came through as heat winners yesterday and took a centre lane, but are now back in 4th place. It's certainly Wrighton and Albert Park College, the top 2 here, as they close in on the final couple of 100 metres of this 1,500 metre race. On still very, very good conditions here for racing on the Barwon River today. With several hours of racing still ahead of us here this afternoon as we move through these quarter-final and semi-final races. But it is Wrighton girls, certainly, who comfortably come first through the Harrison Bridge. I've got about a boat length or so lead now. It would be on Albert Park College in second place, who also look set to pretty comfortably qualify. We've got our Division 3 8s also coming down the course. Semi 1 about halfway down. Semi 2 about to begin. Plenty of action right along the course here this afternoon. But it's Wrighton girls who will take the win in the second semi-final of the Open Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. They'll win it by 2 lengths, the crew from Wrighton. So Wrighton lane 3 finish first. Albert Park College lane 1 will finish in second place. Third will go to Corowa over on lane 4. They'll go through to the B final, along with PLC Melbourne lane 2, who will finish in 4th spot in a few strokes' time. Here come the eights now in the Open 8 Division 3. Two semi-finals here with Furbank, Loretto Toorak and MLCQ in this first of the two semis. And it might be Furbank just ahead of Loretto at this stage. About 400 metres still to race. Furbank Lane 1, Chloe Stokes, Matilda Nichols, Georgia Gobbo, Sophie Paltoglu, Elise Timer, Rebecca Machides, Lexi Williams, Lola Graham and Anastasia Gansos. And they've got narrow margin certainly on Loretto and possibly a diminishing margin as well. The Loretto crew, Sophie Elstoft, Sienna Mapley, Zimian Duffy, Eve Sadler, Lucy Nicol, Izzy Stone, Ruby Hines, Sally Bond and Charlotte Hall. And then probably a length or so back to MLCQ in third place. Phoebe Ketsakidis, Paige Roddard-Bean, Francesca Moore, Jessica Anderson, Lauren Tracita, Imogen Teal, Sophie Rodriguez Espinoza, Mia Patikas and Alessandra Lowe. They are coached by David Cuff, the crew there from MLC on the far side of the course. But the two looking to go through here are Loretto and Furbank, and there's not much between them at all as they close in on the finish of this race. Both crews will go through to the A final, but the middle lane is up for lanes here with Loretto maybe making up some ground late now on the gold colours of the Furbank crew. With still some 30 or 40 metres left to go, it's Furbank just, Loretto closing. Couple of strokes left. Furbank Grammar holding on just ahead of Loretto Toorak, and they'll go across and take the win by a canvas. Furbank first, Loretto in second place. That should be a great final coming up with those two crews in the mix for the gold medal. And then about 2 lengths back to the crew from MLCQ. They'll finish third and go to the B final of the Open Division 3-8. But very tight there between Furbank Grammar and also Loretto Toorak, setting up a very good final in the Open 8 Division 3. First lost property of the regatta, at least as far as I'm concerned. The a lost iPhone has, well, an iPhone has been handed in. We assume it's lost because it was handed in. It's available on the bottom of the finish tower. So if you have lost an iPhone here at the venue today and can identify it as your own, please come to the bottom level of the finish tower and you can have your phone back. So a lost iPhone available at the bottom level of the finish tower. Second semi-final, the Open 8 Division 3, Melbourne Girls College Lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who I reckon to be the favourites here for this race, are in Lane 2, Geelong Grammar School in 3, Lauriston Girls in 4, and that is the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School up on screen now in Lane 2. They have won pretty much every regatta so far this season, including the Barwon Regatta, the Wendouree Ballarat, the Nagambie Regatta, and also the state championships. So they are very much the crew to beat here. Their combination of Holly Hawkins, Ava Mould, Cecilia Michael, Belle Duncan, Catherine Pratton, Fia Atkins, Tess Folks, Rose Anderson and Phoebe Paul for Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Ahead then of a good race for second either side of them, Geelong Grammar School Lane 3. And one of the heat winners from yesterday, Olivia Migliorini, Ella Correa, Fiona Gillies, Paige Beckett, Eddie Braid, Eliza Reid, Elise Malott, Phoebe Jean Thompson and Sophia Clark. And also Melbourne Girls College in Lane 1. Their crew, Chelsea Bushney, Lucinda Hanrahan, Amber Papadopoulos, Eva Donnelly, Nicola Jarvis, Olivia Johns, Katie Brown, Poppy McDonald and Acre Wright for Melbourne Girls College. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar leading it here from, I would think, Geelong Grammar. Are we narrowly in second place? Geelong Grammar finished 5th at the state championship regatta. Furbank, who just missed out in the, in fact, just got up in the previous heat, was second behind Melbourne Girls Grammar School on that occasion. Also winners at Australian Henley, an event not contested by Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the only one they've missed out on all season. So it should be a great final, you'd think, between at least those three crews, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Loretto, and also Furbank. And there'll be one more crew to qualify with them. It does look likely to be Melbourne Girls College. They were the B final winners from the state championships and look to move up from the V final to the A final here and make their way to the top 4 That crew on lane 1 from Melbourne Girls College, certainly holding off Geelong Grammar School by about half a length or so, as Melbourne Girls Grammar School come across and take a comfortable win in the Open 8 Division 3. They continue with a very, very dominant season in this division. And Melbourne Girls College will finish second, almost a length in the end, ahead of Geelong Grammar School. So Melbourne Girls Grammar beat home Melbourne Girls College, and they're both through to the A final. Third will be Geelong Grammar, and fourth will be Lauriston Girls in that second semi-final of the Open 8 Division 3, which is the last of our open races for this afternoon. Last of open races for the day. We've got Year 10 and Year 9 semi and quarterfinals, but still to take us through to about 5:30 this afternoon, the final race of this 180-plus day of racing at the head of the Schoolgirls for 2024. And with that, as our Year 10 races get underway, the first semi-final of the Division 1 single scull. Racing just underway from the 1,000-metre start now. A change in the start position and a change in the commentary box too. Welcome back to Lynn Charge.
Well, Richard, thank you very much for taking off the afternoon's program and that lovely interview with Ant. She's, I see her quite often down at the Melbourne Rowing Club, where Banks now is sharing our facilities, and she's always there, such a happy, smiling face and personality, as well as a really exceptional rower. So it was lovely that you got the opportunity to share her insights with the crowds here, and these girls, some of these might aspire to follow in Ant's footprints or puddles, as you might say, and come through.
And worth noting too, just repeating something that Ant did say there, Lynn, about how she, as a school rower, barely knew that a pathway to elite rowing or state rowing even existed. She raced the B final for Genazzano in her last head of the Schoolgirls, and took a couple of years to find her way through to the club and state program. And also as a lightweight rower now, had little idea of the existence of lightweight rowing until it was pointed out to her by a club coach a couple of years ago, and she's now gone on to make 3 state teams in a row. So it does show the pathways are many and varied, from those athletes racing here today and over this weekend to where they may end up in the sport.
Well, that's exactly right. A lot of our interstate crews have come from head of Schoolgirls Rowing, where they've come through the ranks from the very beginning to the pinnacle at Year 12, and then on to schools, to club rowing and further on, which head of Schoolgirls is such a magnificent pathway for all of these girls. And just while we're waiting for the Year 10 Division 1 single sculls, which is race 278, to come down, I'll just mention that Richard and I are heading up to Nationals on Monday, so the Nationals in Penrith. So if any of you are going up there and your children are going to be rowing up there, we're always looking for more volunteers at Nationals. So when you're up there, if you've got a spare half a day, a spare day, get in touch with the volunteer coordinator at Nationals. You can register today at arcrowingaustralia.com.au/information. But just see anyone on course and say you're happy to volunteer. You get a T-shirt, you get a drink bottle, and you get the best seat in the house to watch the rowing. So while your children are recovering from their races, you've got a bit of time. Go up there and volunteer and get involved, and it's a terrific way of seeing some first-class racing. And we're seeing some first-class racing now coming down under the James Harrison Bridge. In lane 1, MLCQ with Emily Cotogno. In lane 2, Matthew Flinders, Matilda Murray, coached by Jeff Sykes. In lane 3, Haileybury, Kate McNeil, coached by Andrew McNeil. And in lane 4, Toorak College, Louise Roach. And in the yellow boat, Kate McNeil, who has just blitzed every event that she's been in this season. doing a terrific job. Her dad, Andrew, has been coaching her, and she's having a very comfortable win now in the first semi-final. She will go through, their first two will go through into the final. So it is lovely to see Kate there. She's got a beautiful style, just a young rower in year 10, and she has been rowing there and looking magnificent. So well done there. First across the line, lane 3, Halebury, Kate McNeil. Race is on for second place. This is really important. MLC coming through, but it is also Matthew Flinders not far behind, and Toorak College over on the far side. But MLCQ will be joining Kate McNeil in the final. And in third place is the Matthew Flinders, Matilda Murray, and fourth place, Louise Roach. So it's not just the winners that we need to look at, it is second place as well. Always important to get those final things, to know what your progression is before you get on the water, so that you know exactly how far you have to win by. So the next race down, the Year 10 Division 1, this is the second semi-final with Crimson Global Academy, Ariel Vanderpoel, who rose either out of Barwon or Corio, Footscray High School, Renee Brown, coached by Jonathan Sargent. Clonard, Aurora Shields, coached by Peter White and Adrian Keats. Welcome, Adrian. And Furbank Grammar, Yori Woe. So, Crimson Global Academy is Australia's only internationally accredited private online school. So it's great to see that there's an online school has a rowing program. So out of Corio, that's fantastic. So the Crimson Global Academy, the international online school, fortunately a single sculler. It would be very hard to do quad training at an online school. But Ariel Vanderpoel is in first place now. Footscray High School, Renee Brown just taken the lead now. Clonard, Aurora Shields in third place, and Furbank Grammar, Yoriu. So we're looking now for the first two places, which will be Ariel Vanderpoel and Renee Brown. It doesn't really matter who gets there, but it is always great to have that first across the line, to make sure that your beep is the one that everybody hears. So now Ariel has really pumped it out now, really pushing forward, and really now she's just taken the lead over Footscray High School. So Ariel there going through, that's in first place, and Footscray High School in second place. Third place will be Clonard, and fourth place Furbank. So going into our final tomorrow will be Halebury, Kate McNeil, MLCQ, Emily Catugno, Crimson Global Academy, Ariel Vanderpoel, and Footscray High School, Renee Brown. So well done to all those. The other rowers in that event will go through to the B final. Race 280, female school double scull year 10 division 1. So the first two through to the final. This is our semi-final. In lane 1, Melbourne Girls College, Ruby Gower and Femi McGregor. In lane 2, Sacred Heart, Chloe Myers and Zoe McCardle. In lane 3, Fintona, Georgina Lemon and Lucy Thomas. And in lane 4, Wesley, Olivia Skelton and Ava Screw. And it is our Fintona rowers, Georgina Lemon and Lucy Thomas, in the lead now. First two to go through. It looks like Sacred Heart might be joining them. So that's lanes 3 and lane 2. All these girls, 1,000-metre racing in the double scull. And they will go through to the final tomorrow. So very good racing coming on there. Sacred Heart just need to watch their course a little bit. They need to just straighten up before they run into the bank. Well done, girls. But coming across the line first in lane 3 is the Fintona double of Georgina and Lucy. And second is lane 2, Sacred Heart, Chloe Myers and Zoe McCardle. And lane 4 is third. That's the Wesley crew of Olivia and Ava. And fourth is lane 1, Melbourne Girls College and Ruby McPhee.
Just a further reminder about that lost iPhone that has been handed in. It's currently beeping and flashing as if someone's trying to locate it themselves, but there is a missing iPhone that's been handed in at the finish tower. So if you're madly searching for your iPhone, please come along to the bottom level of the finish tower and you can identify and collect it from there.
And if you're looking at the big screens, you can see all the crews there waiting for their start. We've had a small incident up at the start, so the races is held for just a moment. And these girls have been very well trained in how to line up for their races. Well done to the coaches that have given very good instructions. And now we move on to the second semi-final of the Year 10 Div 1 double scull. And on the course we've got Corowa with a K, Caitlin Olding and Hannah Waddell, Genazzano, Imogen Kemmis and Annie Dwayne, Sacred Heart, Laura Ahern and Rio Smith, and Barwon High School, Bridget Tan and Poppy Page, coached by Tristan Skavetsky. And it looks like the Sacred Heart girls have got a commanding lead over second place of Genazzano. In third place is Barwon High School and fourth place Corowa.
Everyone who's been on it seems to be a bit jerky with it. Yeah. That's fine. There, Woody. It's Steve over here. I'm on 500 for a bit. I'm just going to see if I can tweak this tripod a bit.
And as we come out of the shadow of the James Harrison Bridge, it is the Sacred Heart crew clearly in the lead here. Again, this is their home water. They know exactly where they're going. Genazzano doing a great job there in second place. Barwon High School now has just gone into third place with Corowa in fourth. First two going through to the final and the other two to the B final. But the Sacred Heart crew now taking it very easily. They know they've secured their place in the A final. So they can just back it off a little, save their strength for tomorrow. They can head home now, secure in the knowledge that tomorrow they're coming back to go for gold. Sacred Heart first, Genazzano clearly in second, with Corowa in lane one in third place, and Barwon High School on the far side in lane 4. So we now have our finalists for the double scull Year 10 Division 1. It will be Fintona, Georgina Lemon and Lucy Thomas. And Sacred Heart, Chloe Myers and Zoe McCardle. Genazzano, Imogen Kemmis and Annie Doon. And Sacred Heart, Laura Ahern and Rio Smith. Our next race will be the semi-final of the Coxed Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1.
Two crews in the middle lanes here, Lynn. Loretto Turak in lane 2. Grace Kennedy, Olivia Fay, Lucy Woods, Isla Quick and Josie Grave. And Ballarat Grammar School racing in lane 3. Alice Booth, Lily Geddes, Bridie Walker, Olivia Beachy and Alexis Timms. Coached jointly by Marty Francis, Director of Rowing at Ballarat Grammar School, and Roberto Robbie Draffin. MLCQ lane 1 and Loretto Ballarat lane 4, the other two boats in the race here. Loretto Ballarat, Neve Griffiths, Matilda Kavanagh, Olive Lunyon, Abby Kinnersley and Eliza Dodd. And MLCQ over in lane 1, that's Imogen Grant, Zoe Jackal, Chloe Blake, Mattia Brown and Freya Kustander, coached by Matt Wilson. I think, as I mentioned this morning, had many years of success at Wrighton Girls School, but now in charge of the program at MLCQ.
And am I right in saying that Marty Francis is a great supporter of Head of Schoolgirls? He's on the committee here, and you'll see him walking around being very good with getting everything organised. He's a terrific organiser and always very pleasant to deal with. So Marty Francis and the rest of the Head of Schoolgirls Committee, thank you for getting this fantastic regatta up and running year on year. And every year I've been coming down, it just gets better and better. But thank you, Richard, for calling out those crews there, but it is the Loreto Toorak Blue Boat vying for first place with the Loreto Ballarat boat on the far side. It is the first two to go through. So there is now a bit of competition, and there has been a move from MLCQ. They're really starting to move up. I think they're going to run out of river, but it is now Loreto Ballarat and Loreto Toorak going stroke for stroke. Loreto Toorak now just with their nose in front. The bow ball, they're going to win by just a half a boat length. Loreto Toorak, second, Loreto Ballarat, third, MLCQ, and fourth will be Ballarat Grammar. A very exciting end to the first semi-final of the Year 10 Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. But you can see now halfway down the course the second semi-final of the female school Cox Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1. This is race 283 for those of you following along at home. In lane 1, St Catherine's, Amity Morris, Nell Pete, Kari Prendergast, Emily Thomas and Isabel Cow, coached by Alexander Clark. In lane 2, Wrighton Girls, Saya McIntyre, Cassidy Lloyd, Valentino Dubrovsjan, Letitia Dubrovsjan and Isabella Griffin. I apologise if I'm not saying these names correctly. Furbank Grammar just in the lead now with Sophie Nichols, Olivia McLean, Yorga Roa, Pippa Hallen and Amy Summers. And over on the far side, Melbourne Girls Grammar just taken the lead now. Imogen Perrott, Gabriella Sofra, Grace Perrott, Jemima Ross and Camilla Rowe. So it is the first two to go through. I don't think they're going to have a problem, but the peloton of bikes on the far side really watching the girls from Melbourne Girls Grammar and Furbank Grammar going through in first and second place in the second semi-final of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Wrighton will come in third place and St Catherine's in fourth. They will be going through to the B final. So we now have our finalists for the female school Cox Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1. Loreto Toorak, Loreto Ballarat, Furbank Grammar and Melbourne Girls Grammar.
Lever down here, you might have seen me flick. That's what you call a doubler. It's like another magnifying glass. It goes over your lens. So you won't be able to pull out as far. You can only go out that far.
Our next race, 284, is the Cox 8's Year 10 Division 2. And we're just waiting for them to line up on the course.
So I'll lock that, and give it back to you. No worries, you're doing a great job too, mate.
So we've had a restart in race 284. So the next race coming down the course will be race 285, which is the second semi-final of the Cox 8 Year 10 Division 2. MLCQ, Haileybury, Wesley and Geelong Grammar. So for those of you that are following closely all of these races, the next race, 285, will be the next race down the course. So looking at the big screen now, you can see that the crews are lined up ready for race 285. 285. MLCQ in lane 1, Haileybury in lane 2, Wesley College in lane 3, and Geelong Grammar in lane 4. So they're lining up there waiting for the starters' orders. You'll see at the bottom of the big screen the our sponsors at the moment, Regatta Shop, where you can get all your regatta merchandise, and 11, which is hair care products. And I'm understood that they're going to have a bit of a tent here tomorrow, so that will be worth looking out of. And we've just had a start in race 285. There you can see on the screen those girls now just taking off. Closest MLCQ, Haileybury, Wesley College and Geelong Grammar. They've all had a really good start, but it does look, it's a bit hard with the parallax error there, but it does look as though the Wesley College of Zara Schmidt, Alice Andrews, Ellie Skyring, Sienna Matthews, Ella Laverty, Angie Tadros, Francesca Rose, Remy Clark, coxed by Alice Carter, was the first away. And looking at the screen there, it looks now that MLCQ, Rosie Shannon McDonald, Tiffany Spencer, Pippa Hawker, Charlotte Wallace, Isadelle Redston, Olivia Abbott, Marla Vandersloos and Isabel Yao, and coxed by Stephanie Newen, is up there with Wesley. We're looking now at the Geelong Grammar crew, so Sylvie Perrin, Chloe Sangster, Laoni Kaluski, Abigail Rigney, Sophie Starley, Tess Stanahan, Kresha Jarwell, Alicia Jarswell, and coxed by Michelle Law. And as we're looking down, there's also the Haileybury crew of Ailey Craig, Indy Barbner, Lucinda Vale, Tamara Sando, Meg Naylan, Pearl Daniel Reid, Evie Arnold, Eva Robinson, and Heidi Cracknell is the coach. It's a bit hard from this position to say who's in the lead. They're all very much neck and neck at the moment. Looking at the screen, though, it does appear to be Wesley College, which has got about a boat length lead on Geelong Grammar and Haileybury and MLCQ, but those other three boats very close together. It is the first two to go through, so there's going to be a bit of fighting and a bit of encouraging from those coxers to get those crews, keeping them long and strong, composed, shoulders down, breathing out, making sure that they don't panic. And it's when the crews start to panic that mistakes slip into it. So it is now Wesley College with about a boat length, and MLCQ and Haileybury seem to be fighting it out for second place, second and third. Geelong Grammar seems to have slipped back a little bit in the placings there. And the Regatta Shop, their tent has moved this year. They are here, in case you're wondering. They're behind our tents, a little way down near the presentation area. So go down there. Don't miss out on your 40-year merchandise. So there are still stocks available, and they'll be closing today at 4 p.m. and they'll reopen tomorrow at 9 a.m. And if you've had your pre-orders, you still need to collect them. There's a lot that haven't been collected. So now's a good opportunity to do that. So Wesley in the lead. Haileybury and MLC fighting it out for second place. Looks to be MLC just with half a boat length over Haileybury now. Wesley half a boat length ahead of MLC. MLC, a late charge, really pushing through now. Haileybury doing a great job as well, so we're going to see who can hold their nerve. But it is Wesley College and Haileybury look to be fighting it out for the first two places. And this will go for lanes. It looks to be Wesley College. Wesley College will come through in first place, with MLCQ in second place. Haileybury in third. Al Aikman will be very happy with that. And in fourth, Geelong Grammar. So well done to Wesley College and MLCQ, who will be going into the final of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox 8 to be run on Sunday. As well as parents that we have down here cheering on our girls, there's also a whole lot of grandparents, and I've just had a message from one of them. But I also saw another very proud grandma sitting with a little puppy that she'd brought here, and her grandchildren had been involved in riding, and they had moved from riding to rowing and absolutely loved it. So there are a lot of people who moved to crossover sports, whether it's Kim Crow, who went from athletics to rowing and won a gold medal in Rio, someone who's been a rider and has taken up rowing as a really good team sport. There's a lot of crossover goes on. So well done to all the grandmas, grandpas, supporters, not just the parents, that come down and add to the atmosphere of this magnificent regatta. But now we have had a start in race 284. Carey Grammer, Kira Brown, Ruby McCandish, Indy Kenny, Chloe Coleman, Tilly Kotzman, Carolyn McMillan, Isabel Zurab, and her dad rose at Banks, I believe, or Yarra Yarra, Alice Wilcox and Holly Bucknell, Geelong Grammar, Sophie Wright, Alice Nadop, Sophie Guest, Charlotte Langdon, Bella Smith, Izzy O'Connor, Juliet Curry, Coco Barrow and Violet Rao. And in Carey Grammar is Tess McConnell-Tobin, Kaya Bellin, Chloe Fox, Zara Ills, Abigail Coops, Claire Stocky, Isla Woolley, Ellie Charman and Haley Tan. And for Geelong College, which is in second place at the moment, Zara Lakajuri, Madeline Jarma, Clementine Tyrrell, Isabel Gaditz-Kunst, Kylie Keenan, Anna Beach, May Welch, Lily Biscam, Nellie Watts, coached by Robert Cavant. So now it is Carey Grammar in lane 1 and Geelong College in lane 2 coming through to take first and second place. The Carey Grammar crew in lane 3, a little way behind, and Geelong Grammar thirds rounding out the field. It is going to be a tussle between our outside lanes, lane 1 and lane 4, who will take line honours. They're both really striving now, really pushing through to see who's going to get line honours, but I think it is going to be Geelong. No, I'm not going to call that. That is going to be very close. I'm actually going to leave that up to the judges. But Carey Grammar and Geelong College, both of those will go through into the final. Carey Grammar in lane 3 is in third place, and Geelong Grammar in lane 4. I can't tell you who won that race, whether it was Carey Grammar with Holly Bucknell Coxing or Geelong College, but both of those crews will be through into the final and joining Wesley College and MLCQ in the final of the Year 10 Division 2 Cox State tomorrow. And halfway down the course now is the Cox Quad Skull Year 10 Division 2. So this is a quarter final. The first two will go through to the semi and the rest to the semi-final. And we've got Furbank Grammar, Abigail Bly, Sophie Penfold, Charlotte Elston, Tilly Shenfield, Jessica Collins. Albert Park College in the lead with Nami Hibbard, Elise Doig, Millicent Drack, Michaela Strombolitz and Giovanna Fafandi, coached by Eric Schrader. And Melbourne Girls College, Orla Edwards, Giselle Joskin, Ava Patari, Tessa Williams and Maddie England. But it is the Albert Park College just in front now of Furbank Grammar in lane 1 and Melbourne Girls College in lane 2. There are 4 quarterfinals in this Year 10 Division 2, and this is the first of the quarterfinals coming down. There are 3 boats in each of these quarterfinals. The first 2 will go through to semi-finals and the rest to the C final. But it is now Albert Park College in lane 3 being challenged by Furbank Grammar in lane 1. Melbourne Girls College, a little bit of work to do, but it is the first 2 that go through. So as long as Furbank Grammar and Albert Park College hold their nerve, they should go through. But I can see Furbank Grammar now really pushing, really wanting to beat that Albert Park College crew who have responded to the challenge. They're really coming at them now. Furbank Grammar and Albert Park College really pushing through now. I can see the 2 of them, the Coxes, are really urging them on. Furbank Grammar's had a very late surge. I think they're going to take it from Albert Park College. So it is now Furbank Grammar in first place, Albert Park College in second place, Melbourne Girls College in third. But it doesn't matter because Furbank and Albert Park will both be going through to the semi-final. The next race, 287, is the second quarterfinal. The first 2 to a semi-final. Genazzano with Chloe Patmore, Tilly Lawrence, Sadie James, Chloe Sakasi and Eliza Dempsey, and Loretto Turak in lane 2, Zara Barr, Zara Bjovic, Luca McCamus and Minty Clements, coxed by Ivy Griffrid, and Melbourne Girls Grammar, Zena Obed, Stephanie Speller, Addie Dean, Caitlin Anthony and Ellie Polglaze. So this is Year 10 Division 2 and it is the Loretto Turak boat now in lane 2 just ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 3. And rounding out the field down at the back there, Genazzano, who looks to be, unless there's a real tragedy going on, Genazzano will go to the C final. It does look to be Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls Grammar who will go into the semi-final. It doesn't matter how much you win by in these heats because you will, first and second will go through. So Loretto Turak coming through very nicely now with Melbourne Girls Grammar on the far side of me but close to the other bank. So Loretto Turak going through in fine style. Melbourne Girls Grammar in second and Genazzano in third. So they have secured a place in the semi-final. So quarter-final 3 is in progress now. St Catherine's, Poppy Cashmore, Lucy Kennedy, Isabel Peter, Alex Alman and Isabel Wang, coached by Laura Platt. In the centre lane, Ballarat Grammar, Chloe Tyndall, Lara Gollan, Bess Morrison, Kate Johnson, Bella Jenkins is the cox, coached by Robert Draffin and the marvellous Marty Francis. And Strathcona in lane 3, Juliet Stamp, Olivia Harris Eleanor Inston, Paige Guthrie, and coxed by Sophie Nettleson. And these three crews, first two to go through, but at the moment it is anybody's race. It does look like Strathcona have got perhaps a half boat length lead on Ballarat Grammar. Ballarat Grammar now making a bit of a move, but so is St Catherine's. St Catherine's moving up now. These three boats in close contention. Only two can go through to the semi, but I would still not like to predict which two it's going to be. Strathcona now has a boat length over St Catherine's, but only half a boat length over Ballarat Grammar. St Catherine's now making a bit of a move on Ballarat Grammar. Strathcona really pushing through. Strathcona looking lovely in their coral suits. So Strathcona by 3/4 of a length over Ballarat Grammar, and St Catherine's very bravely there in third place. A little unlucky, I would say, to miss out on that. They all crews in that quarter-final rode exceptionally well, did a fantastic job. Now, we have got the quarter-final four. This is our last quarter-final for the Year 10 Div 2 Coxed Quad Scull. Wrighton Girls, Lowther Hall and MLCQ. And looking down, they still look very much in a line. MLCQ with Alice Van Onselen, I know her uncle, Arabelle Brad Hardy, Emily Tian, Emma Ward and Isabel Cronin, coached by Flynn Snowden, just have their nose now in front of Lane 2, Lowther Hall, Charlotte Patterson, Olivia Douglas, Ashley Dorrington, Elizabeth Burr, Philippa Small and Claudia Craik. And in Lane 1, Rayton Girls, Mia Hoyle, Bridget Luzis, Anna Truong, Zara Grogan and Zoe Higgins. MLCQ still just in the front. There's a bit of a fight on between Lowther Hall and Wrighton Girls for second place. It is only the first two to go through to the semi-final. The rest go to the C final. Wrighton now have made a bit of a mood on Lowther. MLCQ still in front at the moment, but Wrighton on the side beside me have really made a push now. They are really pushing through. The Cox will be encouraging those girls to sit up, stay long. They've really pushed now past Lowther Hall. Lowther Hall seems to have dropped back a little bit. There's still time for them to make a push for second place, but MLCQ seem to have that first place firmly in the grasp of their oars. But Wrighton Girls are not going to make it easy for them. Wrighton is really pushing through now. MLCQ and Wrighton. Lowther's just dropped back a little bit, but it's still anybody's second and third place. MLCQ now with a boat length, they will go through. MLCQ will go through, and it will be Wrighton in second place and Lowther Hall in third place. So that rounds out the quarterfinals of the Female School Coxed Quad Scull Year 10 Division 2. And going into the semi-final will be Furbank Grammar, Albert Park College, Loreto Toorak, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Strathcona, Ballarat Grammar, MLCQ and Lowther Hall. A really good selection of all the schools that are competing here today. So the next race coming down, race 290, Female School Cox Quad Year 10 Division 3. Again, first two to the semi-final. Furbank Grammar, Isabel Mitchell, Catherine Bloomfield, Zara Fife, Daisy Harridge, hello Emily, on her way up to Sydney with her son, Caitlin Barwood. In lane 2, Loreto Ballarat, Anna Jones, Maddie Geljan, Imogen Mann, Sophie Robertson and Molly Hudson. And in lane 3, Loreto Toorak, Ruby Colpatch, Isabella Knight, Eloise Morgan, Jemima Perry and Greta Hardwick. And it is the Loreto Toorak crew just now in front of Loreto Ballarat, with Furbank a little way back. They're still in the shadows of the bridge. Furbank still have the opportunity to push through. It will depend what Loreto Ballarat do and what Furbank Grammar do, but it does seem that first place in this first of the quarterfinals will go to Loreto Toorak in their very distinctive blue boats. Loreto, Ruby, Isabella, Eloise, Jemima and Greta. but there is a real push on now for Loretto Ballarat and Furbank Grammar. Furbank Grammar moving up, but I think it's going to be too late. I think they're going to run out of river, but it is Loretto Toorak in first place, going through Loretto Ballarat in second place, and in third place is Furbank Grammar. So Furbank Grammar will go through to the C final, and it's great that these girls have made it even through to the quarterfinal. Nothing to be ashamed of in all of this racing, a very high standard and quality of racing for all of these girls. Quarterfinal 2, the female school Cox Quad Scull Year 10 Division 3, race 291. Albert Park College, Georgina Kameline, Ali Newen, Jane Zorbas, Julia Kwiatkowska, and Adeline Tan, coached by Virginia Lee, the great Virginia Lee. MLCQ in lane 2, Eleanor Love, Amiel Cummins, Sophie Pretty, Madeline Turnham and Edie Donovan. And in lane 3, Fintona, Claire Lau, Oriel Tropia, Tina Capnius, Isabella Gale and Chloe Chenu. And it is the MLCQ crew in lane 2, which is well ahead there. Next will be the Albert Park College crew. It is the first 2 through, so there's not a lot of pressure on these girls. Fintona is not giving a lot of pressure to these other 2 crews. MLC crew having a very nice hit out here with Albert Park College almost in second place now, and Fintona in third. They've still got 100 metres to go. In the closing stages of this second quarterfinal, MLCQ with a very nice lead now over Albert Park College in lane 1 and Fintona in lane 3. So MLCQ in first place, Albert Park College in second. They will be going into the semi-final, and Fintona in lane 3 will go through to the C final. On our live stream, we're getting some fantastic pictures. We've got a lot of cameras around the course today, and we can see some really good rowing. There was a lovely overhead shot just a moment ago of the third quarterfinal. Ballarat Clarendon, Olivia Higginbotham, Caitlin Dent, Orvia Sandaparadi, Ruby Mikhailov, Anna Sun, coached by Lachlan Matheson. Ballarat Grammar, Charlotte Armitage, Kate Mitchell, Clara Watson, Georgina Draffin, Holly Brody, and the coach there is Lyndall Geddes. And Melbourne Girls College, Swazi McPhee, Clementine Hewen, Lydia Foster, Sophie Dupay, and Imogen Harling. And it is Ballarat Grammar in lane 2, just ahead now. They've got about 2 boat length lead over Ballarat Clarendon and Melbourne Girls College. But Melbourne Girls College and Ballarat Clarendon really going to be fighting out for that second place. Only the first 2 into the semi, the third place into a final. It does look like Ballarat Grammar with clear lead there. They've got Clearwater and Ballarat Clarendon in second place at the moment. Melbourne Girls College in third place. As long as the first two into the semi-final, Ballarat Grammar with a 4 boat length lead now over Ballarat Clarendon and Melbourne Girls College in third place. That is our third quarterfinal, so we've got 6 now of our semi-finalists, and we will wait now for the last quarterfinal. But well done to Ballarat Grammar, looking very pleased, and Ballarat Clarendon also will be very happy to know that they have gone through, and Melbourne Girls College into the C final. Okay, embarrassment time for Tasia Faye. Tasia Faye of Loretto, happy birthday to you. I don't know who it is that's dobbed you in, but now all your other Loretto parents will know that it's your birthday. And unfortunately, I can't sing that it's my birthday too, but there you go. The fourth semi-final, Haileybury, Eliza Kelly, Ashley Hamill, Alice Cockram, Holly Brzezinski and Sharana Leah look to be well behind the leaders Strathcona, Isabella Chen, Annabelle Howell, Saloni Ganeskiri, Ella Fotheringham and Isla Fithall. And the Melbourne Girls Grammar School of Olivia Jane, Georgina Harris, Lily Ebels, Jaden Tankard and Lucinda Theo. So those two, the Strathcona and Melbourne Girls Grammar, stroke for stroke, bow ball, going for the win there. The Coxers really looking across. The rowers won't be. They'll be concentrating, and that is a very close finish. I'm going to call that to Strathcona in lane 2 and Melbourne Girls College in lane 3. And Haileybury in lane 1 will be third. And it's lovely to see those girls, even though first two go through, they were putting in their all to get to the finish line before the other crews. So we can now round out our semi-finalists for the female school Cox Quad Skull Year 10 Division 3. We have Loretto Toorak, Loretto Ballarat, MLCQ, Albert Park College, Ballarat Grammar, Ballarat Clarendon, Strathcona and Melbourne Girls Grammar. Now, as we start the Division 4 Cox Quad Skull, these are semi-finals. I'll hand over to Victoria's premium commentator, Richard Dorstein, who not only does a lot of Victorian races, but is highly esteemed by the national team. He will be up there commentating at Nationals next week. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you, Lynn. Scared to speak after that introduction, but racing does continue with what I'm reliably informed is the Year 10 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scale semi-finals. We're nearing the end of our Year 10 events, and soon we'll have the Year 9 races on the course as well. Forget too, an important announcement from the Regatta merchandise team. Don't miss out on your 40-year Head of the Schoolgirls merchandise. There is stock still available. They'll be closing today at 4 p.m. and reopening tomorrow at 9 a.m. And a reminder to anyone who hasn't collected their paid pre-orders, there are still a number that remain uncollected. So please head along to the Regatta shop to collect your prepaid merchandise or to secure something of your own. In the next 14 and a half minutes, they close at 4 p.m. this afternoon in the big white tent behind the spectator tents, and reopening at 9 a.m. tomorrow as well. Here is the first semi of the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scale. Loretta Ballarat Lane 1, Ballarat Grammar School in 2, MLCQ, our race leaders in lane 3, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School racing in lane 4. It's a narrow lead to MLC, but it's certainly a discernible one there. But a great race for second behind them. MLC are Sienna Kalfas, Monique Palavestra, Lara Wilson, Bella Bain, and Charlotte Lowe. And then it is on for second place. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the far side, maybe just still ahead of Loretto Ballarat. Ballarat Grammar School, the two Ballarat crews on this northern side, but they're in third and fourth. The qualifiers will come from the other side of the course. MLCQ in lane 3 by about 2/3 of a length will beat out Melbourne Girls Grammar School, but they'll both go through to the final of the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scale. Very tight for third and fourth between the two crews from Ballarat. They'll both be in the B final regardless. And MLCQ and Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the two qualifiers there from the first semi-final. Lane 1 from lane 2, the photo for third and fourth then. So the Loretto Ballarat third, Ballarat Grammar School fourth. But MLCQ and Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the top two, they'll go through to the final tomorrow, the Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scale. The second semi well down the course as well. Furbank in lane 1, St Catherine's in lane 2, Loretto Turak in 3, and Strathcona in lane 4. And these four boats forming a fairly good line across the course here, well past the halfway mark now of the 1,000 metres, and it's looks like about a length or so separate the field here. I think Loretto Turak maybe just in front there. Julie Dolan, Matilda Clooney's Ross, Rory Backer, Maggie Steinfort, and Liliana Manton. And alongside them sits St Catherine's, Violet Capani, Martha McKellar, Sophie Hawker, Lily Vanderven, and Amy Lowe, coached by Ali Hall. Then also in contention, Strathcona lane 4, Bella Pecker, Olivia Collett, Ruby Gibson, Jasmine Ma, and Leah Liu. And the other crew in the race be in fourth spot, but only a length or so away. That's Furbank lane 1, Hope Watson Hook, Charlie Robertson, Priscilla Bainon, Beatrix Scott, and Hannah Portage in the boat for Furbank. But at least 3 chances here to qualify, I would think. Loretto Turak have the edge on both St Catherine's and Strathcona. Very little between those second and third place crews, but for the final qualifying spot, maybe Strathcona over on that southern bank, moving the faster of those two and gaining some ground also on Loretto Turak and that blue boat late in this race. So Loretto have some work to do as well. The top two but will qualify for the final here. Strathcona certainly coming home strong on that southern side in front of the great spectator area there. The raised platform on the southern bank, a great spot to watch the racing from. And they're seeing these two crews go through from Loretto Turak and also Strathcona. Half a length between them on the finish line. It is Loretto in first place, Strathcona finish in second. About a length back to St Catherine's, who'll finish in third place. And then fourth will go to lane 1, the combination from Furbank Grammar School. Just a few messy strokes there towards the end of the race, but they'll come through now in fourth place. They'll go to the B final along with St Catherine's, and Loretto and Strathcona will qualify for the A final. Our final two Year 10 races for the afternoon are both on the course now. The two semis of the Year 10 Division 5 event. Shots on screen there of Semi 2 going through the early stages, but Semi 1 approaching its conclusion here. Furbank Grammar School in 1, Melbourne Girls College in 2, Ballarat Grammar School in 3. The clear top 3, not much between those three either. Then about 3 lengths back to the Geelong College crew on the far side of the course. So Furbank Lane 1, Olivia Gillett, Stella Kemp, Olivia Marino, Iris Lee and Dana Lee. Melbourne Girls College alongside them. Talia Zangalis, Gemma Perry, Victoria Hogan, Stella Rawlinson and Phoebe Constantinou. And then Ballarat Grammar School in 3. Chloe Adams, Charlotte Ravisa, Ella Devon, Clara Phillips and Eliza Draffin, coached by Zali Clark. A line of 3 across the course. Furbank in danger, but on this northern side now as Melbourne Girls College and Ballarat Grammar School come through strongly in the centre lane. Certainly the crew from Ballarat Grammar has their boat in front now. They've got about a half length or so all of a sudden on the crew from Melbourne Girls College, and those two will be the two to go through. The margin shrinking late, but Ballarat Grammar win and Melbourne Girls College do finish in second place. So it is the two centre lanes there going through to the A final. Third place Furbank Grammar, and then a gap back to fourth. The Geelong College combination over in lane 4 will be across the line in a couple of strokes time to conclude a very tight first semi-final in the Year 10 Division 5 event. Some scullers underway too as our Year 9 events are underway, but this is the last of our Year 10 quad sculls. First of all, the second semi-final, the Year 10 Division 5 event. Wesley College in lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 2, Loretto Toorak in lane 3, and Strathcona in lane 4. And the crews there in the centre lanes out to a bit of an advantage here. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 2, Christina Basudal, Ruby Davies, Matilda Jones-Bailey, Aileen Demanti and Poppy Noxon there for Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who pass underneath there the McIntyre Bridge. And their lead is a substantial one, in fact, now over Loretto Toorak, who would still be there in second place. Crew of Meta Pastregna, Alice Stratton, Isabel Lloyd, Bella Hines, and Rose Riggle for Loretto Toorak. The over a length, but certainly between first and second. And then the battle for third and fourth between the crews on either side of the course. Wesley College in lane 1, Audrey Pinnon, Madison Bidlander, Eden Paredes, Chloe Wilson, and Yolanda Way. And then Strathcona, lane 4, Zoe Langland, Bella Chen, Abigail Morris, Alice Howard, and Eloise Allen. The combination there for the crew from Strathcona. Don't forget you can pick up your souvenir ahead of the Schoolgirls program from the coffee van at the finish line, available for $10 each. The official printed souvenir program with all the crews from this year's regatta, full schedule. Colours of all the schools as well. A lot of historical information too of the winners, particularly of the Open Division 1 events, which is great to keep track of the history of this substantial event over 40 years now. The head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, you can get your official program from the coffee van just beyond the finish line for $10. Into the closing strokes part of this race, it's still Melbourne Girls Grammar School leading it from Loretto Toorak. A late challenge coming from Wesley too, down the inside lane, on the northern lane, but I think they've got a bit too much ground to make up still on the second place crew there in the blue boat from Loretto. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School leading comfortably still with only a couple of strokes to go. They are clear by over a length on Loretto Toorak in second place, and they will be the two qualifiers, the final two qualifiers for the Year 10 Division 5 Cox Quad Scull as our finals fields start to become complete. Almost length and a half the margin, but there Melbourne Girls over Loretto Toorak in second. Third will be Wesley, and fourth then the crew from Strathcona. Resplendent in some bright green caps, along with the coral coloured zoot suits. Very distinctive there on the far side of the course, the Strathcona combination. They'll race in the B final of the Year 10 Division 5 event coming up in tomorrow's program. And the A final, of course, we'll see Melbourne Girls Grammar School and Loretto Toorak. So our single scullers now coming down in very quick succession. A great sight here from the finish tower of what looks to be about 3 quarterfinals all on the course at the same time here. And hopefully they'll remain separate enough that the racers don't interfere with each other. The first quarterfinal, at least I should say, Year 9 Division 1, with the top 2 from each of these to go through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning. Footscray High School Astor White in lane 1, Gibson Grammar Lily Bramwell in 2, and PLC Melbourne Mietta Wilson in lane 3. And the race lead is with the sculler from PLC Mietta Wilson. Ahead then of Astor White from Footscray High. And Gibson Grammar School sculler there in lane 2 is back in 3rd place, and she's got a great view of the second quarter final coming at her rapidly, because Corowa's Violet Whithouse, I think it is in lane 2 there, who's leading through in the second quarter final and getting very close to our scullers in the first of the quarterfinals. But in any case, top 2 to go through here. It will be PLC clearly in front here. Mietta Wilson is going to make her way through to the semi-finals, and along with her will go Astor White of Footscray High School. So they're the top 2 from race 298, the first quarterfinal of the Year 9 Division 1 singles scull. Mietta Wilson beats home Astor White. They're both across the line now. And then it will be Lily Bramwell from Gibson Grammar, the third and final sculler into this particular race, race 298. And right behind her is the winner coming up from the next race, race 299, the Corowa sculler Violet Whithouse, who in the end will get within about 4 lengths of the previous race. A great effort from her as we see Lily Bramwell cross in 3rd. She goes through to the C final of the Year 9 Division 1 singles scull, but through to the semis will be the lane 2 sculler from Corowa, Violet Whithouse, across now to win race 299, as those races do finish in quick succession. And that's a strong win too to the sculler from Corowa. She is clear by probably about 200 metres on the rest of the field. She was over the finish line before the second and third place scullers came through underneath the Harrison Road Bridge. But it'll be Clonard, I think, in second place. Adeline Shields there, coached by Jan Keats and Brooke Parsons. And she's got some 3 or so lengths on the Shelford sculler, Matilda Cowell, on the far side of the course. Still a few strokes to go for both these scullers. So placings, of course, remain to be confirmed. But the sculler from Clonard looks pretty comfortably clear here, does Adeline Shields. About to go past the last line of boys across the course, and then has a clear run through to the finish of the race. So Adeline Shields for Clonard will finish in second place. She'll move through to the semi-finals as well. Tomorrow morning we'll see the semis of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. And the Clonard sculler qualifies there, and then Matilda Cowell of Shelford Girls Grammar School, lane 3, will finish in 3rd spot. So 2 of our quarterfinals concluded. 2 more still to come. And under the bridge now goes our 3rd quarterfinal, led by Santa McFarlane of the Scott School in the Corowa Rowing Club colours there. Clear second looks to be Abigail Phillips from Corowa with a K, the school, in second place. And then Wesley College Shanty Gee, lane 1, will finish in 3rd, or should finish in 3rd from there. There's still a bit of distance to go for these 3 scullers, but a clear lead certainly to the Scott School here. Santa McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny and Emily Tidd, a strong contingent of Corowa scullers here at this regatta. But race 300 is going to go the way officially of the Scott School. It will be Santa McFarlane across the line now to conclude race 300. She gets the win and moves through to the semis tomorrow morning. It will be second place to Corowa with a K, Abigail Phillips. She also qualifies for the semi-finals. And then Shanty Gee of Wesley College will be the 3rd sculler across the line shortly to conclude the 3rd quarterfinal of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. Top 3 go through to the semi-finals. Confirming again those semis will take place very early in tomorrow's program. We begin at 7:45 tomorrow morning, so slightly earlier than today. 7:45 with our semi-finals. First of all, the Year 9 quad sculls, and then the Year 9 single sculls will follow We have semis over the first hour or so of racing, and then our B, C, D, E and F finals begin next. And then in the afternoon, of course, we'll have all of the A finals, concluding with the open races, the Open 8 Division 1 being the last race of the day, just before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, which is precisely where we are now, actually at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, but still with 90 minutes of racing to go on today's program. And it is just the two boats, it looks like, here in this fourth quarter final. That is Sculler from Wesley College, who leads here, Melandra Barnard. And then from Hamilton and Alexandra, in second place, Molly Walker. No sign of Iona College at this stage. So it's certainly the Wesley College Sculler in front here, about to get the win. She's just moved out of lane 3, narrowly into lane 2, but she'll win the race regardless, clearly in front. Melandra Barnard is also through to the semis of the Year 9 Division 1 single scull. Second place will go to lane 2. That is Molly Walker from Hamilton and Alexandra. I'm not sure if Gabrielle Durdanovic of Iona College was in the race. She's certainly not here at the finish end. So the Year 9 Division 1 Quad Scull, our next event, and there are 4 quarterfinals once again in this event with a substantial number of entries here. Melbourne Girls College racing in lane 1, Genazzano in 2, Strathcona in lane 3. And it is a narrow lead, it looks like, there in the centre lane to the crew from Genazzano. Emily Carter, Hope McGrath, Eliza Daffy, Claudia Calnan and Zara Bennett. The leaders by probably a length or so from Strathcona. Outside them in lane 3, Ruby Douglas, Olivia Smith, Charlotte Wood, Sarah Alsop and Hannah Young, the crew there. But they're not too far off the pace being set by Genazzano. So the top 2 look clear here. Genazzano and Strathcona. Then Melbourne Girls College, the third crew in the race. Zara McIntosh, Phoebe Downey, Eve Funberger, Brain Norton and Kyra Bekos. The combination from Melbourne Girls College. But our top 2 certainly clear. The order not yet sorted out. Strathcona looking to get themselves ahead of Genazzano late in this race now. Genazzano, the centre lane, desperately trying to hold on to top spot. They're both going through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, but the centre lane up for grabs, and Strathcona look like they've got the pace here in the closing strokes of the race. They've gone clear by a canvas, and they'll go across and take the win, I think, in a couple of strokes' time. Genazzano surged late, but Strathcona held on and got there by probably half a canvas in the end, so a good finish. It was there by both those crews. Third will go to Melbourne Girls College. But Genazzano and Strathcona both through to the final, or the semis there, of the Year 9 Division 1 event.
Where's he? So Charlie comes to 1,000 where I am, and I'll switch with Ethan. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sick.
Confirmation of the unofficial result from race 302. It is Strathcona lane 3 ahead of Genazzano lane 2. 0.42 of a second between those two crews. And
What time's the final race?
they'll both go through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning. The Year 9 Division 1 Coxed Quad Scull. The first of 4 quarterfinals completed. Now, we do just have a slight delay on the course here. I understand an issue with one of the scullers from the previous race. So until that issue is is dealt with. There'll be no further racing on the course immediately, but racing will resume as soon as possible with the next quarterfinal. As we're at the top level of Year 9 here, the Year 9 Division 1 event. And we are just awaiting the next of our quarterfinals to make their way down the course once it's safe to do so. So it's after 4 o'clock, so the regatta shop is now closed for the day, but they are back tomorrow from 9 a.m. So you've got one final chance to make your way to the regatta shop merchandising tent. Reopening tomorrow at 9 for the last day of the regatta. If you've paid for a pre-order and not yet collected it, then please make sure you do so as early as possible tomorrow. A number of pre-orders still to be collected from the regatta shop. They are paid for pre-orders, so it's obviously in your interest to collect those. And for those not yet accustomed to the new location of the regatta shop marquee, it is behind the spectator tent on the northern bank of the Barwon, roughly in line with the Loretto Toorak tent. But best accessed through the food vendors area here at the finish line. Those familiar with the medal presentations in recent years, you will find the regatta shop marquee in that area where the presentations have taken place in past years. And, of course, we'll do so again at the conclusion of the regatta tomorrow afternoon. We'll have presentations to all of our race winners. And completing the course now, we also do have Gabriel Djurdjevic, the sculler, listed as being from Iona College Geelong, but looking to me to be rowing in the Cardinia International College colours, but she is rowing down the course here. Anyway, to conclude race 301. Sculler coached by Jan Keats and Brooke Parsons, with still a couple of strokes to go, dealing with a bit of wash from our rescue boat too in the closing strokes, but she'll be across shortly to conclude race 301. Having to row, looks like there's been some damage to the boat. They're having to row pretty much just arms and body only in the closing strokes. So a good effort certainly to complete the 1,000-metre course there from the local Geelong sculler, Gabriel Djurdjevic, who's across now and certainly solves the mystery of that missing sculler from race 301, and she'll therefore qualify for the C final of the event. And hopefully we'll have the chance to fix the issues with the boat and the seat and have a much better experience in the C final tomorrow. Thank you to our many sponsors of this regatta too. Of course, the regatta shop we just mentioned, located in their new tent this year behind the spectator areas, and also 11 Australia, who are one of the major partners of the regatta, who've sponsored all of the Open Division 1 events. So thank you to 11 Australia for their substantial sponsorship of this regatta. A great range of hair care products available from 11 Australia. And I believe they'll be here at the regatta tomorrow for those keen to find out more about the 11 Australia range. Racing about to resume here in any case. So we understand it may be race 304 that comes down next. So before race 303, which is the case because I can see there the blue boat of Loretto Turak in the centre lane. So this is race 304, just underway now from the 1,000 metre start, the third quarter final of the Year 9 Division 1 at Cox Quad Skull. So there may be an issue with one of the crews in race 303, but that race hopefully will take place shortly as well. And 303 confirmed now will follow 304. So these next two races in reverse order. But clearly here we can see on screen Loretto Ballarat lane 1, Loretto Turak lane 3, and Damascus College from Ballarat in lane 3. The crew from Loretto Turak certainly has gone out to a strong lead here in this, what is the third quarter final of the Year 9 Division 1 event. And they lead it comfortably from Loretto Ballarat and Damascus College. First and second here will go through to the semis tomorrow morning. So Loretto in front. Grace Eagles and Forster, Amy Jordan, Olivia Burchard, Alexia Kritikides and Heloise Murray. Loretto Ballarat would be in second place, lane 1. Lucy Barlow, Jess Charlison, Audrey Malloy, Lila McTeague and Grace Barr. That's them in the yellow colours there, with Loretto Turak in the distance behind them, or ahead of them, in fact, as is the case, of course, in this sport where you face one way while going the other. So it's Loretto Turak from Loretto Ballarat, and then Damascus College over in lane 3. Caitlin Orchard, Evie Howard, Grace Rivet, Arabella Ashley and Millie Young, coached by Paul Blanchfield and Cooper Reid, the crew from Damascus. But just two can go through here to the semi-finals tomorrow morning. This is race 304, noting it'll be followed by race 303. So quarterfinal 3 ahead of quarterfinal 2, and then quarterfinal 4 is actually, I think, about to get underway as well. So we're going to have 3 races on the course in quick succession here, but it won't be too long before Loretto Turak are over the finish line and back to the voting area. They are well clear here in this third quarterfinal. A comfortable lead certainly to Loretto Turak. So the two Lorettos will go through in this race. Loretto Turak in the blue, Loretto Ballarat in the yellow. Well clear of Damascus College from Ballarat in third place in race 304. As they come into the final strokes of the race now. The crew from Loretto remaining comfortably clear, and they'll win this on the line by about 4 lengths in the end. So Loretto Turak first place on lane 2. Loretto Ballarat will indeed finish in second place. And third will go to that dark green boat of Damascus College over in lane 3. They'll finish third and go through to the semi-final of this event. And the two Lorettos will qualify first and second for the semi-final. So this is race 303 now coming down, the slightly delayed second quarter final. Ballarat Grammar School, Wrighton Girls and Furbank, the three crews here. Again, it's led by the centre lane, Wrighton Girls, Sarah Ryan, Peggy King, Annabelle Dalziel, Annie Higgins and Bridget Gannon in that boat for Wrighton ahead of probably Furbank Grammar just in second place, lane 3. Chloe Trist, Ali Hunter, Lorna Cairns, Lara Tan and Sophie Snade. And then Ballarat Grammar School, they're in lane 1. Meg Howard, Charlize Kennedy, Annabelle Miller, Lucy Alcock and Millie Cust, coached by Kylie Lanyon. But a clear lead certainly to Wrighton in the centre lane here. Could battle for second place, but behind them, as it is Furbank and Ballarat Grammar, the two crews coming at them from both sides of the course. Wrighton Girls still but in front with a few strokes to go. The margin closing up quickly here as Wrighton lead it from Furbank, and Ballarat Grammar going for one qualifying spot, still racing up on our leaders from Wrighton Girls, but Wrighton will do enough to hold on here. The race for second will be very interesting. Furbank and Ballarat Grammar a couple of lanes apart across the course as Wrighton take the win. Second will be very tight. They hit it. Oh, surging late was Ballarat Grammar School, who may have got there. We'll wait on the photo between Ballarat Grammar and Furbank Grammar. Wrighton certainly have got the win there. And it will go the way of the crew on lane 1. Ballarat Grammar School will get second there. About 0.22 of a second between them on the unofficial results. But certainly the Ballarat Grammar School about in front. They'll qualify for the semis. Furbank just miss out. And Wrighton Girls get the win. So Wrighton first, Ballarat Grammar second. And Furbank Grammar third. That second quarterfinal worth the wait there as we qualify 2 more boats through to the semis. And 2 more to go in this fourth and final quarterfinal. Wesley College lane 1. MLCQ in 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School in 3. The qualifiers will come from those latter 2 crews. Again, the order not quite clear, but I think it's MLC leading it still from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. MLC lane 2, Rosie Marriott, Grace Wilson, Josh Kerr, Mika Lingham, and Hannah Walsh. And Melbourne Girls Grammar, Claudia Cogler, Harriet Hutchins, Cleo McLaughlin, Emily Rasmussen, and Brittany McCormick. The crew there on the southern side, they'll get close in the final few strokes. Melbourne Girls Grammar that is, but MLC will hold on for the win by around about half a length, in fact close to 3/4 as they come across now. So both content to go through there in the top 2 spots. Melbourne Girls Grammar School second, MLCQ the race winners, and third place will go the way of Wesley College on lane 1. They'll go through to the C final. MLCQ and Melbourne Girls Grammar School through into that semi-final tomorrow. So from Division 1 we go to Division 2. This is the equal most entrants of any of the quad scull events. This one, 26 crews racing in Division 2 and also 26 in Division 3. And so big fields, quarterfinals of course required, and semis still to follow. Melbourne Girls College here in lane 1, Loretto Ballarat lane 2, Loretto Toorak in lane 3. The 2 Lorettos side by side again, and may well be the 2 qualifiers here, although Melbourne Girls College far from giving up the chase. And also then on the far side, Genazzano in lane 4. Former school, of course, of Antonetta de Cosmo, who we heard from at the end of the lunch break earlier this afternoon. Now on her way in the Victorian State team. But what a race here between these 2 Loretto crews and also Melbourne Girls College. Loretto Toorak in that blue boat. Annie Sutherland, Mietta Barrington, Grace Walter, Claudia O'Brien and Olive Buffington. And Loretto Ballarat beside them, Matilda Grant, Bridget Mulcahy, Ella French, Sophie Huff and Gracie O'Connor. They will be our top 2. And in the end, Loretto Toorak will take this out by almost a length as they power away late to get the race win. Loretto Toorak first, Loretto Ballarat in second. A length and a half then back to Melbourne Girls College, who will finish in 3rd place. And 4th will go to the crew from Genazzano on the southern side of the course in race 306. So Loretto Turak and Loretto Ballarat are through to the semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 2 event. They will race again tomorrow morning in the semis and then on to either the A or B final later on in the afternoon. Past halfway in quarterfinal 2 of the Year 9 Division 2 event. Albert Park College are in lane 1, Strathcona in 2, the Geelong College in 3, Sacred Heart racing in lane 4. And it's been another strong lane 1 race here coming from Albert Park College. Lily Johnson, Arabella Young, Anna Lill, Summer Bishudal and Daisy Merritt, coached by Virginia Lee. And they would have a lead here of a bit over a length, I would think, on probably Geelong College narrowly second. Ava Hallibone, Gemma Andrews, Ivy Gray, Miller Alston and Annabelle Ashton, coached by Sydney Arnold. In between those two sits Strathcona. Certainly very much in contention as well. Maya Turnham, Poppy Atchison, Izzy Smith, Holly White and Maya Sipos there for Strathcona. And the fourth place crew over in lane 4, Sacred Heart, Matilda Hoss, Zoe Van Drumel, Zara Taylor, Sasha Baranski and Zoe Shoemaker in the boat there. But it certainly is lane 1 leading here. Albert Park College, who have come through the repechage. It'll be their second race of the day. And they'll have 2 more tomorrow as well, beginning with a semi-final at the beginning of the day. But Strathcona and Geelong College going for the second and final qualifying spot. And Strathcona now moving up right alongside the crew from the Geelong College. So Albert Park will take the win here on lane 1 in race 307. But interest certainly in second spot. It's Strathcona narrowly by about a canvas at this stage from the Geelong College, whose challenge appears to have come to an end. It's going to be Strathcona who will go across about half length clear in the end. So Strathcona qualify to great delight in that boat there on lane 2. Third place will go to the Geelong College on lane 3, and then fourth place for Sacred Heart over on lane 4, the southern side of the course. They will go through to the D final. In fact, Sacred Heart, Geelong College will race in the C final, and Albert Park College and Strathcona will take their place in tomorrow morning semi-finals of the Year 9 Division 2 Coxed Quad Scull. Quarterfinal 3, past halfway. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, MLCQ in 3, and St Catherine's lane 4. Hard to see St Catherine's qualifying from there. The other 3 crews, but very much remain a chance. And again, lane 1 is out strongly here. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, probably MLC, the narrow leaders, but in 3. That's Lucy Fusinato, Matilda Donaldson, Maddie Kerr, Claire Capon, and Lily Comrie. Melbourne Girls Grammar lane 1, Georgia Berryman, Natalie Grant, Clementine Evans, Catherine Hasidas and Willa Vile. And Ballarat Clarendon in between those 2, Anna Bray, Ella Maxwell, Emily Finch, Charlie Toohey and Angela Rosewarne. They are coached by Charlie Goldsworthy, but they would sit a length or so away, maybe a bit less than that now in fact, from a qualifying spot. It's MLC who look to be extending their margin still on Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 1. Ballarat Clarendon trying to challenge that crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar alongside them, and then fourth spot still back with St Margaret's over on St Catherine's, I should say, over on the far side of the course. But a race in 3 very much here. MLC still leading it from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who've responded well to this late challenge from Ballarat Clarendon College, and Melbourne Girls Grammar School maintain their hold on second place. In fact, we'll get very close to the lead here in the closing strokes, but MLC will get across and take the win by a third of a length. MLCQ in first place. Melbourne Girls Grammar School finished second. Ballarat Clarendon about a length or so back in third. They'll go through to the C final, and the D final in fourth place will go the crew from St Catherine's over on lane 4 as they come across the line now as well. So quarterfinal 3 concluded. Quarterfinal 4 is just underway, it seems, back down near the 1,000-metre start. Fourth quarter final, the U9 Division 2 Cox Quad Skull. Carey Grammar School racing in lane 1, Furbank Grammar in 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3, Wesley College in 4. And the race lead is with the lane 1 crew from Carey, Maya Onslow, Ruby Kay, Lauren McLean, Alana O'Connor and Blair McMillan. Furbank are well back in lane 2. But the race for second happening on the other side of the course. Ballarat Grammar School in 3, Wesley College in lane 4. Wesley crew, Elkie Wilson, Kia Atkins, Madeline Jordan, Marley Ryan and Ivy Moore. And then Ballarat Grammar, just behind them would be Mietta Robertson, Mary Mole, Sophie Calvert, Grace God and Genevieve Jones, coached by Rochelle Keller. And a clear lead here certainly to the Carey Grammar School combination as they pass under the shadows of the Harrison Bridge there with under 200 metres now to race. They are set on a spot in the semis of the U9 Division 2 event. They'll be one of the final 2 crews to qualify for those semi-finals. And they'll be joined there, it would seem, by the crew from Wesley College over in lane 4, who lead it from Ballarat Grammar School, and then Furbank Grammar well back in 4th place. But certainly it is Carey out in front here. In the yellow colours on lane 1, just a few strokes to go for the crew from Carey, who've again come through the repechage earlier today, all the way through now to the quarterfinals of the U9 Division 2 event. They'll win this quarterfinal and they will qualify for the semis coming up tomorrow morning. So Carey Grammar across in first place. Second will go to Wesley on the far side of the course. So it's the 2 crews who've come through the repechage in lanes 1 and 4 who qualify here for the semi-finals, which will be their 4th race in the space of just over 2 days tomorrow morning. 3rd place goes to Ballarat Grammar School, and 4th will be the crew from Furbank Grammar on lane 2. So at the Year 9 Division 2 event's about to conclude. The Furbank crew here just to come across the line. The big field of 26 entries in Division 2 and also in Division 3, which is coming down shortly, as we do see Furbank come across to conclude race at 309, the 4th quarter final of the U9 Division 2 event. U9 Division 3 well underway, and to bring you all the action for the remainder of the afternoon, the final hour or so of racing here at the second day of the Head of the Schoolgirls for 2024. It's my pleasure to welcome back Lynn Charge.
Thanks very much, Richard. And I understand you're going off to lubricate your throat now. You've got a big day tomorrow and then a big week coming up. So we've got to preserve Richard's mellifluous voice. So I'm now going to call the quarterfinal, the first quarterfinal of Year 9 Division 3, Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1, Melbourne Girls College in lane 2, Furbank Grammar in lane 3, which is leading the pack, and Caulfield Grammar in lane 4. But leading now, Furbank Grammar, Brooke DeTiro, Isabel Reith, Lucy Shannon, Georgina Bly and Lauren Box well in the lead now. In lane 2, with a few little steering problems, Melbourne Girls College, Indigo Ernst, Juliet Blake, Evie Purden, Summer Smith and Maisha Taruki Lee. They're in second place. It is the first 2 to go through to the semi-final. Ballarat Clarendon, Sophie Cheeseman, Lexi Granger, Matilda Gillespie, Isabella Ebenwalder, Sherry Lee, and coached by lovely Ebony Ebenwalder, is in 3rd position. And 4th, Caulfield Grammar, Jessie Wirtz, Zara Jantz, Leela Hurd, Olivia Graham and Mary Mitri. But now, rounding out that, Furbank Grammar, first across the line, and it will be the Melbourne Grammar crew in lane 2 in 2nd place, Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1 in 3rd place, and Caulfield Grammar in lane 4 will be in 4th place. So the first 2 to the semi-final, 3rd will go to the C final, and 4th to the D final. And coming down now, we've had just a little spider issue in the commentary box here, so I'm sorry, but we've got this is the second quarter final coming down. Genazzano is in the lead now with Nina Stevenson, Alexandra Haslam, Greta Clancy, Madeline Stewart and Madam O'Callaghan. They're just in the lead now, but now making a late change is Carey Grammer, Emma Lawton, Lucy Whitechurch, Rose Corker, Chloe Carnell and Elise Chang. MLCQ, they're up there as well. Sabella Roth, Caitlin Nixon, Holly Camarudis, Chloe Groom and Clementine Hoffman-Ross. It's going to be very tight, and Wesley College a little way back, but it is the first two to go through to the semi-final. It does look like it will be MLC and Carey Grammer really fighting it out now for line honours. It is going to be Carey Grammer coming through first. MLCQ in second place. Genazzano in third will go into the C final. And a little way back, Wesley with Ella Zhang, Audrey Cole, Coco Harding, Charlotte Sanfilippo and Chloe Misakainen in fourth. So after the excitement out on the river there with those races, that's the second quarter final. There are two more to go. The excitement with the huntsman in the commentary box is sorted out now. And congratulations, Linda Skidmore. We know now where your greatest fear is. Thank you for that. Linda's been one of our event organisers who works for Rowing Victoria and has done a great job. You'll see her moving around, organising and making things easy for Adam, our acting CEO, really putting in some long hours here. Our third quarter final is not quite on the course yet. That's Shelford Girls Grammar, Loretta O'Toorak, Wrighton Girls and Geelong College. Lovely overhead shot there of one of our quad sculls. That will be the Year 9 Division 3. Coming down nicely. Very good gearing there. Those girls very well in synchronicity. Shelford Girls Grammar with Georgie Mott, Claudie Rabal, Matilda Nichols, Lily Toomer and Gabrielle Brown in lane 1. A little way back, but leading Loretta O'Toorak, Michaela Ellis, Audrey Boyle, Andy Sharon, Allegra Caprioglio and Stephanie Hersiandis is leading now over the Wrighton girls of Scarlett Powsey, Charlotte Kaplan, Gigi Zafs, Saskia Clough and Lucy Ball. And on the far side, Geelong College, Silky Shakespeare, Pearl Connor, Madison Young, Lucy Henderson, Jemima Briggs, coached by Caitlin Murphy. But clearly in the lead there is lane 2, Loretta O'Toorak, and I'm sure they've got their blue boat out. But it's going to be a very tight finish between Wrighton Girls and Geelong College for second place, and it is the first two to go through. So as we're looking down, and those boats on the big screen is not the race that I'm calling, that's a different race. But this race with Loretta O'Toorak is well in front now. And it does look like Wrighton Girls have started to move away from Geelong College. Selford Girls Grammar a fair way back. This is the third quarter final. First two will go through to the semi-final. The third will go to the C final and the fourth to the D final. I can hear the crowd going wild as we hear Loretto Turak coming up in very nice style to the finish line in the third quarterfinal. Loretto Turak, the interest now in second place, who will be joining them in the semi-final, and it will be Wrighton in their lovely yellow caps with the R on their back. It will be Wrighton in second place. Third place will go to Geelong College, and fourth to Shelford. Well done to all our crews in the third quarterfinal of the female school Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 3. Quarter-final 4 is in progress now, and leading the 4 boats is Melbourne Girls Grammar, Lola Edwards, Daisy Kitchener, Eliza Pete, Annika Barnes and Tanya Taylor Chen. And they're right there beside them is Loretto Ballarat, Leah Timpano, Sadie McCanty, Hayley Gardner, Amy Antrobus and Georgina Cooney. Those two look to be very clearly now the first two which will go through into the semi-final. But Strathcona on the near side here, Yin Yan Fang, Ivy Voshag, Tilly Harvey, Angela Zhao and Maddie Smith look to be in third place, with Ballarat Grammar, Esther Hopkins, Emily Milajevic, Grace Burt, Isla Huntington and Kate Burke, coached by Bridget Clark in fourth. But as we're coming into the closing stages of this quarterfinal of the female school Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar just a boat length ahead of Loretto Ballarat. Those two crews will be going through into the semi-final. Third is Strathcona. They will go into the C final, and fourth Ballarat Grammar into the D final. So into the semi-finals, which will be held tomorrow, of the Year 9 Division 3, there will be Furbank Grammar, Melbourne Girls College, Carey Grammar, MLCQ, Loretto Turak, Wrighton Girls, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Loretto Ballarat. The next race coming down will be the Year 9 Division 4, and there are 3 boats in this race. Race 314, Female School Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 4. This is the first quarter final. There are 4 of them. Progression, the first 2 through to the semis. and the third place getter will go to the final. And leading now is Melbourne Girls College, Kira Jenkins, Jessica Norman, Alice Wills, Lucy Lay and Sophia Arevalo Diaz. In the lead now over Melbourne Girls Grammar, Fleur Wilson, Cordelia Tompkin, Poppy Stockdale, Leela Bruce and Viviana Cook. And in third position, Geelong College, Beth Afford, Sophie McCarry, Amelia Bennett, Tess Wolfenden, Phoebe Johnson, and the coach there is Caitlin Murphy. But these are the Year 9 Division 4 and Melbourne Girls College coming through. I've seen their coach, their major coach, Glenn Fishman, here today, so he'll be looking on to see how his Year 9 girls are going. Melbourne Girls College in second place. They will be going through to the semi-final, and Geelong College in third place will go into the C final. In the second quarter final, Carey Grammer with Molly Coleman, Elka Pearson, Susie Wilson, Tara Evans and Mia Capadath. In the lead now over Genizano, Bonnie Grace, Claudia Tomsick, Ava Roger, Michaela Misner and Charlie Morrison. In third place at the moment, Wrighton Girls with Greta White, Natalie Wong, Evie Talbot, Aisha Tor and Eloise Brown. So Genizano and Carey Grammer seem to have a very tight grip on this race, which is the second quarter final of the female school Cox Quad Skull Year 9 Division 4. And this is race 315. So the races are running about 10 minutes behind, but all the crews know that they have to be up at the start there at the advertised time. But for you watching at home and watching down here, we are running approximately 10 minutes late. So if you're waiting for your daughter to come down and she told you it was going to be at 5 o'clock, it might be at 5:05 or 5:10. And that's not her fault. So looking down now, Genizano and Carey Grammer. Carey Grammer about a boat length ahead of Genizano. Wrighton Girls 2 boat lengths back. First two to the semi-final, and it will be Carey Grammer in lane 3 and Genizano in lane 1 and Wrighton Girls in third place in lane 2. So well done to Carey Grammer and Genizano. And our third quarter final with Furbank Grammar Arabella Forbes, Audrey Mayer Burstle, Tina Featherston, Millicent McLean and Grace McLean is now on the course with Strathcona, Alexa Christophilus, Mimi Bothwell, Holly Majenik, Matilda Priatel and Liv Majenik, and MLCQ is in front now in lane 3. Liv Worth, Ginger Fronhart, Georgina Merry, Tilda Roth and Audrey Talor. So Strathcona and Furbank back there in second and third place. It does look like MLCQ has a very firm grip on this race, and I don't think they're going to be challenged for first place, but there is a challenge going on now for second place, and that's where the real interest is, with the first two going through. So Strathcona and Furbank Grammar, they're going stroke for stroke now. The Coxes there urging on these Year 9 Division 4 quad sculls. MLCQ have just taken their foot off the pedal a little bit. They're not going to let those girls get past them. I think they're going to come in first, but really the interest, Strathcona and Furbank Grammar, they are bow ball to bow ball as they come down. This is really important, who's going to be in second place. So it looks like now Furbank Grammar, no, but now it's Strathcona in front. So very close racing here. I'm glad we've got a camera so that we can just separate these two, but well done. MLCQ, clear winners there, and it is now going to be Strathcona. Well done in their coral suits in lane 2. Will go through. Remember, girls, don't lie down in the boat. Sit up, please, unless you are in distress. And Furbank Grammar in third place. Strathcona, please sit up. Strathcona, thank you. Quarterfinal 4, St Catherine's, Loreto Ballarat and Loreto Toorak on the course. And it is Loreto Toorak with Miller Tanos, Lucy Scott, Genevieve Gray, Arabella Burns and Ava Coleman in the lead now over Loreto Ballarat. Emma McConchie, Eliza Trigg, Maya Templar, Isabella Puka and Annabelle Donald. And then St Catherine's, Sophie Wang, Claudia Hudson, Lily Bell Stevens, Fleur Anjanette and Tiffany Shen, coached by Ali Hall. So it is the Loreto Toorak with about a 3-length lead over Loreto Ballarat, and St Catherine's only about a length back behind. So there is still time for St Catherine's to make up that little bit of space, but Loreto Toorak looking very powerful and very much in control of this race. They're now increasing their lead over Loreto Ballarat and St Catherine's. So they're just coming out of the shadow of the James Harrison Bridge. And James Harrison was the pioneer who brought refrigeration to Australia, so in the 1800s, and worked in Geelong. So Loreto Toorak now, very comfortable lead there. They can sit back, relax, know that they are going into the semi-final. But and it does look like Loreto Ballarat have broken the elastic with St Catherine's. They're pulling away now. Loreto Ballarat looks to be second place there. St Catherine's working hard, still working hard, and they will go into the C final. So that rounds out our Year 9 Division 4 Coxed Quad Scull. So going into our semi-finals tomorrow, Melbourne Girls College, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Genazzano, Carey Grammar, Strathcona, MLCQ, Loreto Ballarat and Loreto Toorak. So the next few races are our Division 5 girls coming down. Division 5. And in Division 5, there are 4 quarterfinals. So in this quarterfinal with 3 crews, MLCQ, Amelia Rose Barris, Alexa Kafasis, Rosie Bell, Sophie Pickles and Libby Holland. Strathcona in lane 2, Miller Dickens, Rose Beaton, Lucinda Shenick, Willow Barrows and Imi Rees. And in lane 3, Melbourne Girls College, Harriet Probin, Ruby Watson, Ivy Reeman, Lola Croker and Isabel Munro. And they are now just in the lead over MLCQ. MLCQ and Melbourne Girls College really fighting it out there, and Strathcona not letting them get away with it, anything being too easy. Strathcona's really putting the pressure now on MLCQ. Melbourne Girls College now really pulling away, but the interest there is going to be in second place. Melbourne Girls College at the moment. MLCQ now is challenging Melbourne Girls College for first place. They're not going to let them have it all their own way. MLC really pushing on now over Melbourne Girls College. It's going to be a very tight finish, but it doesn't matter because it is the first two to go through. So Melbourne Girls College still have about a boat length and a half over MLC. Melbourne Girls College going through in first place, with MLCQ in second place, and not far behind but sadly missing out on the semi-final is Strathcona. Cox, watch your course please. MLC, watch your course. Well done to all of those rowers. The second quarter-final, race 319, is the Year 9 Division 5 Genazzano, St Catherine's, Loreto Turak. In the Genazzano crew, we've got Gemma Pazinati, Gabrielle Cheers, Lucy Bromhead, Rafaela Santa Maria and Hanny Took. In St Catherine's, Anya Crawford, Millie Monaghan, Annabelle Arnold, Lucy Parford and Eva Lee, and Loreto Turak, Clara Ross, Mietta Foley, Olivia Maidman, Abigail Tasker and Sophie Morgan. And well done to all the grandparents, grandmas, I'm talking to you, Sue Gould, who are down here supporting all these girls in their races. And it is the Loreto Turak crew of Clara, Mayetta, Olivia, Abigail and Sophie who are in the lead over the St Catherine's crew of Anya, Millie, Annabelle, Lucille and Eva. First two to go through. Loreto Turak have a commanding lead now over St Catherine's and Genazzano. It is the first two to go through. So Genazzano now really pushing past St Catherine's. So St Catherine's Cox will be having a look across, answering the call there. We've Loreto Turak having a few little dirty strokes there, but they've got it back together again now. They don't really need to worry too much. It looks like they will go through very easily, but the interest is in St Catherine's and Genazzano. St Catherine's now have pulled away now from Genazzano. They're really pushing through. Loreto Turak coming down with 10 metres to go now. It will be Loreto Turak winning the second quarter final, but St Catherine's and Genazzano still fighting it out for second place. St Catherine's now a boat length and a half ahead of Genazzano. St Catherine's in lane 2 with Anya, Millie, Annabelle, Lucille and Eva will now go into second place. They will be joining Loreto Turak in the semi-final. And our Genazzano crew, a few little dirty strokes there, and sometimes with these young girls, the pressure of rowing can get to them. But they've all done really well to even get into this quarter final. So well done to all our crews. Genazzano in third place will be going into the C final. Third quarter final, Wesley College, Loreto Ballarat, Wrighton Girls. And it is Wesley College with Lexi Brown, Audrey Schofield, Harper Clancy, Sabella Schroeder and Sophie Katsiris in the lead over the Loretto Ballarat crew of Dakota Somerville, Isabel Wise, Angelina Ashby, Ava Taylor and Olivia Valenzuela. And Wrighton girls a little way back, Isabel Pender, Annabelle Lumu, Charlotte Herman, Ellie Azatak and Emma Creswell, or Orbia. But the Wesley College one now in very fine style, leading now the procession as they go down the course. So Wesley College with Lexi, Audrey, Harper, Sabella and Sophie doing a great job, looking very neat and tidy there. Their coach would be very happy with that performance. They will go into the semi-final, and it does look like Loretto Ballarat will be joining them, with Wrighton girls going into the C final. So there it is, Wesley now crossing the line in first place in this third quarter final of the Female School Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 5. Loretto Ballarat in second place, with Wrighton girls coming in third. And our fourth quarter final, Carey Grammar, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Caulfield Grammar is on the course now. It is Caulfield Grammar in the lead with Asher Watson, Alice Gillard, Miller Sweeney Johnson, Imogen Dart and Madeline Townley. In a second place at the moment, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Coco Slaney, Laudette Wells, Lola Cooney, Jemima Lord and Emma Levachet. And Carey Grammar in lane 1, Alice Searle, Isla McDonald, Amber Thomas, Molly Thomas and Eva Blazowski. So these three crews, Caulfield Grammar, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Carey Grammar. Caulfield Grammar just in the lead now. Melbourne Girls is really challenging them for that lead position, first two to go through. Carey Grammar a little way off the pace, but not out of it yet. There is the opportunity for them to push through and really get there at the end. Melbourne Girls Grammar coming through now. I think they're now in the lead over Caulfield Grammar. So the Coxes will be asking these girls to just sit tight, compose themselves, don't overdo it, but it is Melbourne Girls Grammar now, which has pushed past Caulfield Grammar. I can hear the crowd going wild at that, which is great. The first two to go through to the semi-final. Melbourne Girls Grammar being cheered on by all their coaches and supporters. Caulfield Grammar in the far lane, in lane 3, will go into second place. Carey Grammar, not to be disgraced, they will be in third place, but they've all done a terrific job to get into this quarter final. So well done to Melbourne Girls Grammar in first place there. Caulfield Grammar in second place. And in third place, with only a boat length between them, Carey Grammar. So that rounds out our Year 9 Division 5. So going into the semi-final will be Melbourne Girls College, MLCQ, St Catherine's, Loretto Toorak, Wesley College, Loretto Ballarat, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Caulfield Grammar.
Was his arm still up? I don't know. Was his head taped? Did you see him? Bro, he probably cracked his head open, broke his arm and grazed all of his legs. There was blood on his face too, so he probably face planted. Or it must have been tumbling. All blood from his head. Everywhere. It was like dripping. That's fast. He was on a dual suspension. So it's not like he doesn't know how to ride, it's like he just feels stuck in. Race done. Oh shit. Race started. Okay. What'd you say? differently. I'll say race is begun.
Race 322, the first semi-final of the Year 9 Division 6. In lane 3, leading the pack, Loretto Turak with Annabelle Morbida, Clementine Darcy, Eve Blood, Zahara Alexander and Bella Grant. Beside them in lane 4, Strathcona, Miranda Nell, Jessica Jensky, Claudia Crivelli, Charlotte Gibbons and Hayley Janetsky. And in lane 2, MLCQ, Jemima Dixon, Anushka Kemp-Smith, Brooke Knight, Amy Fail and Joyce Lee. And a little way back, Jenna Zano, Matilda Swan, Chiara Puglisi, Paige Cavaliglio, Nellie Major and Matilda Smith. But in the closing stages, it is Loretto Ballarat in first place. Second place is going to be very hard to tell between MLCQ and Strathcona. So, but it is going to be just Strathcona in second place, Loretto Turak and Strathcona into the final with Genazzano, MLCQ in
Last time, you know the auto one? Last time it wasn't an auto. Started. And, he goes, oh, thanks. I had to guard it because the cable went out, but I just sit there.
I do apologise. It is Loretto Turak and MLCQ going into the final with Strathcona into the B final, joining Genazzano. So it is Loretto Turak and MLCQ, our first finalists in the female school Coxed Quad Scull Year 9 Division 6. And our second semi-final with Wesley College 2, Sabella Teal, Anushka Stevens, Alex Rugg, Alicia Cleve and Leela Johnson in lane 1. In lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Isla Smith, Chloe Tyra, Kochi Vanderkoop, Lucy Glastonbury and Kaiser Sandow. And in lane 3, Melbourne Girls College, Willow Price, Lola Riberi, Molly Plank, Zoe Tranter and Poppy Joyner. And in lane 4, Loretto Ballarat, Pippa McTighe, Sienna Templar, Emma Coljohn, Pippa Drew and Amelia Price. First two places seem to be decided here between our middle crews of Melbourne Girls Grammar and Melbourne Girls College. Melbourne Girls Grammar half a boat length now in front of Melbourne Girls College. Third place at the moment is Wesley and fourth Loretto Ballarat. They are doing a terrific job there, and it looks like Melbourne Girls Grammar is going to just get there, but it is the first two going through to the final, so they've just got to maintain their composure and not make any mistakes there, and it is Melbourne Girls Grammar going through into the final with Melbourne Girls College in second place, Wesley College in third into the B final, and Loretto Ballarat into the B final, and they will be fourth across the line. So we've got our second semi-final. Sorry, that was the second semi-final of the Division 6. So going through into the final, we've got MLCQ, Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls Grammar and Melbourne Girls College. We're out now to Division 7, Year 9 Division 7. First two into the final, Melbourne Girls College, Melbourne Girls College, Melbourne Girls Grammar and MLCQ. So all four of these boats pretty much in a line. I would say just at the moment it is Melbourne Girls Grammar, Ali Young, Leela Holland, Sienna Patel, Poppy Wallace and Stephanie Gelder just now in front of Melbourne Girls College 7, Sophie Doe, Nicola Barbagallo, Letty Lima Junghans and Lily McMahon and Ali Robb just in second place. In third place would be the MLCQ Kate McCluskey, Aphrodite Bablis, Grace Vandervert and Scarlett Sutcliffe with Annabelle Roy. And in fourth, Melbourne Girls College 8, Ayla Christie, Samantha Booth, Leela Dunnell, Chelsea Phillips, and Bella Blakey. But it is the Melbourne Girls College 7s with Sophie, Nicola, Letty, Lily and Ali in the lead now. Interest is going to be for the second. Who's going to get second place? That's a fight now between Melbourne Girls Grammar and MLCQ. So it is interesting, the first two to go through into the final. Melbourne Girls College will not be easing up now. They know that they have to just keep long and strong to make sure they secure that first place. But the interest on the far side, Melbourne Girls Grammar and MLCQ, who's going to get second place? I think Melbourne Girls College 8 is out of the running for that second place. But Melbourne Girls College 7 look to have the very nicely under control. And now a boat length behind Melbourne Girls Grammar in second place. MLCQ in third place. And in fourth, Melbourne Girls College 8th. So going through into that first semi-final, we've got Melbourne Girls College and Melbourne Girls Grammar. And the next race on the course is race 3, 2, 5. Semi-final 2, Furbank Grammar, Loretto Toorak and Strathcona. And Furbank Grammar with Sophie Rotstein, Soha Rural, Miller Trilson, Madeline Gillette and Lauren Box. A little way off the pace of the Loretto Toorak crew of Ava Colton, Milani Ellis, Leela Bates, Emma He and Mara Nugent. And Loretto Toorak in lane 3, Isabel Edmonds, Ava Lazzarato, Amy Bond, Emily Barnett and Cordelia Paluzis. And Strathcona, Beatrice Stoltz, Gigi Giles, Philippa Sharif, Mia de Gabriel and Cecilia Bailey. But it is the Loretto Toorak crew in lane 2, Ava, Milani, Lila, Emma and Merrin now have a firm grasp on this, and Loretto Toorak, Isabel, Ava, Amy, Emily and Cordelia, they look to be our first and second place getters in the second semi-final. Furbank Grammar has now moved up into third place. Strathcona in fourth. I think they've taken a bit of a long way home with some steering issues. But Loretto Toorak in lane 2, doing it very nicely. They will be coming through in first place. Loretto Toorak in lane 3 will come into second place. And it looks like Furbank Grammar will be third. And in fourth place, Strathcona. So that rounds out our Year 9 Division 7 of the female school Cox Quad Skull. And going into our final tomorrow will be Melbourne Girls College, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loretto Toorak and Loretto Toorak. So that is Division 7. Our finalists have been decided. And this is the first semi-final of Year 9 Division 8. In the lead, Loretto Toorak, Suriji Sinki, Kuhu Sen, Venus Arnold, Izzy Hanna and Lucy McNee. And not far behind them in lane 3, Melbourne Girls College, Ruby Page, Aurelia Pike-Meyer, Luli Higginbotham, Sarah Italiano and Cristiano Chan. In third place at the moment, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Arabella Pappas, Henrietta Beale, Ariana Katsouris, Lucy Ferry and Charlie Santic. And in fourth place, MLCQ, Nantara Canodi, Sienna Vries, Jira Saluzio, Lily Middleton and Katrina Coleman. So Loretto Toorak in lane 2, very nicely in the lead with Melbourne Girls College in lane 3 look to be coming second. MLCQ have just moved up and overtaken Melbourne Girls Grammar, so it is now coming into the final stretches there. Loretto Turak in lane 2 will be first, with Melbourne Girls College 9s in lane 3. They will be second. Very tight here for third and fourth. MLCQ have really put the brakes, they've really pushed through now. So it is MLCQ. They really struggled hard there to get into third place, and Melbourne Girls Grammar in fourth. So that is our first semi-final of the Year 9 Division 8. Semi-final 2, coming up to the Harrison Bridge, Geelong College. Lulu Pearson, Emma Hunter, Grace Jarman, Alice Ashby, Lily Bugg, coached by Duncan Ashby. Melbourne Girls College 11s, Tess Dallimore, Maggie Grossbard, Ella Mudd, Lara Abu Al-Rob and Lily Valhovic. And in lane 3, Loretto Turak, Freya Thomas Leach, Lucinda Ireland, Holly Hawkins, Emma Brunt, Indigo Finney, and Loretto Turak in lane 4, Piper Pascoe, Ali Hall, Willow Alexander, Adele Tran and Maddie McAuliffe. So it now, lane 4, Loretto Turak just in the lead, but Geelong College on the near side, really challenging Loretto Turak in lane 3 for second place. First 2 to go through to the A final, and Loretto Turak in 3 have just had a few missed strokes, which may cost them a place in the final. Geelong College coming through very nicely. Loretto Turak in lane 4 also being challenged, and it could be Geelong College who's going to take out this race. Geelong College really powering through now. Loretto Turak on the far side. Not sure who's going to get it here, but Loretto Turak in lane 4 still seem to be just in front. Loretto Turak in lane 4 just ahead of Loretto Turak in lane 3, and I think lane 3 is going to take line honours in second place, and Geelong College in lane 1 will be third, and Melbourne Girls College will be fourth. A very exciting finish to that second semi-final of the Year 9 Division 8. Going into the final tomorrow, Loretto Turak, Melbourne Girls College 9, Loretto Turak and Loretto Turak. So I know Richard will be calling that race, and he's going to have a lovely time with all these Loretto Turak boats and trying to distinguish them as they're coming down the course. Good luck with that, Richard. And we're into our last 2 races of the day. This is our Year 9 Division 9, the semi-final 1 and 2 and the first 2 to the final. We've got MLCQ, Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls College. And leading is Loretto Turak in lane 3, Millie Lanahan, Sophie Cunningham, Annabelle Cornish, Elsie Mayer and Zoe Patras. And in lane 2, Loretto Turak, Matilda Louis, Joanna Vakrinas, Maggie Jones, Emila Rajkalandran and Jess Huggins may just be in second place. MLCQ are challenging them for second place. That's Caitlin Yee, Clementine Lawrence, Chloe Wang, Elizabeth Curtin and Amy Johnson. And a little way back, Melbourne Girls College 14s in lane 4, Poppy Joyner, Jinx Taylor-Moore, Ruby Black, Tara Tarquinino and Zara Bradley. And the exciting thing about Head of Schoolgirls is that we've got the Melbourne Girls College 14, shows the depth of their rowing program, and that all of these girls get the opportunity to have at least 2 races. So it is really exciting, and I think these girls will have had their 3rd race by tomorrow. So the first 2 will go into the A final, and the next 2 will go into the B final. But Loretto Turak with Millie, Sophie, Annabelle, Elsie and Zoe clearly in the lead now in lane 3. And the interest is on to see whether it will be MLCQ in lane 1 or Loretto Turak in lane 2 who will secure that second spot. They're fighting it out very hard. I think Melbourne Girls College is out of the running for that second place. But Loretto Turak in lane 3, clearly in the lead now. They're going to come through in first place. But Loretto Turak in lane 2 and MLCQ fighting it out. MLCQ now just pushed their nose in front. Their Cox now can see that she is just now in front of the Loretto Turak in lane 2. But congratulations to Loretto Turak in lane 3, first across the line. And it looks like it will be MLCQ going through very nicely there. Good job, MLCQ in second place, Loretto Turak in third, and Melbourne Girls College in lane 4. So the last race of the day, a little bit of drama going on there. We've got now coming down Loretto Turak in lane 3 and Melbourne Girls College in lane 4. Pippa Jacobson, Violet Grummett, Lily Partridge, Miller Mace Arafoic and Anna Cochilli, and Melbourne Girls College, Lily Milfill, Regan Toner, Maya Stojanovic, Julie Chang and Willow Garvey. Those two crews are the only two crews I can see. I think further up the course there may have been a slight clash. I can see another boat now just on the course. I will have to wait to hear what the referee says about this last race of the day. Loretto Turak and Melbourne Girls College now are coming through. So Loretto Turak is coming through. I'm not sure whether we're going to have another race for this. I will have to check with the referee, president of the jury, but it is Melbourne Girls College and Loretto Turak at the moment that will be going through into the final, joining Loretto Turak and MLCQ. Still on the course, we've got Loretto Turak coming down. I'm not sure where the MLCQ boat is, but I'm fairly sure that that is coming down the course now. Loretto Turak with Portia Rigetti, Sarah Pelosi, Maddie Smith, Cleo Connolly and Zoe Sheehan. And the MLC crew, I cannot see where they are at the moment. I can see them now just coming out of the North Bank, and they're just being pushed out now by our wonderful Surf Life and our rescue boats. So Loretto Turak will go into the B final, and MLCQ with Scheherazade Strang, Isabel Hadley, Zoe Salutis, Luella Toscano and Anya Lakavath now on the course. I'm not sure what happened to those two boats. So this is the MLCQ crew coming down now. They will go into third place and Loretto Turak coming down fourth. So that is the end of racing for today. 329 races completed in this Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. and we've finished pretty much on time, which is a huge thank you and consideration to our boat race officials, to all our volunteers, to Surf Life, and to the organisers, the head of Schoolgirls Committee, and to Rowing Victoria. They've conducted racing in a fair manner and safe manner all day. It's been a long day for everybody. Tomorrow, with the finals starting, I think it is 7:45, racing will start. It looks like the Loretto crew coming down may have some steering issues. They're now steering into the bank again. I think there's been an equipment failure in their boat. So that's very bad luck. They will get another row tomorrow in the B final. So it is unfortunate for the Loretto Toorak crew. They've got obviously some steering issues in their boat. These Division 9 Year 9 girls have not been rowing for very long. They're not terribly experienced, nor is the Cox, so they've done a great job to just get this far. It is very tough when you have an equipment failure, and I think these girls are doing a magnificent job still coming down the course. So I think we should all really support these girls. It doesn't matter whether you're from Loretto Toorak or not. I think we should get loud as they come up to the finishing line and congratulate all our rowers on a day's racing. And a big cheer, please, for Loretto Toorak as they come across. They've obviously had an equipment failure, which is very, very disappointing for them in the last race of the day. They will get the opportunity to race again tomorrow in the B final, and I'm sure that will be a redemption row for them. They will enjoy that. Thank you, Surf Life, for your efforts today. Thank you for the tinny that's following, for all the effort, for the volunteers, for the parents, the grandparents, all the staff, and we will welcome you all back here tomorrow for another day's racing.
Flies you out, kind of like it makes you like, you know, you go into a food coma.
That's when you eat a lot.
No, but it's like you don't even notice it unless you know, kind of thing.
Do you believe in like the whole metabolic window then? Like you have to eat within like an hour and a
No,
half after the gym.
I know. If anything, it might help it, but I don't think so. But
It makes sense to me.
yeah, but I feel like as long as you eat that day, like your protein, as long as you don't eat all of your protein before the workout and then nothing after, if you go to sleep with like no fresh protein, I feel like it might alter you.
On your rest days, protein's more important. But on your actual like lifting days, carbs are more important. Because you need energy.
Yeah.
Carbs
People
and
don't
fats.
give enough to